But those making $1 million a year or more, well, they'll get more than $250 a day in tax breaks, or $96,000 tax breaks on average in a single year. I mean, that's even worse than the original House bill. That's how rigged this bill is to benefit the wealthy. The average millionaire gets more in tax cuts than most families earn in an entire year. And to be clear, there is deep support on the Democratic side for extending the middle-class tax cuts and passing no tax on tips. We'd be happy to work with you on something that delivers just that. But Republicans are holding bipartisan initiatives hostage to provide handouts to billionaires and gut Medicaid and SNAP. Now, meanwhile, the new standards for the child tax credit leaves 1 in every 3 eligible children behind. Because this bill doesn't invest in children, it abandons them. All this, and Republicans are adding more than $3 trillion to the national debt. You hear that? Over $3 trillion. Now, I know some of the Republicans on this committee consider themselves real fiscal hawks. Well, you cannot with a straight face say that you care about deficits and the debt if you vote for this bill, whether that's out of this committee or on the House floor. This bill even raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion because Republicans know the policies in here will explode our debt. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This is the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, stealing from the poor to give to the rich. This is Republicans' let them eat cake moment. It robs from the most vulnerable to pay off the already powerful. It tells every kid without wealth, this government has nothing for you, that the American dream is only for trust fund babies. And here's what baffles me. You all know the truth. You all know the truth. You know this bill is cruel. You know that it will hurt millions of Americans. But Trump wants you to fold. And the sad fact is that many of you will fold in a nanosecond. You'll vote for this even though you know it's bad for your own constituents. You're absolutely terrified that the guy in the White House will get mad and try to find someone to run against you in a primary. Like one of our Republican colleagues said this weekend on CNN, and I quote, "Everyone in the House knows the peril they're in if they vote no on this thing. They know that their jobs are at risk," end quote. You're terror-stricken that to Senator Tom Tillis will happen to you. Well, Senator Tillis did the right thing, speaking truth to power. You should listen to him when he says that the Senate's version of this bill betrays President Trump's promise not to take Medicaid away from its rightful recipients. He decided to retire because he wanted to put his constituents first. And quite frankly, I think he's tired of dealing with the relentless MAGA threats and BS. Truly, I've never seen anything like this in my life. The kind of petrified fealty we're seeing on the right, scared by a man who called voting against this bill the ultimate betrayal. Like, what kind of president talks like that? That's the language of dictators, not the language of a president. But let me remind you all of something. The people you should be afraid of, betraying are not in the White House or dining at Mar-a-Lago. They're back home. The people in Boone, North Carolina, in Moorhead, Minnesota, in Rock Hill, South Carolina, in Austin, Texas, in Salem, Indiana, in Jamestown, New York, in Tifton, Georgia, in Abington, Virginia, in Noonan, Georgia. They're the ones who hired you. And if you vote for this bill, you're voting to screw them over, plain and simple. When their kids go hungry, when their health care is gone, when their energy bills skyrocket, when they watch big oil rake in profits while they get pink slips, when they realize that billionaires like Jeff Bezos are getting 40 times the tax breaks that they're getting, when they watch the wealthy get richer and they're left behind, they are going to feel the pain that you brought on them. And I think you're going to see that reflected in the next election. The American people are watching. They deserve better than this. They deserve certainly better than this cowardice, better than this cruelty, better than this betrayal. So I'm asking all of you to have a spine, find your moral compass, vote no on this bill, and come up with something better. There's still time. Work with us on tax relief for people who are not making millions and billions of dollars. Let's go back to the drawing board. We can come up with a bipartisan consensus. And so, Madam Chair, for a million reasons, from process to substance, and quite frankly, to give Republican members a chance to read their own bill, I move that the committee do now adjourn.
I thank the gentleman. The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Fleischer-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Fleischer-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The motion to adjourn is not agreed to. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle from the Committee on the Budget, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig from the Committee on Agriculture, Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Chairman Smith and Representative Moore from the Committee on Ways and Means. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Arrington, I welcome your testimony.
Well, the ranking member knows how to get me off topic here. I've got a prepared set of remarks, but I'm just going to speak from my heart. And I appreciate the opportunity to be back before this committee. A little like Groundhog Day, because we've been covering this subject matter, which is important to pour over for the American people. But I got to say that the people from West Texas sent me here, and especially in this last Congress, to reverse the curse of the last 4 years. The lawlessness and chaos at the border that has devastated my home state of Texas, and I would say probably communities in every state in the country, because of the open border and the crime, criminals, and drugs that have been pouring into our communities. It is the most imminent national security threat to the country. And the last president did not faithfully uphold the laws of the land, nor did he take serious his constitutional mission to provide for a common defense. That has to change. It's changed on day one with the new commander-in-chief. And we aim to give him the tools and resources to continue to do that job. Secondly, they all suffered from the 21%, roughly, regressive inflation tax. Why? Because of Democrats' failed policies and their wild, unbridled $8 trillion in deficit spending. I'm sure we'll have some good back and forth, but let me be clear. The American people and our great economy has suffered as a result of paying people not to work, of taxing and regulating small businesses, and then, of course, spinning us into 40-year high inflation. That hasn't gone over well for the people in West Texas. So they sent me here to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And that's the mandate they gave our president. That's the mission I'm on. And I'm going to work every day to that end. I believe this bill gets us closer to that vision. I believe that the most important thing we can do is equip our sons and daughters to be safe and successful in providing a common defense. We're long overdue to invest in military readiness vis-a-vis our adversaries. There are lots of things that go into unleashing economic prosperity, but a centerpiece of that is pro-growth tax policy. We had the highest levels of investment, job creation, repatriation of capital after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, not to mention the lowest poverty rates and unemployment rates on record. So this was after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which, by the way, the people at the bottom half and the bottom 10% did far better than the top half and top 10% in terms of wages, in terms of income, and the top 10% or the top 1% paid a greater share of taxes after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So I think so much of this is misleading nonsense and ripping people off the safety net. My last comment is this. I heard quotes about the CBO and 7.8 million people being ripped off the safety net. Let me tell you who those people were according to the nonpartisan CBO. People here illegally, people ineligible, people who have access to other subsidized government health care programs, and people who are work capable but refuse to work. That's not me, Mr. Ranking Member, I assure you. It's the CBO, the same source that y'all quote ad nauseum about us ripping the safety net. Listen, the American people are for what we're doing. They're on our side. They don't want their tax dollars to flow to waste, fraud, and abuse. They want to help people, and they want the program to help their fellow Americans into the future. And none of this stuff is sustainable. None of it. And we should do more. You're right about the debt. We should do more. That is an area that I think we have to do a lot more, or it's going to undermine all of it. The economy, security, our leadership in the world, my children's future, all of it. And every party, both parties, I should say, both parties have come up woefully short in that regard. And so I hope we can get a commitment from our Democrat colleagues. Let's work together on those things that we know will not be done unilaterally. And then we'll take a first good shot at cleaning up the waste, fraud, and abuse and the entitlements and the mandatory programs that are driving us closer to that dangerous and irreparable debt crisis. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Ranking Member, and all the members of the committee. It is an honor to get to be able to testify before this committee. It is an honor in this moment and a privilege to be here because the next 24 hours might be the most important of our entire careers. The health care of 17 million people who have it today and may lose it by the end of the week, that's all on the line. The food assistance that another 4 million currently get and may have taken away from them, that's on the line. So I can tell you this, there is no place I would rather be than right here, right now, in this moment, when each and every one of us can make the critical difference. When this bill passed the first time, it was only by one vote in the House. Just an hour ago in the Senate, it was passed by one vote in the Senate. I think this will come down to one vote yet again, whether or not this becomes law. And if it does, it will be the greatest loss of health care in American history. Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed 17 million Americans. And let me explain how they arrive at that number. Roughly half of that is due to the largest Medicaid cuts in American history. But another half of it is due to changes and allowing certain tax credits and provisions to expire in the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. I give the other side credit. They have been working like hell for 15 years to do away with Obamacare. This is the closest that they've ever come. Millions and millions today currently on Obamacare will lose it if this becomes law. And that's not all. As we confirmed again from CBO a few weeks ago, due to the massive increase in deficit spending in this bill, there have to be 4% Medicare cuts. That's over $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare. So Medicaid cuts, Affordable Care Act, ACA cuts, Medicare cuts, the largest loss of health care in American history. I referenced nutrition assistance moments ago. Also the largest cuts to SNAP in American history. Cuts to higher education programs, cuts to Head Start. It goes on and on. And yet, as large as that is and as bad as that is, that still does not fully pay for the over $5 trillion in tax cuts that mostly go to the hyper-wealthy. How is the rest of that financed? Through deficit and debt. The same crowd that would bemoan the last 4 years there was a Democrat in the White House about the deficit and debt is adding more to our national debt in this bill than any other piece of legislation to pass since I've been here. We can do far better than this. The American people are smart. When they've been asked about the provisions of this bill, I have never seen poll numbers, truly, I have never seen poll numbers this terrible. By a roughly 2-to-1 margin, the American people oppose this bill. They oppose millions of Americans losing their health care. They oppose millions of Americans losing their nutrition assistance. They oppose the idea we're racking up even more deficit and debt, which we both acknowledge is a serious problem in our country and bound to get worse. They oppose making a bad problem even worse. And why? For what higher noble purpose? To give tax cuts that mostly benefit the top 1% of Americans. This is going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, votes in each and every one of our careers. I am proud to be here doing everything I possibly can to say, hell no, let's kill this bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boyle. Chairman Thompson, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today concerning the agriculture title of the One Big Beautiful Bill. I'm proud of our product. We're delivering $120 billion in net deficit reduction while delivering a generational investment in the farm economy, giving farmers the tools to expand international markets, and ensuring that top-tier agricultural research can be conducted here instead of China. We saved close to $200 billion from the SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, by making necessary changes to restore integrity to the program and preserve its ability to serve the most vulnerable long into the future. These represent the largest and most significant reforms made to SNAP in the history of the program. This bill ensures SNAP works the way Congress intended it to, by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end administrative overreach. This program is in dire need of reform. Since just 2019, SNAP costs have skyrocketed from $60 billion to $110 billion annually, an 83% increase, while enrollment has grown from 36 million to 42 million. And in 2024, over $10 billion in erroneous SNAP payments were sent out. That's disgraceful, not only to the taxpayer, but also the SNAP recipient. The agriculture title of the bill includes several improvements to the SNAP program, including preventing future administrations from unilaterally increasing SNAP benefits beyond inflation, focusing on a core principle that everyone receiving the benefit that can work should work, and modernizing the work requirement and closing loopholes that allow for widespread waivers. Closing various loopholes that states exploit, such as gaming the system to artificially increase SNAP benefits, and creating incentives to ensure states run the program more effectively and more efficiently. SNAP is the only federally funded state-administered entitlement program where the state has zero skin in the game on the benefit. It's human nature to be more careful when you're spending your own money than when you're spending others. And that's why we put forward a cost-share structure that requires states with high error rates to pay a portion of the SNAP benefit beginning in fiscal year 2028. In addition to the most significant reforms to SNAP in history, our committee was able to deliver a historic investment in the farm safety net and infuse critical investments into rural America. It's imperative for Congress to rebuild the safety net, the farm safety net. These much-needed changes mitigate further unbudgeted ad hoc spending and prevent a full-blown financial crisis in farm country that could devastate the food and ag supply chain, let alone the economy. Finally, on the investment front, we take care of a few other important items like investment in trade promotion, animal disease preparedness, specialty crops, dairy, research, and some programs that currently are without standing baseline. In closing, I'm proud to deliver
a historic amount of savings to the taxpayer, and to do so in a way that will ultimately have positive outcomes for low-income individuals who get back into the workforce while also standing by our farmers, our ranchers, and our rural communities. This is a win-win. I have great respect for the chairwoman, the ranking member, and the members of this committee, and I thank you once again for the opportunity to come before you today, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ranking Member Craig, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. The more the American people learn about this big, ugly bill, and it's nearly $200 billion in cuts to food assistance, the less they like it. I honestly don't know how a single one of my colleagues could vote for this bill. 17 million Americans lose their health insurance or lose their health care. Millions and millions of people across our country are going to lose access to food assistance. You know, most Americans don't even know this yet in our country, but I promise you they will. A recent Fox News poll found that 59% of voters oppose this bill. The American people are not buying what the Republicans are selling, even on Fox News. The American people, like House Democrats, want to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill doesn't reduce waste, fraud, or abuse. It gives government-sponsored tax breaks to the wealthiest among us, and you pay for it by taking food and health care away from seniors, children, veterans, and people with disabilities. And it isn't even paid for. It adds nearly $4 trillion to the national debt. So much for fiscal responsibility here. The American people, including Minnesotans, know the cost of living is too high. This bill does not lower the cost of living. It makes meeting the basic needs like groceries and accessing medical care more expensive. I promise you this bill will raise health care costs for everyone. The American people want efficient and effective governance. This bill doesn't do anything to improve good governance. It makes it worse by pushing billions in new expenses onto state and county governments, forcing our state and local governments into a position where they have to decide between taking food away from their friends and neighbors or slashing other local services or raising taxes. And I mean that in 10 states across this country. Folks are going to have to look at raising county taxes in order to pay for the administration and perhaps even the benefit of cutting food assistance. In Minnesota alone, where the burden for SNAP cuts will fall to the counties, the Association of Minnesota Counties projects they'll have to raise property taxes by an average of more than 5% to pay for it, and by even more in some counties. Many of you sitting here today do not even know the effect that this bill will have on your counties. Republicans have managed to do almost the impossible. Miraculously, you've created a bill that takes food and health care away from millions of Americans in a way that does not save taxpayer dollars, but instead adds trillions of dollars to the national debt. Minnesotans and Americans in every corner of this country are asking, how is any of this actually possible? It's simple. You've picked tax breaks for large corporations and ultra-wealthy people in our country over hardworking families. Republicans are selling the American people down the river. This bill sells out our farmers and the families they feed. Of course, we need all the elements of a farm bill. Mr. Chairman talked about the elements in this bill. We should be doing this in a farm bill, a full 5-year farm bill with 12 bipartisan titles. It sells out the hopes and dreams of millions of Americans struggling to keep food on the table. It sells out more than 300 rural hospitals that are at risk of closing due to Medicaid cuts. It also cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from SNAP, our most effective anti-hunger program, by taking $6 a day out of the pockets of vulnerable seniors, veterans, children, and people with disabilities, and putting that money back into the pockets of billionaires. Taking food away from the people who need it forces seniors to choose between having a meal and paying for medicine. And let me just say this, because we were in committee for over 20 hours, and over I heard my Republican colleagues talking about that this activity would not cut access to veterans' nutrition benefits. This is exactly what the Senate version does, and many of you don't even know what this version says. We had 1 hour to come into this room. Many veterans, as we know, suffer from behavioral or physical health issues connected to their service. 1 in 3 working-age veterans with disabilities aren't sure where their next meal will come from. 1 in 4 working-age veterans who can't find work are food insecure. Our veterans can't pay for meals with Support the Troops bumper stickers, and they can't eat thoughts and prayers. And it doesn't stop there. This bill takes food away from former foster youth, leaving the foster care system, who may not have the same level of support from families that many of us benefited from when we were just starting to make our way in the world as 18 or 19-year-olds. I just don't understand where these values are coming from. The American people are right not to trust this bill. The bill doesn't save us a cent. It adds to the debt. If passed, it will pass millions and millions along to the nation. This bill was a disgrace when it left this chamber. Most of you haven't read it to know that it's even more of a disgrace now that it's back. And folks, this is one of the worst mistakes anyone who votes yes for will make in your political career. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Craig. Chairman Guthrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing today. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act cuts wasteful spending, defends our nation's energy dominance, supports the rapid innovation of American industry, and preserve and protects Medicaid for the Americans who are most in need. We will send a bill to the President's desk that delivers on Americans' leadership across industries, spurs technological innovation, and supports individual workers. We will unleash American energy dominance through strategic investments while also putting an end to wasteful subsidies. We will spur technological innovation by renewing American wireless leadership through spectrum auction authority that protects national security. This legislation begins to refill our dangerously low strategic petroleum reserve and creates new investments to generate reliable energy that will secure our grid and power AI. This bill also raises $85 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Authority while protecting U.S. national security. Our priority has been to strengthen, secure, and sustain Medicaid for expectant mothers, children, people with disability, and elderly. Our legislation stops billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to close loopholes, ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. H.R. 1 ends coverage for deceased beneficiaries, limits the ability of enrollees to obtain duplicative coverage, and ensures individuals with million-dollar homes are no longer eligible to qualify for Medicaid coverage. These are all common-sense policies that will return taxpayer dollars to middle-class Americans and families. Republicans seek to return the core intent of the Medicaid program, which was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise could not support themselves. Democrats expanded the program far beyond this core mission, allowing spending to grow into trillions if not addressed. Our common sense work requirements and community engagement policies for able-bodied adults who choose not to work encourage individuals to re-enter the workforce and regain their independence. This provision speaks to Republicans' commitment to strengthening Medicaid to ensure it is available for those who need it most, and this is an issue that resonates favorably with the majority of Americans across the board. H.R. 1 fulfills President Trump's promise of generational growth, prosperity, and health for the American people. It fulfills our commitment to lowering taxes for working families, unleashes American energy, and safeguards Medicaid for patients that need it the most, and supports the rapid innovation of American technology. It's time to pass this vital legislation and see it signed into law. And thank you, and I will yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respect you a lot, but when I heard you in the beginning talk about Democrats fear-mongering, I just want to assure you that when I went home on Friday and this short weekend that we had, I was not fear-mongering. And I was actually shocked because I live in my district. A lot of it is at the Jersey Shore. You know, it's almost July 4th. People were out at the beach in their bathing suits, having a good time. I thought, oh, I'm not going to hear much about this bill. But in reality, it was the opposite. I couldn't go anywhere without people talking to me about this bill. First day, Friday, I found out that the county commissioners in my home county, which is a Republican county, consistently votes Republican, had passed a resolution unanimously opposing the bill, all Republicans. Then I went to church, I guess, on Sunday. It was a church, I have to be honest with you, that is, most of the people there are Republican. There aren't too many Democrats in the church. And literally some of the trustees came up to me and said, I'm so glad that you're voting against this bill. Please continue the fight against it. I went to a concert. This wasn't a rock concert. This was the Ocean Grove Camp Meeting Association. Maybe the name will give you an idea. Methodist Camp Meeting Association. And it was a classical concert. I couldn't even get out of the room without the hall without people coming up to me and saying, you know, this is a terrible bill. I hope you can stop it. Then I also met with the governor over the weekend because on Monday our state adopted the state budget. It was about $57 billion state budget. And he and the health commissioner said to me that we're not going to be able to deal with this. We don't know what's going to happen. They estimate about $3.5 billion cut for the state of New Jersey out of a budget next year that, as I said, was just adopted Monday, $57 billion. What is that, about 6%? They don't think we can survive. So, you know, I, in all honesty, you know, you said, well, we're fear-mongering, we're, you know, same as doomsday, destroying the healthcare system. But that's what people are saying to us. That's not what we're saying to them. That's what they're saying to us because they realize that hospitals will close. They'll realize the shortfall in funding for nursing homes. They realize that the deficit spending not only is going to lead to sequestration of Medicare by 4% across the board, but that it's going to hurt the economy, and the economy could actually go into recession because of the level of deficit. So I just want to assure you, this is what Democrats are hearing from our constituents. It's not what we're necessarily saying, it's what they're saying to us. Now, the other thing I want to stress is that, look, the reality is that every time this bill moves forward, more and more people lose their health insurance. I think when it was before our committee, the CBO figures, Mr. Chairman, were like 13.5 million people would lose their health insurance. Then when it passed the floor, it was like 14, 15. Now the CBO is saying that the Senate bill is almost 17 million people that will lose their health insurance. So it becomes crueler. I don't want to say ugly. I'm going to say cruel, more cruel as we proceed. And I don't know, you know, whether we read the bill or not. This is what whether you read the bill or not. The CBO is saying that we're talking now about almost 17 million Americans that are going to lose their health insurance. And what does that mean? It basically means that the hospitals, the nursing homes, community health centers are not going to get the third-party payment that comes from people who have health insurance. And so much of this is now uncompensated care, which means people will go to the emergency room at the hospital. They can't afford to pay it. And it becomes uncompensated care. And then the hospital, what do? They either raise prices, which means that insurance premiums and co-pays go up for people that have insurance. You know, we still know the majority of Americans get health insurance for their job. So those policies are going to be more expensive. The co-pays are going to be more expensive. And people, all these people that don't have insurance are going to go to the emergency room and they don't get care. They don't see a doctor on a regular basis. They get sicker. And the consequences of the healthcare system really are devastating. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, too, is that one of the things that got significantly worse in the Senate bill is the provider tax. In other words, in the House bill, it was bad enough that the level of direct payments that states could make to failing hospitals or nursing homes was cut. But now it's made even worse in the Senate bill. The provider tax limitations in the House bill made it so that whatever your provider tax revenue was, it couldn't grow, right, or it couldn't change. But what they did in the Senate is to basically cut back on it. So over the next few years, the amount of money that states can raise through provider tax actually decreases. It's not the status quo, it decreases. And that means because of what happens with that provider tax and going back to the hospitals and nursing homes, that they're going to have even less money to deal with and more likely to close, more likely to have cutbacks in services. So, look, in my opinion, this is an extreme bill, and it's not about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not about whether you work or not. Instead, the Republicans are taking away health care from some of the poorest Americans so they can give these big tax breaks to the billionaires, to the large corporations, and they're putting all kinds of paperwork, burdensome paperwork, time-consuming roadblocks in the way people who are trying to get by, people who are working, or people who can't work because they're disabled. And now all these barriers are being put in the way of their being able to get Medicaid or the ACA. If you're not eligible for Medicaid because of these roadblocks, then you're also not eligible for the ACA because of these same roadblocks. Now, let me just talk a little bit beyond health care. We're mostly talking about health care and SNAP today, but our committee, as you know, deals with a lot of other things. So I think I need to also stress before I conclude that this bill is going to raise energy costs. It's going to prioritize corporate polluters over people. It's going to undermine our efforts to fight the climate crisis, which people care about as well. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step forward towards lowering energy bills for American families. However, that progress is reversed in this bill by rescinding a lot of those programs that were lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in the United States. It's a disaster for the environment. I know I'm using these tough words, Madam Chair, but I have to. It's a disaster for the environment because it guts critical environmental protections of programs that were in the IRA. It rescinds the unobligated funds for virtually every Environmental Protection Agency program that was put into the Inflation Reduction Act. It repeals the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. It also undermines the landmark methane reduction bill and the fee that holds polluters accountable and just gives another leg up to the fossil fuel industry while eliminating clean energy initiatives. I believe in all the above. I believe we need new fossil fuels, we need nuclear, we need clean energy. What you're doing in this bill is eliminating the clean energy portion and saying that the rest is okay. But that's not the way it works. We need to move forward with clean energy as well. And then the last thing I think, because my chairman mentioned it, about spectrum. He was very proud of, I think, from what you said about the spectrum. But the bottom line is you're taking $80 million from a spectrum auction, which traditionally we have used to help, expand options for the public. Like we funded grants with spectrum for next generation 9/11, or to make high-speed internet more affordable for American families. That's what spectrum auction should be used for. It shouldn't be used to give tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. So I know I've heard you guys say this is the big, beautiful bill. I've heard our guys say this is the big, ugly bill. I think it's a big, cruel bill because American families are really going to suffer, and they shouldn't have to suffer in the ways that I described today. We should be trying to help them with affordability, with making their lives better. This bill is going to be the opposite. So it's really the big, cruel bill, in my opinion, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Chairman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for this opportunity to testify on how the one big, beautiful bill is delivering on historic tax relief for blue-collar workers, middle-class families, farmers, and small businesses. We're at the point now that both the House and the Senate have had their voices heard. And while some of the bill has changed, its promises have not. We are delivering an American economy that prioritizes the working class and the families that make up the heart of this great nation. We embrace policies that were cheered by the small businesses, the farmers, the moms and dads that appeared before the Ways and Means Committee in field hearings and in tax team meetings throughout the country over the course of more than 2 years. In fact, we visited more than 30 different states to hear to those small business owners, those working moms, those farmers. This disproves the Democrats' claim that this bill is rushed and was created behind closed doors. The American people know exactly what is in this bill. 77 million Americans voted for this bill. We should do the same. Democrats used one-party control of Washington to supercharge the IRS with more middle-class audits and more reporting requirements for gig workers and small businesses. They spent over $600 billion on handouts to the wealthy, well-connected, and the political class. The Republicans' one big beautiful bill not only ends Democrats' lavish green handouts and stops the threat of a $1,700 tax increase on working families. But because of a bigger child tax credit and increased standard deduction, Americans will get an immediate tax cut compared to what they would pay today. Households earning less than $100,000 get a 12% tax cut compared to what they are paying right now. Wealthy Americans will pay a greater share of the tax burden than they do now, just as what happened after the 2017 tax cuts. Democrats want to tell a different story, but simple math shows who pays more taxes under this bill. With the one big beautiful bill, we will protect or create more than 7 million jobs. Small businesses alone are projected to create 1 million new jobs annually. Democrats' spending fueled price hikes. Republicans' tax cuts will boost pay raises. Under Democrats, American families experienced rampant inflation caused by President Biden's lavish spending. Under these Republican tax cuts, a typical family of four will see their take-home pay increase by upwards of nearly $11,000 per year. Real wages for workers will rise by as much as $7,200 per year. We go even farther by including President Trump's promises of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, and no tax on auto loan interest of autos made in the United States, and tax relief for seniors. The waitress making her living on tips gets an extra $1,300 in her pocket because of this bill. The lineman working overtime to restore power after a natural disaster gets an extra $1,400 because of this bill. 40 million American families will see a permanent increase in the child tax credit to $2,200. For the 91% of Americans who use the standard deduction to file their taxes, they will see a permanent increase of up to $31,500. Democrats want Washington to tell families what to do. Republicans believe parents know what works for them. For education, we give parents and students more opportunity to choose schooling that best fits their needs, including trade schools, by expanding 529 education savings accounts. For family growth and health, we enhance the adoption tax credit, make permanent the paid leave tax credit. We increase the child and dependent care credit, as well as flexible spending arrangements, and we expand health savings accounts. For our children's future, Trump accounts put children on a financially secure footing, pegged to America's economic success. Under Democrats, families could barely get by. Under Republicans, one big, beautiful bill, families will thrive. This is a historic opportunity to build on the successes of the 2017 Trump tax cuts and provide additional relief for workers, families, farmers, and small businesses. More investment, more growth, and more jobs right here in America. In fact, even before this bill's passage, policies contained within it have already notched huge victories. With the recently announced G7 Global Tax Framework and Canada ending its unfair digital service tax, the G7 agreement alone will stop foreign governments from stealing upwards to $120 billion of revenues from our country's coffers. That's a huge, huge win, Madam Chair. We are prepared to get pro-worker, pro-family, and pro-America tax relief to the president's desk so families and Main Street businesses can start planning their own futures as soon as possible. I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Representative Moore, my classmate, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Fox, and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm a little congested here today, so it won't be possible for me to be my loud self. But you know, I'm really glad to be the last one to speak on this distinguished panel, because I think that you've heard two different arguments here. On one hand, you hear about people getting $11,000 more tax breaks at the lower end of the income spectrum. You know, it's all these benefits. And on the other hand, you've heard members talk about the draconian cuts and what the impact that it'll have on hospitals and on poor people. So whose report do you believe? And I think that this is the conundrum for the American people. Well, given in my own faith tradition, I look toward Matthew 7:16, which says, by their deeds, you will know them. And no matter what, I know many of us have been here for many years, Madam Chair, more years than you and I have been here. And people have already decided what their legacy in this place will be. But no matter what you think your legacy was, today will seal your legacy. Your legacy will be sealed in the next 36 hours by virtue of how you vote on this bill. And I think that the American people are now seeing the soul of the formerly grand old party. This Republican Party is nothing like the GOP. You know, the Committee on Ways and Means was asked to increase the U.S. debt by trillions of dollars. And boy, did we meet that mark with this bill. We done good with regard to meeting that market. And what did the American people buy with the $4 trillion in debt? Massive tax goodies for billionaires at the cost of 17 million Americans losing health care coverage and more hungry school children. By their deeds, you will know them. This is the moment for all of us to stand on the shores of the Rubicon, where you can never go back on your legacy. As Senator Tillis from the great state of North Carolina, he has decided that he cannot go back, whatever happens in North Carolina, that he would rather resign than to go back on his values as a human being. So as we once again consider the billionaires' bonanza bill, which of course the Senate made worse. I mean, it's hard to imagine, but they did. The Republican senators found a way to provide more debt, more lost health coverage, and stifling clean, renewable energy of the future. You know, our nation's founding fathers entrusted this House of Representatives to tax and spend. They felt that the House would act more responsibly with this awesome power because we are responsive to the people. And yet, this legislation is nothing short of a total betrayal of the Founding Fathers' faith in this body. You know, I take particular, and I'm representing the Ways and Means Committee, we take particular offense at the characterization of millions of citizens as cheats, fraudsters, and wastes in order to justify the cuts. The dehumanization of people has been extraordinary in order to create the narrative. You know, because this bill, in fact, will make this country sicker, less educated, hungrier, and deeper in debt. And for what? So that billionaires and corporations can have more and more and more. By their deeds, Madam Chair, you shall know them. Back in May, when we went through the paces on this bill, we had a bill that handed out billions and billions of dollars to millionaires. In fact, when we looked at this bill, on average, a person making over $1 million got a tax cut of $81,500. The bill in front of us, sent back by the Senate, has an average tax cut for a person making over $1 million at $96,000. That's right. The United States Senate took our House bill and said $81,000 in tax cuts just isn't enough for millionaires. We got to give them even more tax cuts. Now, let's check in on the average Americans who are teaching our children and building our roads in Milwaukee and Greensboro and New Braunfels and Rock Hill or Bloomington. In May, we learned that on average, a household that makes under $50,000 got a tax cut of just 73 cents per day. That was about $247. Spend it wisely, America, because it's going to cost you your health care and your child's education. By their deeds, you will know them. And by the deeds of the United States Senate, we saw that we provided even more and more and more to millionaires and billionaires. The Senate saw that 73 cents a day that we were providing the average American was just too much. So they clawed back a nickel. That's right. If you made under $50,000 on average, you were getting 68 cents a day. That's not even enough to buy a Snickers. And that's what the Senate did. They took away the 73 cents a day and made it 68 cents a day. By their deeds, you shall know them, American people. When we were here in May, we learned that in just 2027 alone, the top 0.1%, not 1%, 0.1%, the richest of the rich, that is, people making over $2 million a year, the people who we are told pay the most taxes, well, they got $50 billion in tax cuts just in 2027. $50 billion with the capital B. That was a House bill. But you know what? That $50 billion just wasn't enough for the Senate. They thought that because they objected to it not making enough cuts, so they decided to squeeze more and more and more from the old, infirm, and children. So they moved that number to $60 billion that they gave tax cuts to. That's right. In 2027 alone, the top 0.1% got $60 billion in tax cuts. Now, imagine the need in this country for better schools, child care, and job training. Imagine the needs we could address with the money. Nope. Republicans want to give a stimulus boost to the super yacht market. Madam Chair, back in May when we were here, I expressed my deep sadness that in order to, quote unquote, pay for these tax cuts, Republicans were kicking millions of the most vulnerable Americans off health care. Well, you heard it here from this panel. The Senate upped that number to 17 million people. What will we do? What will the Americans in nursing homes do when that money is moved from health care to the banks of the wealthy? put them into the streets and hope for the best? Maybe they can get online and do a GoFundMe for all their health care needs. By their deeds, you will know them. Finally, Madam Chair, when we were here last May, we had a bill that the CBO said would blow up the deficit by $2.4 trillion. And when you add interest costs to that, you get $3 trillion. I know we have a lot of people among our Republican colleagues that don't like debt, but for some reason, they like this debt. And the Senate saw this, and they were thinking, gee, $3 trillion in debt, we can afford a little bit more debt. Why don't we just juice that number and make the debt number $4 trillion? Yep. So I don't know what it means to be a fiscal hawk, because if you vote for this bill, you're adding $4 trillion to the debt. You know, I know that Republicans have gone on TV for months and months and months, solemnly insisting to the American people that this bill is going to cut the debt, that this will not hurt anybody on Medicaid, just those lazy bums and you know, unworthy people. They've given us fantastical growth projections coming out of the White House. They're going to look at revenue from tariffs that are going to save the country and generate all these savings. Well, by their deeds, you're going to know them. Maybe this is what the Senate was thinking when they said that trillions of dollars in tax debt, we don't know the exact number yet, but somewhere between $4 to $5 trillion in tax debt equals zero. I got 3 great-granddaughters. I don't know how in the world I'm going to teach them that math. So, Madam Chair, I'll close with this. I know that sometimes here we're prone to exaggerations. I've heard a lot of exaggerations here today about how, you know, people are going to get $7,200 more in income and all these tax breaks. I don't know, a lot of drama around here. But I'm not being dramatic when I say that this lipstick on the pig is the worst bill I've seen since I've been in Congress. Showering millions on millionaires and billionaires with tax cuts they don't need, sticking our grandkids with the tab, kicking 17 million people off health care, cutting the neediest off of SNAP benefits, cutting off our energy, clean energy future. The moral failings of this building are just too many to count. And yet, rather than step back and ask ourselves, is this really what we want to do? We're barreling toward an arbitrary deadline. And I'll tell you, the American people will not be celebrating on the 4th of July. They'll be looking at us, and when they ask me, what's the difference between Democrats and Republicans? I will refer them to H.R. 1, the Senate amendment to H.R. 1, and say, by their deeds, you will know them. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Chairman Smith, Chairman Arrington, I've heard hyperbole before, but to say this is the most dangerous piece of legislation in modern history really is the beyond hyperbole, I believe. But we're hearing this constant refrain that this bill benefits no one and harms everyone. Can you expand on how this bill benefits low and middle income Americans? I'll start with you, Chairman Smith, and then come to you, Chairman Arrington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's first say, if you vote against this bill, you're voting against the child tax credit being at $2,200 per child. At the end of this year, it will drop to $1,000. That makes a huge impact to 40 million hardworking Americans. And it's simply, when they vote no, They're voting against a $2,200 child tax credit, and they're okay with $1,000. They're also voting against no taxes on tips. There's a lot of millionaires and billionaires that gets tips. No, there's not. But if you listen to the Democrats here, they said this is all about billionaires and millionaires. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime work. How many millionaires and billionaires, Madam Chair, works by the hour? I don't think there's one. So by saying that this bill is for the billionaires and millionaires, it's just completely false. Because no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, tax relief for seniors. This affects real Americans. You have permanency for paid family and medical leave tax credit, helping workers balance family and careers. Partial refundability of the adoption tax credit. Numerous items could go on, but they'll try to say that this is all about the millionaires and billionaires. But let me tell you, in addition to stopping a $1,700 tax increase, we're stopping a $1,700 tax increase by passing this bill. Working families making between $15,000 to $30,000 will have their taxes cut by 21%, the largest of any income group in the distribution title. The largest. And that's a fact from CBO. As a result, the one big beautiful bill, the top 1% will pay more in federal taxes. They did before TCJA, over 40% of all federal taxes. And so it's important to know that 66% of the one big beautiful bill's tax cuts benefit American families making less than $500,000 a year. That's a tax cut for real Americans, and it counters the false narratives that we have heard this day.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Chairman Arrington.
Madam Chair, I agree with Chairman Smith. I can't imagine working families sustaining a tax hike after the inflation tax, which, as I mentioned, was 21%. These good people from everyone's district have suffered a cost of living crisis, the likes of which we haven't endured or experienced in 40 years. So I agree with Chairman Smith. I mean, let's start with do no harm. Let's not have a 22% hike on top of the 21% hike, which is thousands of dollars from these families' pocketbooks. But I think the best way to predict the future is past performance. And if you look at what happened after TCJA was passed, I would say, coupled with deregulation and other good economic policies, but we had the highest wage increase in a quarter of a century. $5,000 for the median household. The people on the lower end of the spectrum did better than those at the top in terms of the value of the tax cut. And wages grew 2 times as fast in the bottom 10% as the top 10%. The bottom 50 income grew. The bottom 50% of income earners grew 3 times that of the top 1%. And as the Chairman Smith said, the top 1% actually paid a greater share of their taxes. So, not to mention small businesses that support working families and family farms, and so the list goes on. But I would say for those lowest income earners and those that need the safety net, I think this helps them by not allowing illegal immigrants and folks who are otherwise ineligible from siphoning money off and jeopardizing the sustainability of these programs into the future. And in fact, Numbers USA says that It's $9,000 in social services, taxpayer funded, for people here illegally. That's more than we spend per American citizen on Medicaid. So to Ms. Moore, who's a friend, to her comment about we will be known by our deeds, how about the Democrats in the Senate, all except 4, who voted against the prohibition of illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care? When we can't sustain 51% increase over the last 4 or 5 years, 400 to 600 billion roughly on Medicaid, it will be $1 trillion in the next over this next budget window. It's not sustainable. So, Madam Chair, this couldn't be a better time or better policies to strengthen working families.
Thank you very much. Chairman Guthrie, out of all the fear-mongering we've heard, the most ridiculous is the claim that people will die if this bill is passed. The health care provisions in this bill target waste, fraud, and abuse in our Medicaid program to ensure it's sustainable for future generations and can continue to provide for our most vulnerable populations, such as women and children for whom the program was intended to serve. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have questions for everybody. But before I do, I have a question for you, Madam Chair. I'm just reading some of the, this is a post from Fox News saying that Andy Harris, who's our colleague, the head of the chair of the Freedom Caucus, has said that he will vote no on the rule when this rule comes before the full committee. He said that he'll vote no on the rule for the big, beautiful bill. He said that I don't think it's going to be in the next couple of days, but it's going to have to be a compromise between the House and the Senate, basically saying we're not there yet. I guess if the head of the Freedom Caucus is now publicly announcing he's against not the bill but the rule, then what the hell are we doing here? Because if you lose 3 or 4 members, then we're spinning our wheels here. So do you have any information on how many Republicans are going to vote no on the rule? Because I can assure you every Democrat is voting no on the rule.
No, sir. And as you know, we are the Speaker's Committee, and it's our task to hold this hearing on the bill, and we'll continue until we're given directions that there is no chance that the rule or the bill will pass.
Okay, I just wanted my colleagues to know that, and I'll keep announcing as people on the Republican side announce that they're voting against the rule, because I think that's relevant information. But
thank you, Mr. McGovern.
I just want to say for the record, I mean, Chairman Smith said that Democrats said that this bill is only for billionaires. That's absolutely not what I said in my opening remarks. And I'll say it again. This bill mostly benefits the well-off, but I said I would support some of the tax relief in this bill. The bottom line is that I support extending the tax benefits for the middle class. Told you I supported tax relief for on tips, and so I think we have some consensus there. Where there is disagreement, I think on the tax stuff, is the millionaires and billionaires. And I don't know whether you felt you were constrained for time in your opening testimony or not, but you didn't say anything about the benefits, why we're doing why there's tax relief for millionaires and billionaires. So you might want to. I'm happy to give you the time now to explain why do we need tax relief for millionaires and billionaires, especially when people are worried about increasing the debt and people losing health care and SNAP benefits, but this is going to cost us. So why does Jeff Bezos need a tax break?
Ranking Member McGovern, usually when you hear people say that we're cutting taxes for millionaires and billionaires, they point to Section 199A, which is the small business deduction. almost 80% of all businesses in the United States are pass-through entities. And by making that permanent, that small business deduction, that is what helps create so many jobs. And that is where your side of the aisle continues to talk about the millions and billionaires. And the other section that you talk about is
Jeff Bezos not getting a tax break in this bill?
the other section that you all are talking about within tax cuts is that we're keeping existing tax rates as they are today, moving permanently. We're not reducing those tax rates. We're just keeping them the same. So the fact that we're keeping them the same, you're saying that we're giving Jeff Bezos a tax cut.
But he gets a tax cut in this bill. I mean, I'm looking at at some of the statistics here. According to the way I interpret this bill, the top 1% get 22% of the benefit. The top 5% get 43% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit, and the top 20% get 66% of the benefit. And I don't know about your district, but most small businesses in my district are multimillionaires or billionaires. And you mentioned the child tax credit in your opening. The child tax credit goes down next year because Republicans designed it that way. You made it temporary, but you made tax cuts for corporations permanent. So that's why we're dealing with that. Republicans want to pretend that this bill provides meaningful tax relief to families through their child tax credit modifications. This is patently false. In fact, what Republicans are doing with the child tax credit in this bill is in many ways even worse than doing nothing at all. Under this backwards proposal, 1 in 3 children in America will be ineligible for the full child tax credit. That means millions of American citizen children will lose access to this life-changing assistance that they're currently receiving. In addition, families making more than $400,000 per year will be able to get the full value of the credit, but inexplicably, lower-income families will get nothing or just a fraction of that due to how Republicans structured the tax credit. So the official nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation estimated that next year, if this bill passes, 17 million American citizen children will be blocked from getting the full value of the credit. Now, Republicans claim that they want people to work, but that's just false because this bill actually strips the child tax credit away from children whose parents do work but just don't earn enough. So under your proposal, even if parents work full-time for an entire year, they'll earn too little to get the full credit if they're paid minimum wage. And again, this is all happening while some of us are astonished by the way that the tax benefits seem to go toward those at the top. And the people who this is not just me or Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee expressing concern about that. I mean, the Children's Hospital Association put out a statement opposing this bill, saying the new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide, and we ask Congress to oppose it, as an act to support America's children. But again, I didn't really get a good answer to why Jeff Bezos needs a tax break. Ms. Moore, I want to make sure that I have this straight because I talked about this, previously, and I couldn't believe it. But the House bill got rid of the nearly 100-year-old excise tax on gun silencers, right? But that wasn't enough for the Senate. They also got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns. I got to admit, I'm not much of a gun enthusiast, as some of my colleagues here might be, but I would imagine that it's easier to conceal a sawed-off shotgun or rifle, under your clothes. So Republicans are basically doubling down on what I call the hitman handout. Congresswoman Moore, am I right about that? How much would the hitman handout cost taxpayers? And can you talk about any other special interest giveaways in this bill?
Thank you for that question. Thank you, Mr. McGovern, for that question. The Senate got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns. You're absolutely correct. So there will be no tax on sawed-off shotguns.
Are there any other little giveaways that we know about, or are we going to have to wait for a few days before we find out if there are
Well,
other?
I think that some of the things that we're seeing is that while we're cutting educational opportunity for millions of people, we do provide a tax credit for the so-called choice program that will provide tax credits to those investors that invest in non-public education. We also see that there's a special carve-out for banks of certain loans that will not be taxed. Of course, we do see the protectionist movement toward fossil fuels.
No, I'm just saying, I think in the coming weeks, we're going to find, coming days, if this becomes law, we're going to find out more stuff. I know, Mr. Smith, I know he wanted to.
Right, and of course, you remember the silencer.
Oh, yeah, no, which is, like, I don't, but Mr. Smith, did you want to respond to why Jeff Bezos deserves a tax cut?
I would be happy to talk about the tax on suppressors and the short barrel rifles that you were asking.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question, but you can, if you want to talk about, explain to us, I think people want to know, like, why does someone like Jeff Bezos need a tax cut when all this other stuff is being cut? And I think that's not an outrageous question. It's what's on a lot of people's minds. By the way, not just Democrats, but independents and Republicans. That's why that's what the polling tells us, is that people don't quite get it. But if there's a quick answer as to why Jeff Bezos or people who earn what he earns deserve a tax cut, then I'm happy to yield to you.
So I'll just say the reality is this legislation is specifically focused on delivering more jobs, permanent tax cuts, and bigger paychecks for hardworking Americans. That's why the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and the tax relief for seniors.
He just spent $50 million on a wedding, and he's getting a tax cut. But whatever. But
I didn't get invited.
Mr.
Did you
McGovern,
get
I did
invited?
find the answer to your question.
yeah.
The $2 billion tax cut on the sawed-off shotguns and so forth comes to about $2 billion.
Thank you. The dedicated, nonpartisan civil servants at the Congressional Budget Office, provide fact-based estimates on how much bills will cost the American taxpayer, how many people will gain or lose health coverage, and other important quantifiable pieces of information that all of us, I think, want to have before voting on legislation. And we should be thanking them for the work that they do, and yet Republicans vilify them now. I don't know why. Maybe because Republicans may be threatened by the facts, but I think the facts are important. We need to know how many people are going to lose their health care. We need to know how many people are going to lose their nutrition assistance. We need to know how much it's going to add to the debt. Chairman Arrington, do you agree with CBO's analysis that this bill will add $3.3 trillion to the deficit? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. As the current chair of the Budget Committee, do you agree with President Trump that CBO is, quote, run by Democrats?
I think they are mostly Democrats, and most likely they're biased in that regard philosophically.
Right. Well, in fact, the current director of the CBO is a Republican.
Yeah.
And that's according to a recent interview he gave with the Wall Street Journal.
That's true.
And do you know what you said about the current CBO director when he was reappointed to his position 2 years ago?
Probably something good, I
Yeah,
hope.
you did. You said he has the two key ingredients to faithfully execute the role as our nation's budget scorekeeper, objectivity and integrity. And then now we hear a whole different version because Republicans don't like the numbers. And it's not just CBO saying that your bill will cost trillions. It's every budget modeling organization with any credibility. Do you agree with the Yale Budget Lab that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth? Yes or no?
I probably disagree with most of what's coming out of Yale
Do
University.
you agree with the
including that.
Penn-Wharton budget model that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
I disagree.
Do you agree with the right-leaning tax foundation that your tax cuts will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
I disagree with every organization you've mentioned because of the growth rate assumption.
And they account for growth. Do you agree with the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
May I make a clarification?
Yeah.
I mean, you're running through a pretty good list, but
I'm almost done with it.
I think I'll let you finish.
Do you agree with the Tax Policy Center that your tax cuts will
No,
add
sir.
trillions of dollars to the deficit?
I don't.
And what about the House Freedom Caucus? That these tax cuts will, they have a lower estimate, but it'll add over $1 trillion to the deficit and is way more expensive than the House passed bill.
Here's my position. I don't think Democrats or Republicans have gotten serious about addressing the cumulative deficits into the future. And even when President Trump, before he put his hand on the Bible and took his oath for his second term, CBO projected $20 trillion. So I think a lot of organizations will lump the entire $20 trillion. What I would say is this bill is focused on the growth part of the fiscal health equation, and what we have attempted to do is make sure we don't make the deficit problem worse while reaching out to my Democrat colleagues.
So you would disagree with the Freedom Caucus then? I assume that's one of the reasons why Andy Harris is voting against the rule, is because he's concerned about what this is going to add to the deficit.
I think there are a number of people concerned about that issue, Mr. McGovern, to be honest with you.
In March, you said, and I quote, "If the Senate is simply using current policy to get tax cuts permanent while avoiding or skirting the responsibility to bring down spending commensurately, then that is a non-starter." That's end quote.
Yeah.
Then in our April hearing on the budget, when I asked you if you were here supporting a non-starter, you told me I opposed the notion that in the final reconciliation bill that we would have a deficit increase on the watch of a party that claims fiscal responsibility as a core principle. And as recently as June 10th, you signed a letter that said, and I quote, "We remain unequivocal in our position that any additional tax cuts must be matched dollar by real enforceable spending reductions. That union is the cornerstone of the House framework adopted in Section 4001 of H. Con. Res. 14, and it's the minimum standard for our support," end quote. So you've been very consistent in your demands, and so I have to ask you: did the Senate follow the House's reconciliation restrictions?
They did not.
All right. I mean, according to the latest analysis from the Committee on Responsible Federal Budget, the Senate violated the House's instructions by over $500 billion, and the final bill will add $4 trillion to the national debt, including interest. So here we are with a final bill that does something that you called a non-starter, that violates your core principles, and it doesn't meet what you called the minimum standard for your support. Have your core principles changed since April? I mean,
no, sir.
I mean, do words minimum and non-starter not mean what I think that they mean? I don't understand, why. I mean, if I were on the right of this, I mean, I don't know why, you wouldn't take this opportunity maybe to follow Lisa Murkowski's advice to, maybe have a conference with the Senate and try to work something out. It seems that everything that everybody
may be on to something.
Yeah, well, it's it. Well, and again, if that's the case, then I don't know why we're here in the Rules Committee taking up your time. But Ranking Member Boyle, it seems to me to be the prevailing view of literally every credible budget expert across the country that the Republicans' proposal will blow a multi-trillion-dollar hole in our debt. Even Republicans can't seem to get their stories straight. The Trump White House claims that the bill will reduce the deficit by trillions using magic math. Senate Republicans are opting to pretend that $4 trillion in tax cuts don't count as new tax cuts. And a select few House Republicans, like Congressman Massey, and I hate to add to his misery, Congressman Roy, actually admit that the bill will raise the deficit. Ranking Member Boyle, can you explain in very simple terms what Republicans are doing here by ignoring current law and using an alternative way to estimate the cost of their bill? And is it true that the new version of the bill adds hundreds of billions more to the deficit than what the House Republicans passed earlier this year?
Yes, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I have to give Republicans credit for this. They have been able to get left-leaning groups and right-leaning groups both on the same side, saying exactly the same thing, that this bill adds trillions of dollars to our deficit and debt. To be specific, $4 trillion. Now, one of the ways, process-wise, that the Senate Republicans achieved this is actually truly historic. Ever since 1974, we have operated under the Budget and Impoundment Control Act. That's what created House Budget Committee, Senate Budget Committee. It's what gave birth to the Congressional Budget Office. It was to ensure that all members would have accurate numbers. The official scorekeepers, the Congressional Budget Office, would initiate 10-year projections And within the process known as reconciliation that was created, these numbers needed to add up. If you were going to have new spending, it needed to be paid for. If you were going to give out tax cuts, that also needed to be accounted for, either through cuts or additional revenue elsewhere. Ever since 1974, we have used something called the current law baseline. So, for example, with these tax cuts, the original 2017 TCJA tax cuts, they're set to expire midnight December 31st of this year. If you want to extend them the following day, the following month, the following year, following decade, so be it, you have to pay for it. Now, because of this legislation, for the first time in 51 years, that will be violated by switching to something that's called current policy baseline. It is an intellectually bankrupt concept. Current policy baseline is jargon for essentially this concept. I bought a donut this morning. I paid for that donut. Now, tomorrow, and the next day, and every day for the rest of my life, that donut will cost me nothing. According to current policy baseline, that is true. This bill uses, make no mistake about it, current policy baseline. And again, because I'm being magnanimous, I want to give Republicans credit. You have just solved Democrats' problem and come up with the way Democrats will pay for Medicare for all. You have actually solved it by using current policy baseline. This is a new precedent that has been set, and when this bill becomes law, if it, God forbid, does become law, this will be the new standard that the Democratic side of the aisle will absolutely follow from now on.
Well, I thank you for that. Chairman Thompson, I want to go to something that Ranking Member Craig mentioned in her opening, because I think this is important. When our committee marked up this big, ugly bill in May, I recall you saying that your bill protects veterans. In fact, you actually took credit for the exemptions from work requirements for veterans, former foster youth, and homeless people that were signed into law as part of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And as we're here now with a bill that actually gets rid of the protections for veterans, for former foster youth, and for homeless individuals, Mr. Chairman, I know you know this, but I'll lay this out for members in this room who don't serve on the Agriculture Committee, like us, and for people watching this at home. This means if this bill gets signed into law, veterans, former foster youth ages 18 to 24, and homeless individuals will now be kicked off of their SNAP benefits after 3 months. So a 64-year-old veteran who can't find a job has nowhere left to turn. I mean, he will go hungry in 3 months. A 19-year-old girl, a 19-year-old who lived a complicated life in and out of different foster homes gets SNAP for 3 months, and then she's out of luck. A person who can't find stable housing and is trying to find a place to stay is kicked off of his food benefits in 90 days. And so, you know, when we're talking about people being hurt, I mean, these are the people that we're talking about. And so my question for you, I mean, do you support removing the protections for veterans?
Well, Mr. McGovern, I'm hesitant to correct you, but my statement was President Biden was the one that was pushing those three populations of having them exempt. From what I saw, and I complained about this at this time in those negotiations, we were cheating those three populations from greater opportunity because we were not going to be able to provide them access to the SNAP Employment and Career and Technical Education benefit, which we invest significant monies on. If they can't work, as you know, being on the committee as long as what you have been, and being a champion for nutrition, which I appreciate your passion, that there's two other alternatives: is an average of 80 hours a week working, or 80 hours of volunteer work a month. I'm sorry, 80 hours a month, yeah, of working, volunteering, or engaged in, and quite frankly, it's my favorite. I'll be honest with you. It's engaged in 80 hours of SNAP employment and career and technical education. And so just because somebody can't find a job doesn't mean their benefits stop after 3 months. They could volunteer an average of 80 hours a month and still be eligible. Or better yet, let's give them a shot at the American dream, which is not stuck in poverty. It's having access to that ladder of opportunity.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm not misquoting you here, because this is from 5/14/25, and you said, quote, "This committee, Mark, continues to exempt veterans. That was part of the negotiations I reached with President Biden during the Fiscal Responsibility Act negotiations. Our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement. That is the law. We are not proposing to change the law."
Well, those
you
negotiations
said it. So now
are,
you
negotiations are give and take. That was
Yeah.
not my position. I thought we were cheating those three populations. And the House version did leave them intact, given the fact that they would naturally expire on their own after just a
And with
few
respect that
few
somehow we're
years.
cheating them of opportunities, I mean,
Well,
okay.
if we're leaving them stuck in poverty, we're cheating them.
Most states operate voluntary programs and can assign people who are interested in SNAP E&T to the program regardless of work status. These programs are severely limited.
That's right, and
Due
they
to
were
a history of
exempt under-
underfunding by both the state and the federal government. So even if you're subject to the paperwork requirements, there's no guarantee that you can participate in training because states don't have enough spaces. So this bill subjects millions of new people to the time limit in SNAP, and there aren't nearly enough E&T slots. So to put it in perspective, there are just over 300,000 E&T slots total. The demand is high. And we aren't here talking about more funding for E&T. We are here talking about you kicking more people off of benefits. And just to be honest about what you're doing, please, I think it's important to state that. I don't know, Ranking Member Craig, whether you want to add.
Mr. Ranking Member, I got to
I'm happy
say,
to- no,
I would challenge you to say there are not plenty of volunteer opportunities in every community.
And people's lives are very complicated. In case you're not out and about in your districts, people's lives are very complicated. People don't fit into these nice, neat categories that everybody that you all outline. That is, life doesn't fall into black and white categories. They a lot of gray area in terms of how complicated people's lives are. Ranking Member Craig.
I would just add, Ranking Member, that these are people who've served this nation in our military, and we each know them. We know homeless veterans. We know those who are suffering with mental illness. And the idea that we are going to take food away from them in their time of need because they can't work 80 hours a month, to me, it's un-American.
Yeah, and I find this a particularly cruel provision in the bill. Ranking Member Craig, this bill sets up a massive new bureaucratic system forcing states to, for the first time ever, cover the cost of providing benefits to people. States have no clue how they're going to come up with the hundreds of millions of dollars to cover SNAP benefits. I mean, CBO and 23 governors wrote to us to say that states may be forced to drop out of SNAP entirely due to the increased cost. States not offering SNAP benefits to people would be catastrophic. It would make hunger exponentially worse in this country and push people deeper into poverty. And I can't even begin to guess what kind of long-term consequences that would have on health care costs, workplace productivity, and educational outcomes. So you don't have to take my word for it. We had 23 governors write to Congress, and they said, quote, "If states are forced to end their SNAP programs, hunger and poverty will increase, child and adults will get sicker, grocery stores in rural areas will struggle to stay open, people in agriculture and the food industry will lose their jobs, and state and local economies will suffer," end quote. I ask unanimous consent to insert their letter into the record. Yeah, and in some states, I know Minnesota is one of them, and you mentioned this. And by the way, Mr. Pallone and Ms. Moore in New Jersey and Wisconsin are also on that list. Counties will be on the hook for a portion of that cost. In Minnesota, I think counties will be on the hook for coming up with $43 million per year to continue offering benefits. I know you do your homework, Ms. Craig, and I know you talked to county officials about this. Do county officials in Minnesota have confidence that they can come up with $43 million a year? And if they can't, then what happens?
No, Mr. Ranking Member, they do not. In fact, those county commissioners in Minnesota have been burning up my cell phone all weekend long. States already have skin in the game. 50% of the cost share for administering SNAP goes to the states. And in some states, that cost is even higher. In Minnesota, for example, the cost of administering SNAP, mostly, it's about 80%, falls on the counties. And this bill shifts more of the cost for federal food assistance programs onto them. I've heard from a bunch of them in the last 24 hours. And today, the Minnesota Star Tribune, the headline, front page, was Trump's federal spending bill could force Minnesota counties to raise property taxes. Realistically, Mr. Ranking Member, the only thing that those Minnesota counties are going to be able to do with this unfunded mandate is either raise local taxes, county property taxes, or they're going to have to not fund other priorities in the county.
So this could end up being a tax increase at the state level or at the county level, I mean, in order to be able to make sure that people have the basic necessity of food.
Yeah, for many Minnesotans, the tax increase at the local level is going to just completely offset. It's going to be much, much more than the tiny little tax decrease that some of the folks here are suggesting people may end up with. Look, it's a lose-lose for Minnesotans, but, Virginia, New Jersey, the members on this committee, the Rules Committee, and I would suspect a lot of the folks here, Mr. McGovern, don't actually know about this yet, or you've only learned about it in recent days. Colorado, Ohio, and in particular, North Carolina and New Jersey, where counties pay actually 100% of the administrative cost. In fact, I have a statement here from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners that was issued last week that I'd like to read because I think it should be incredibly important to members of the Rules Committee across the aisle. By reducing federal funding and shifting administrative costs to state and local governments, Congress would force North Carolina and its counties to replace tens of millions of dollars in lost revenue, either by generating new funds through increased taxes or redirecting them from other essential programs. Should the state be unwilling or unable to replace the SNAP benefit reductions, individual counties will be forced to choose between diverting funding from their own programs, raising local taxes, or watching their residents go without this important safety net. Local governments are most disadvantaged to replace SNAP funding. The best way to ensure our residents receive this benefit is to preserve federal funding. It's just really, truly difficult, Mr. McGovern, to see how the people in this room could support a bill that is going to increase taxes at the county level on so many of the states across this country.
And I think this is a big deal. It's a big change. And I do think this should have been the subject of hearings, and we should have heard from people from all around the country as to how they would potentially deal with it or not deal with it, and what the impact would be. I mean, the cynic in me says that maybe part of the deal is to get states to opt out of SNAP and to not provide people a food benefit and just take that off the table. But this is going to have an impact that I think most states don't even have a clue of, right, of what it's going to mean to them.
If I may, Mr. McGovern, the CBO scores that you quoted, that was actually when there was state share, that was scored at a state share of 50%.
Well, that was
which is outrageous. And of course, the Senate made some refinements to the process. Any error rates under 6% is a zero cost share. The idea here is not to punish anyone. It's to incentivize the states to do a better job.
And understand, too, that error rates include underpayments. People.
Well, underpayments or overpayments, because overpayments get clawed back, and that hurts people in future months.
Well, I would encourage us all to read what actually came back from the Senate, because, in fact, 10 states in this country are not going to be subject to the cost shift that others are as a result of a last-minute deal cut over in the Senate by one U.S. senator. And for that matter, I just say last night, the governor of Pennsylvania warned that his state, your state here, some of you here, might have to opt out of the program, leaving 2 million people without federal food assistance if these cuts become law. The consequences for that are health, our rates of childhood obesity, of hunger for economy. It would be devastating if this happens.
Just one quick question. Are undocumented immigrants in SNAP?
No, of course they aren't, by federal law. And look, every member of this committee should just go on their phone. I know you all know how to use a phone. The USDA website clearly states, this is a direct quote, SNAP is not and has never been available to undocumented non-citizens. Only American citizens and certain other select groups of documented, that means they're in this country legally, non-citizens may receive SNAP. It's embarrassing that any member of Congress would actually
No, but
say
I
that.
thank you for saying that, because I've heard some of my Republican colleagues on talk shows talking about that.
They aren't, and they never
I don't
have
know
been.
what they're talking about. I just have one last set of questions for Energy and Commerce. Mr. Guthrie, President Trump has said time and time and again, and in fact, he continues to say that Republicans will not touch Medicaid. But it blows my mind that he says that. But anyway, if Republicans enact this bill, you will be in clear and total violation of that promise. This bill, as I read it, includes $930 billion in cuts to Medicaid. That's according to the nonpartisan budget scorekeepers at CBO. But just don't take it from me or even from the budget experts. Listen to the doctors and the hospitals across the country that say this bill will devastate healthcare in this country. The Children's Hospital Association said, and I quote, "The new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide, and we ask Congress to oppose it as an act of support for America's children. Your child, regardless of their insurance status, could see the services they rely on reduced or eliminated with significantly less support to sustain them. The bill amounts to fewer doctors and nurses to see your child, longer wait times, and sicker children," end quote. Hospitals across the country have raised alarms, including in Louisiana, Ohio, and in your home state of Kentucky. On June 26, the Kentucky Hospital Association said that this bill will force hospitals to close and endanger 20,000 health care jobs in your state. In total, estimates suggest that more than 300 rural hospitals and over 500 nursing homes could close because of this legislation. The fact that this bill cuts Medicaid has even been confirmed by key Republicans, including Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, the Chairwoman Fox's home state, who asked, quote, "What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore?" So, Chairman Guthrie, can you answer that question? Like, what should Senator Tillis tell the hundreds of thousands of people in North Carolina who will be pushed off of Medicaid because of the cuts in funding? And what about the 40,000 people in my district in Massachusetts who will lose their health care? I mean, I think you think that they deserve to know why cutting these benefits is such a priority, and especially because the offsets are being used, again, not to reduce the deficit or the debt, but to pay for tax cuts for very wealthy people.
Yeah, let me start with, as we were here before, the people who were losing their health insurance on the Medicaid side of it, the people who were most affected, one, were illegal. There are people that are illegal that receive Medicaid benefits through states that choose to do that.
Yeah,
that
not
was
federal- not federal
birded out of the bill, so that's not part of it.
Right.
So you got the most.
But never federal Medicaid.
Well, there's two ways to do it. One is they use the federal office that's 90-10, whatever you want to call it, to administer it. So that's what we were looking at, is the administration costs. The other thing is you don't have to verify legal status until 90 days into being on Medicaid. So there's people technically be on Medicaid, and it's scored, so there's no, that it happens with CBO, and that was not allowed in by the Byrd rule. So the other is people that are not eligible because of eligibility rules, and the people that are able to work. It was 4.6 million. That number is of people who were estimated that were able to work. And when we say able to work, it's people all the ones that you talked about with mental health, with all the other, they're exempted out, people with substance use disorder.
Well, according to the Joint Economic Committee, 184,526 people will lose their health care coverage in Kentucky. Are they all deserving to lose their health care benefits?
So I would say if they're able to work and choose not to work, when I say under the restrictions that we have for eligibility, most Kentuckians think, I know there was some criticism that came out from the governor's office of our bill, but if they're defending people that are able to work and they're not working.
That's an awful lot of people in Kentucky. Ranking Member
Well,
Malone,
Kentucky has one of the lowest workforce participation rates, people who are eligible to work that are working, and they'll be better off if they're working.
Yeah, I want to make just one statement before I go to Mr. Malone. This notion that, all these millions and millions of Americans really are living the easy life, staying home watching TV and being on Medicaid and being on SNAP is ludicrous. A food benefit that's on average $2 per meal for an individual. I mean, it's just like, it's so offensive to people in this country. And, I mean, I don't know whether you talk to your constituents who are on Medicaid, but I'll tell you, I mean, their lives are oftentimes very, very complicated. And I think part of why this bill is so unpopular is because people think you're talking about them.
I agree that people have complicated lives. Not everybody you said it, not everybody fits into a neat category. But it doesn't make sense to let people there are a substantial number, according to studies, of people that are receiving Medicaid that could otherwise be working. That's why we were very careful to sculpt provisions where people that are on substance use disorder,
right.
people that are mental health, they're all exempted. People with dependent child at home.
Living through the last 24 hours and watching the machinations of the United States Senate trying to add things, take things out, move things around, using the words very careful don't seem to apply here. And I'm willing to bet you anything that if this thing becomes law, you'll find out in a few days that there's something in here that none of us knew was in there, or that has an adverse impact on something that we care about, and it's going to be too late to do anything about it. So I'm just telling you, this was not a very careful process. We don't know all of the implications about what is coming before us
The
today.
eligibility requirements from the House that stood, and those were very carefully drafted because of the points you made.
So, Ranking Member Pallone, Republicans continue to falsely claim that the only people who will lose health insurance will be undocumented people or people who sit at home watching TV all day. Can you address this point and discuss who will lose health care under this bill, who is actually losing health coverage, and why do they need Medicaid and the ACA?
Well, let me divide the answer in two parts. One is about the people that lose their health insurance, and the second is about the cuts to providers and the children's hospitals and the other things you mentioned. First of all, the Republicans have to stop. I know they won't, but they have to stop saying that the only thing they're doing here is work requirements or paperwork. The bottom line is that if you talk about the $1 trillion that's going to be cut here, or the 17 million people that are going to lose their health insurance, there's probably only a third of that $1 trillion that's related to the paperwork. Now, that's significant because the bottom line is that, it's not fair. Use the Georgia example I've used a million times where they estimated there were 300,000 or 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, and only 4,500 of those actually got Medicaid because of the paperwork requirements, meaning, you've got to file every month. You have to show that if you're not working, it's, because of a level of disability that's impossible to reach. That's maybe a third of it. The rest of it is all the other cuts, right? So, for example, with regard to the ACA, the subsidies, the enhanced subsidies are gone. So if your health insurance costs you, is valued at, say, $5,200 a year and you're paying $100 a month, you're now going to have to pay an extra $4,000 that would have been subsidized, and you can't afford it, so therefore you don't get health insurance, right? So this is not primarily about paperwork requirements, although those paperwork requirements are so awful that a lot of people will lose their health insurance. The other thing I was going to say too is that you're talking about the Children's Hospital. This is what the Senate did that made this so much more onerous. We don't talk about CHIP, right? Much. You haven't heard much about that. But what's been done collectively between the House and the Senate with CHIP is devastating, right? So now there are lifetime and annual limits on how much can be spent for a child on CHIP. There are provisions that say you have to wait 30 days before you're eligible for CHIP. So the children's hospitals are devastated, in part, not only because of Medicaid and the ACA cuts, but also because of the impact on CHIP. And then what the Senate did with the provider tax was even worse, because you understand that there's two things here that hospitals depend on. If they're failing, a state like New Jersey will give them what we call direct state payments so that they don't fail. Those are significantly cut back in the House and the Senate bill. The provider tax, if you say in the House bill, we said, well, we're going to just keep the provider tax the way it is. You can't raise it due to inflation. You can't change it any other way. But they didn't change the status quo. What the Senate did is to scale back and say every year the provider tax is going to be less and less. And then if you don't get that provider tax at the state level, then you can't give the providers, in this case the hospitals and nursing homes, the level of money so that they can actually operate. So look, I don't want to eliminate the emphasis on the paperwork or whatever the Republicans call it, the work requirements. That's devastating enough. But you have to understand that that's a certain percentage of this overall cuts. It's not the majority. A lot of this is just directly cutting these programs and the amount of funding that's coming to the providers.
Right.
That's what's going on here.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie, are you aware how much damage this bill is going to do to the clean energy industry in Kentucky? I mean, I have a letter here addressed to you from manufacturing companies in Kentucky, and the letter states, quote, there are already more than 14,000 clean energy jobs in Kentucky in the battery, manufacturing, automotive, grid infrastructure, critical minerals, and clean energy industries, end quote. The letter further states that $8 billion in announced funding for these industries to your state has yet to be spent and is a significant risk if this bill passed. That sounds like a heck of a lot of jobs. I mean, what do you say to these employers? And and I mean, on the tax portion of this bill, I mean, what do you tell the thousands of people who could lose their jobs from Kentucky, or for that matter, in Missouri? I mean, who want to work in these high-paying industries? I mean, this bill is a job killer and a climate killer.
If they're the largest battery plants are in my district, one battery plant, Ford offers a good product people are going to buy. They were going to build 2 battery plants in my district. They built 2 plants. They're going to equip one because they make a good product and people are going to buy it. They're not going to equip the other. They're looking for other uses for it. The other one is actually in my hometown. And I say this, and I've told people who've asked me about this, I think if people choose to buy an electric vehicle, that's absolutely their choice. I don't think it's the federal government's job to mandate them to do so. And I think it's better off for the American people, regardless of what the specific issues. But I think people are going to end up buying these cars because they're good products. But I don't think that they should be mandated. I just don't think they should be mandated to be bought.
Yeah, well,
Mr.
yes.
McGovern, our clocks have gone wonky on us. Now been going about 4 minutes.
No, and I
think that's really testing.
No, and I appreciate the chairwoman's admonition, but with all due respect to everybody who's here, I mean, this is a big deal, and we don't even have time to read everything in this bill, and for many of us who have looked at the House bill and tried to follow what's going on in the Senate, we are really worried about how it's going to impact our constituents, and so I get it, but we have no other opportunity to be able to ask these questions and get these answers. And so, again, I apologize to the panel, but this is important, and I will.
Can I finish my thought, though?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
But if I was a business and my member of Congress was not going to mandate that people buy my product, I might send them a letter as well.
We're not mandating you to buy a product.
Well, they're mandating you have
we're
to
not.
buy electric.
We're actually trying to get an industry off the ground and maybe provide a little help in combating climate change and actually being good to this planet. Yeah, and so anyway, I think people would rather that than tax cuts for Jeff Bezos. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to take 5 seconds. We've heard mention of people who are on SNAP and on welfare having complicated lives. Let me tell you, the most complicated lives of the people in this country who are working 40-plus hours a week to pay their taxes and deal with their children and health care and other things. I don't hear too many people defending those people.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, the majority of able-bodied adults on SNAP work for a living, and the majority of people on the program are children and they're senior citizens. So let's not leave the misimpression that that program is just for people who don't work.
Mr. Norman.
I want to thank all the committee heads, Chairman, for what you've done. The first bill that we put out, each of you worked hard to get. Each of you had things and were part of the process. Our Democrat colleagues, no one voted for our bill that the House sent over. no one agrees with giving money back to the taxpayer that they earned. And to have my good friend, Mr. McGovern, question whether there were really people who are able-bodied, and it's not that many of them, you hadn't been in the real world. You go to that restaurant, you go to that electrician, you go to that tire manufacturer. Every day, the number one concern is getting people who are willing to do hot work. It's not there. You've been in government too long. And all I would say is that the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're sitting here talking about something that we hadn't read fully. We hadn't got a copy of it. Now, Mr. McGovern, I do agree with you on that, the fact that we should have it in hand. I think the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're adding debt to our children and grandchildren who are defenseless. Debt is a curse. And Jody, you were right. We got to reverse the curse. And what the Senate did is unconscionable. What they did to our bill was unconscionable. And that's why, I will be, unlike my Democrat colleagues, they will not support anything their new leader in New York, Mandani, government-run stores, government-run gas stations, government-run apartments. I wonder how many U-Haulets are now leaving New York, and the socialist theory just does not work. So I'm against this because of what the Senate did. I'll vote against it here, and I'll vote against it on the floor until we get it right. And the fact is, the good news, we're going to pass the tax cuts. The tax cuts don't expire until the December of this year. We're going to pass the tax cuts. And I think we're going to go back to the drawing table. It is my hope we'll go back to the drawing table and get very close to what we sent the Senate, because instead of each individual senator getting a goodie bag and sacrificing the health of this country is an abomination to, again, the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence. So I do think that hopefully we'll get to that. We're not there yet, but I think hopefully we will be, and the American people will be better off for it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd first yield to Mr. McGovern.
No, the gentleman just took a swipe at me. Let me return a swipe by saying I think he spent too much time at Mar-a-Lago and with people who are well off and well connected. He needs to spend a little bit more time talking to people who are struggling in this country. And by the way, I think we just have another announcement of somebody who's opposed to the bill. Are you opposed to the rule too?
Yes, I'm going to vote against the rule, and I'm going to vote against.
So that's three. If we get one more, then then we're done for today, and you can go and work out something different. So I don't know why we're here if we already know three people who are going to vote against the rule. We're not even get this thing to the floor unless you cave, which has become a kind of a pattern around here. But I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Yeah, it's interesting how many qualms we're hearing from across the aisle, whether the Senate or the senators. Yes, it is. Whether it's senators or members of the House who don't think this bill is ready to go. I couldn't agree more. I think it's the most expensive bill in the history of our nation. I had a town hall this weekend. My constituents have questions about it. I've got a lot of questions about it. All the reports we're seeing come out have that it's the biggest wealth transfer in our nation's history. It's the largest effort to kick people off their health care in history. It's a sweeping assault on nutrition assistance that's going to have kids going hungry and also without health care. So I think it's a monstrosity. I don't think it's defensible either morally or economically. It's supposed to reduce the national debt, and it adds trillions to the national debt. That's because the real purpose is not debt reduction. I think it's pretty clear the real purpose is to give tax cuts to billionaires and big business in service to this failed economic theory of trickle-down economics, which has proven over half a century to never spur the kind of economic growth to make up for the deficits that tax cuts for billionaires create. If Republicans run through these tax cuts, our economy will not magically overperform to make up the lost revenue. It just doesn't work that way. But we will see even more income inequality as the rich, the Musks, the Bezos, the Mar-a-Lago millionaires get richer and everybody else gets left behind. Some of our colleagues say they hate this bill or they don't like parts of it, but at the end of the day, they have lacked the guts to stand up for the American people, and they have voted for this travesty of a bill over and over again because the head of their party wants it. Time and again, we've seen the only Republicans willing to stand up for their constituents in the country are those who are on their way out the door. So what kind of moral compass does one need to have to think that a millionaire deserves a tax cut, but a working mom should lose her health care? As Ranking Member Moore suggested, our bills, our budgets, make clear what our priorities are. And what's clear here is that Trump's Republican Party only cares about rich people and large companies. They don't care about working people. They don't care about kids. They don't care if you need Medicare or SNAP to make ends meet. This bill is an unconscionable attack on the middle class and on our poorest American neighbors. It's a 940-page testament to Republican values, and those values are grim. It's really shocking to see the supporters of this bill trying to justify taking away health care from 17 million people, kicking 5 million people off SNAP, causing the closure of hundreds of nursing homes, community health centers, and hospitals across the country, allowing mining and oil drilling on our public lands and in our public forests, raising energy costs for consumers across the country, while adding nearly $4 trillion to the national debt so that the mega rich can get mega richer. Who in their right minds thinks this is a good deal for the American people? For every millionaire that gets a tax cut, 19 people will be kicked off their health care and 6 people will lose their food assistance. I don't think these measures reflect the values of the hardworking families that I represent in Pennsylvania's 5th, and I don't think it's what most Americans want now that we have the details in writing. And that's why I think this hearing is particularly important, as this bill has been constructed over the weekend with last-minute additions, in, they're out. We all need to be reading this bill and not after taking the votes. This bill puts the government's weight entirely on the side of the wealthy and well-connected. It values caviar over kids. It values hedge funds over health care, and it values Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. The health care cuts alone in this bill are breathtaking. Medicaid, a program that ensures over 90 million Americans, including almost half of all the births in this country, is on the chopping block. The bill slashes state funding, imposing work requirements and paperwork traps, and repealing incentives to expand Medicaid altogether. And the Republican justification for these Medicaid cuts is bull. As we have heard, as anyone who's looked at it knows, federal Medicaid does not cover undocumented immigrants. But it does cover millions of children, including 99% of all foster kids, which I know is a particular concern for Rep. Moore, almost half the births in this country, and 1/3 of all kids with cancer. And that's whose health care coverage is being threatened by this bill. The work requirements are a particularly cruel hoax. They don't increase employment, they just increase the red tape. And I thought our Republican colleagues were against bureaucracy and red tape. When Arkansas tried similar work requirements, over 18,000 people lost coverage, and there was no increase in employment. This bill mandates similar complicated paperwork requirements so that a Medicaid recipient has to prove they're doing 80 hours a month of work or community engagement, even though the vast majority of folks on Medicaid are already working, in school, or caring for a family member. So even though most Medicaid recipients are working, if they forget to file a form, if they miss a verification deadline, if their employer fails to respond, or if their state agency makes a mistake, they get kicked off Medicaid. It's not that they're not eligible, it's that the paperwork gets them kicked off. It's a cruel bureaucratic paperwork trap, not a work incentive. And that's why the CBO found that these policies won't increase employment, but they will cause millions to lose their coverage. When people lose coverage, their illnesses don't disappear, their needs don't go away. They go to the emergency room, they delay care until it becomes catastrophic, they miss bills, they lose their homes to pay for treatment. Ultimately, people will die due to the loss of coverage. That's the real-world impact of this bill. But many of our Republican colleagues don't seem to get that. Mitch McConnell said people will get over it. Joni Ernst said, and I quote, "We're all going to die." And today in this meeting, we're hearing statements that show an unfathomable callousness towards the American people who are going to lose their coverage. I had at my town hall meeting this weekend parents of kids with disabilities who overwhelmingly rely on this coverage. And the idea that they could navigate caps on coverage for their kids is simply astonishing. Plus, we're hearing from every corner that the Medicaid cuts are going to cost hundreds of nursing homes. We've got a list now of 537 nursing homes that are at risk of closing. One's in my district, 2 are adjoining. This is going to cause nursing homes, hospitals, and community health centers to close. It is really mind-boggling. We know that more than 60% of long-term care residents rely on Medicaid. But this bill cuts that funding while simultaneously eliminating staffing requirements at our long-term care facilities. So people aren't going to be able to afford the care, and the care they get isn't going to be as good as it is now. That's a recipe for disaster. We're going to see facilities shutting down and horror stories of abuse, neglect, and poor conditions. Then there's the gutting of food assistance. The bill imposes harsh new work requirements for SNAP that would kick millions off the program, including, as we've heard, families, seniors, veterans, and foster youth. It turns LIHEAP assistance into countable income. And for many of our communities, like Chairman Thompson's community, mine, LIHEAP is absolutely essential for people trying to get through the winter. It bans using internet bills in utility and allowances, and that's an especially egregious cut in the 21st century. On top of that, states are going to have to start footing part of the SNAP bill for the first time ever. This is a backdoor cut, and I know my state, as well as I assume many of the others, are not prepared to take that hit to their budgets. Like so many provisions in this bill, the SNAP provisions would shift billions of dollars in cost to the states, in addition to all the paperwork and personnel costs that this bill would add. For example, when you no longer have automatic registration for school lunches because you have untied it from SNAP, all of a sudden all of our local school districts are going to have to re-engage with an arduous process to make sure that kids are eligible for school lunches. We had a roundtable with our local school districts a couple weeks ago, and they are terrified about this at a time when school budgets are under so much stress. All of a sudden, we're going to require them to hire dozens of new people to make sure kids can get lunches and be able to study while they're at school because their stomachs aren't growling. Multiple analyses have shown that any minimal benefit that we might get from this tax structure for lower-income Americans is going to get eaten up by Trump's tariff wars. According to a new economic analysis put out yesterday by the Yale Budget Lab, this bill is actually going to reduce income for the bottom 40% of earners. A massive chunk of the middle class will actually see their incomes drop as a result of this bill. Meanwhile, people at the top 1% are going to get a $30,000 tax cut, and the top 0.01%, will get a $100,000 handout. So again, every responsible study that is looking at this is showing that we're going to see a wealth transfer from low-income Americans to the wealthiest among us. And all of this is going to be paid for with borrowed money. The bill adds nearly $4 trillion to the debt. That's not me saying it. It's Moody's, the Wall Street Journal, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. It's going to be the single largest increase to the deficit in American history. Republicans say the tax cuts will pay for themselves. It's a lie. It always has been. It was a lie in 1981, it was a lie in 2001, and it was a lie in 2017. It's still a lie today. The promise of tax cuts for the rich creating jobs and economic growth has never materialized. And we have the data of half a century to show that. What we have witnessed is a massive increase in income inequality, an acceleration of corporate concentration, stagnant wages for workers, jobs shipped overseas, and an economy that doesn't revolve around Main Street, but around shareholders, Wall Street, and CEOs. The climate provisions in this big ugly bill are no better. It represents a near total rollback of the historic investments in clean energy and environmental protection that we enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act. These cuts are going to jeopardize 1.75 million good-paying construction jobs and billions of dollars in private sector investment that is growing our economy now with solar, wind, and hydroelectric projects. We're slamming the brakes with this bill on some incredible economic growth and ceding energy dominance to China. Also, our Republican colleagues can placate their fossil fuel donors. This bill is a brazen handout to polluters. It has sweetheart deals for the oil, coal, and gas industries that read like they were written by lobbyists. It mandates lease sales in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, threatening one of the last truly pristine ecosystems on Earth. It opens 4 million acres of public land to coal mining and slashes royalty rates, a direct subsidy to the oil and gas industry. And household energy costs are going to go up as a result of this bill. We've seen 2 studies already showing that costs for energy in my state, in Pennsylvania, in New York, are likely to increase 7 to 8%. In Minnesota, they're likely to increase by 12%, and 16% increase in energy costs for Texas and South Carolina. This bill not only repeals clean energy tax credits for wind and solar, but imposes a steep excise tax on any new wind or solar project that doesn't comply with restrictions that are designed to be impossible to meet. This is a particular burden on Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania's legislature recently passed a law to help our schools convert to solar energy, using some of the credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. And this was viewed as a win-win-win-win because it was good for our construction folks, it was good for our school districts because it was lowering their costs of construction and of energy costs moving forward, and of course it was good for folks who are concerned about the environment. So it was a broadly bipartisan bill. That we now have school districts that have signed up to get the benefits of that and to use solar as they undertake needed renovations in our schools. And now that's all put on hold because of this bill. You know, we've seen the bill's going to gut tax incentives for clean vehicles and for purchasing energy-efficient appliances. For the last year, my office has been holding seminars for consumers so they know how to claim these tax credits. You know, folks, if you want an electric car under this bill, you better buy it before September because it's cutting it off that quickly. The bill also slashes funding for environmental justice initiatives that we're finally beginning to address decades of pollution and disinvestment in frontline communities. And I have many of those in my district, places that are subject to flooding and other environmental harm because they were redlined, because they haven't had the help to address those things. The bill's not just bad for the environment, it's a deliberate, coordinated attempt to reverse our progress on the climate crisis. It's going to cost us jobs, it's going to cost us economic growth, and it's going to cost us leadership in the global clean energy race. Some of us were involved in a roundtable with folks from the UK last week, and one of their business leaders said, wow, you know, Europe and the UK were really ahead of the curve when it comes to clean energy investment and innovation, but then the US passed that Inflation Reduction Act, and if you heard a giant sucking sound, it was all the investment coming out of Europe and going to the US. But they said, but now we don't know because there's too much uncertainty. It looks like you're going to roll that back, and we're probably not going to invest in the US again. So, you know, this is a multi-billion-dollar gift to the most polluting industries on the planet. It is a betrayal of future generations. And when you add the environmental harm to the harm of adding $4 trillion to the deficit, it's a betrayal of our kids. So We've also got issues of the money that's being added to the budget in this bill, especially around immigration, the dollars that are being sent to private prison contracting companies, billions of dollars. We know that they're supporting this administration in its claims that they're only going after the worst of the worst, but certainly the scenes that we're seeing on the ground are telling a completely different story. We've seen masked agents grabbing hardworking people, not hardened criminals, but people with no criminal past from their workplaces, from court appearances. The administration has ripped families apart, detaining grandmas and landscapers without notice and without any information about where they're being held, including disappearing people to countries they've never been to based on tattoos. U.S. citizens have been mistakenly arrested, and we're on track to see more deaths in ICE custody since that information started being publicly reported in 2018. The reality is it's not the worst of the worst. According to a recent report from the very conservative Cato Institute, 65% of the people taken by ICE have had no convictions whatsoever. Clearly, this ICE, et cetera, is not deporting the worst of the worst. They're just trying to meet Stephen Miller's quotas, no matter who gets hurt in the process. So, in addition, we have concerns that this is being done at the expense of legitimate national security and crime-fighting efforts. What we're seeing on our streets is dystopian, it's un-American, and people, including U.S. citizens, are scared of their own government, which is not something I ever thought I'd be saying, and it's really horrific to see. But Americans understand that when an immigrant is denied due process, it's a slippery slope for everyone. Because if the government doesn't have to prove whether someone's a citizen or not, whether there's a criminal or not, then they can take anyone. Without the rule of law, who's to say who's a threat to our national security or just a threat to this White House? So none of this makes people's lives better, doesn't make our country safer. We do see our colleagues trying to rush through a 940-page bill that touches everything from taxes and health care to border security and defense spending. No one has had the time to read all of it or review all the changes it makes. Senate released the text on, I think, early Saturday morning, made major revisions as recently as noon. And there are real consequences when you rush through bills. We saw that with the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. There were major drafting errors in the scribbled provisions in the margins of that bill that it took years to sort out. When the House voted for the first time on this bill, many members of the Republican Party said they hadn't read the text and began complaining about the provisions weeks later when they finally took the time to do that job. So here we are again with a bill that is almost 1,000 pages long, new material added overnight and this morning. Aren't our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, offended that the Senate is trying to jam this bill down your throats, that you're being told, just go ahead and hold your nose and vote for it, don't worry about what's in it, because the president wants it, so you just have to roll over. This is the largest spending bill in history. It costs more than the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, and the CHIPS Act combined, and it's not paid for. Republicans are going to make the country borrow another $4 trillion, not for clean energy, not to promote health care, not to promote housing, but to pay for tax cuts. It doesn't sit well with my constituents. It shouldn't sit well with yours either. If this bill is passed and it's sent to President Trump, then our Republican colleagues will be responsible for the most expensive and wasteful bill in our nation's history. The biggest transfer of wealth, the biggest loss of health coverage that our country has ever experienced. And I think it's a tremendous failure of leadership that despite all the opposition to the bill, despite its cost, despite the major fiscal implications, that the country's being sent off a cliff. And watching this bill advance is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. It doubles down on policies we all know will leave our country worse off. It's a roadmap to a sicker, hungrier, and more unequal America. Hospitals will close, people won't get the care they need, our kids won't get the food they need, and the rich will get richer, no matter the cost to everyone else. This is a mortgage of our future. It's putting us deeper in debt. It's a legislative failure. It's a moral failure, and it should not become law. You will be shocked to know I have some questions. Ranking Member Boyle, do we have a distributional analysis from CBO for this bill?
Given the Senate changes, we do not. Even with JCT, they were only able to do distribution analysis just on the tax portion. But we do know from previous work CBO did, the totality of this bill when it left the House finds that the bottom 1/3 of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, again, when you analyze it in terms of all of its components. Bottom third of households, you're talking about households making $55,000 a year or less. They would actually be worse off as a result of this legislation, and with the bulk of the benefit going to the top 1%. Now, the Senate changes will impact somewhat that distribution analysis. All indications are it will actually get worse and not better.
I know we've seen a new budget analysis from the Yale Budget Lab, which in the pale pink is the House version of the bill and the redder one is the Senate version, and it shows that the bottom 20% of American earners are going to have a household income that is almost 3% less than it is now, while the wealthiest among us are going to be about 2% wealthier. Everybody's getting more if they start with more. And I would seek unanimous consent to enter the Yale budget analysis in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit, there's the carve-outs that were put in the bill for Alaska specifically. Can you speak to that, or is that something for Mr. Pallone?
I can't say I'm an expert on Alaska and what may or may not have been inserted at the last second. You know, I remember there was a piece of legislation 15 years ago famous for the Cornhusker kickback. Mm-hmm. So this is perhaps the Eskimo kickback. But that would be the extent of my knowledge on this provision. Although I would say it would be a pretty good reason for us to actually have the final text in front of us and have a chance to analyze all of the remarkable changes the Senate was making on the fly, minute by minute, rather than rushing rushing to a vote on the most significant piece of legislation in decades.
Sure, and I mean, I think I heard at my town hall from some of my constituents who were really concerned. They were calling it the caribou kickback, but they thought it was, basically unfair. And as someone who also represents Philadelphia, maybe we should go for the soft pretzel or the cheesesteak kickback. What's sauce for the goose here? We've been hearing a lot of nonsense about how these tax cuts are going to pay for themselves. Can you help us better understand why that's not true?
Tax cuts have never paid for themselves, as even right-leaning economists who've testified before the Budget Committee have acknowledged. Targeted tax cuts can have some stimulative effect, but even then, never so much that they entirely make up the lost revenue. And frankly, we've had a 45-year experiment in this. If tax cuts paid for themselves, then our national debt wouldn't be $36 trillion. The bulk of the added debt since 2001 has actually come from 4 different rounds of major tax cuts. 2001, 2003, their full extension mostly full extension about a decade later, and then the 2017 TCJA. All told, that combines for more than $10 trillion in missing revenue that would have been there had we just kept in place tax rates as they were in the 1990s under President Clinton.
Thank you. I know we've heard some concern from our Republican colleagues that we have to pass these tax cuts or else middle-class families will get slammed. I think it was a concern for Mr. Norman, although he said, we got plenty of time. That doesn't happen until the end of the year. We could pass a bill to address that. There was an interesting graph that came out from the Joint Committee on Taxation today that shows that if we did keep the tax cuts for middle-class families, that would only, and I use the word only advisedly, add 1.6 trillion to the debt. It's the keeping them for all the high-income folks that adds 3.3 trillion to the debt. And then, as someone has mentioned already, the House and Senate bills actually added more tax cuts than are in the 2017 package. So that's how we end up with $4 or more trillion in additional debt. Ranking Member Moore, we heard a little bit about the child tax credit before, and I think it's important that, I'd like it if you could address a little bit. We had an expanded child tax credit during the COVID crisis, which actually did put more money in the pockets of those who need it most. And it was shown to reduce childhood poverty in this country by something like 40%. That's not what we're talking about in this bill, is it? I know there's some changes to the child tax credit in this bill, but that doesn't reach the same people, or it's not likely to have the same effect, is it?
No, ma'am. No, Ms. Scanlon. This is not the same old child tax credit that reduced poverty among children by 40%. And indeed, it's a child tax credit that is more stingy as it left the Senate than what was produced in the House. And what it will do, it's not refundable, which means even if a married couple, both working at minimum wage, worked full time, they probably would not meet the $30,000 threshold to get the full child tax credit. So it's not about laziness or not working. This child tax credit would inure to the benefit of wealthier people. If you're making $400,000 and your income, you get your income from dividends, you'd be eligible for the child tax credit, whereas there'll be 17 million children whose parents don't earn enough money or any money that will be left behind. So you think of a child tax credit as something that we ought to, that's an admirable thing to add to a bill when we think about the cost of children, the added expense. The group called the True Cost of Living says that when you have a child, that automatically adds $19,000 worth of costs to your family. So certainly those families at the lower end of the income spectrum who could use it will not receive it.
That it seems to be a theme with this bill, that in every instance where there's a choice to be made, the haves get more. So with the child tax credit, it's going to give more benefits to people who already have some means. With this SALT tax deduction that we've heard so much about, we're not talking about people who get the standard deduction. It's only people who have enough real estate that they're paying a lot of taxes who benefit from that. That the rich get more tax cuts and more benefits. So it just feels like it's an overriding theme throughout this. I wanted, yes.
I just want to point out the clock is working correctly. Mm-hmm. You've now gone for 30 minutes, I think 26 minutes.
Okay.
Soliloquy. So I'd like you to please.
I will keep moving along.
Okay.
Okay, sure. I did have another question for Reps Moore and Pallone. We've heard so much about the work requirements in this bill for Medicaid or SNAP, but particularly Medicaid, being necessary to address fraud. But I was doing a lot of research this weekend, and every time we hear about a big Medicaid fraud case, it's not the people who are the recipients of Medicaid who are the ones committing the fraud. It's the insurance companies, it's the medical providers, it's the doctors, it's the healthcare systems that are committing billions worth of fraud. How will work requirements on recipients address the bulk of Medicaid fraud?
Well, the report that came out that talked about fraud, as you said, I think it was from CMS, and it basically was talking about the insurance companies. It wasn't the people themselves. So that's obviously clear. To put it in simplest terms, I think what this paperwork does, right, is it makes you file as much as once a month to keep getting your Medicaid and say that you're working, right? But you can, and you know, the people that are actually working, it's a burden because they have to do it every month and they may miss it and then they're out, right? But I think the bigger problem is the fact that if you want an exception to that because you're disabled, because you're pregnant, or the various categories they put in, those are extremely strict, right? So let's use an example. Like if you're disabled and you want to get Social Security disability, right? That's a very stringent test, right? There are a lot of people who don't meet that test, but still are disabled and can't work or can't work enough, right? Those people, the way I see the definition, they're out, right? So what they've done is they put all this paperwork and burdens on people that even if you think you can qualify an exception, you're not going to be able to. And that's what happened in Georgia. That's why in Georgia you had those 300,000 or 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, but only 4,500 actually qualified, not because they weren't, they actually weren't able to work. Maybe you're taking care of a relative, right? And that's a category that's in there, but how do you actually prove that, you know, because these are so stringent, that that's legitimate? I mean, this is the problem.
I agree with everything that he said, Ms. Scanlon. I would just add, we've had an example of this in our recent experience when we had an expansion of Medicaid during COVID, and people were told they had to re-up in order to be made eligible for Medicaid. 70% of the people who fell off of Medicaid were people that fell off because they didn't keep up with the paperwork. They didn't notice and they were eligible. And so I think that this bill, very cynically, is really claiming $1 trillion worth of savings just by frustrating people who may otherwise be eligible by having them on this treadmill of eligibility.
Well, it does seem like an area for reduction of regulations that maybe our colleagues could agree with us about. You know, I think any of us who've done constituent services work know, certainly Social Security, people get denied on their first round. They have to appeal. We deal with this all the time. We saw the same things that you did, Ranking Member, with respect to people who were kicked off and having to try to work with them to get them back on. So I am concerned, and the CBO seems to have affirmed that it's not that it's people who are not eligible getting kicked off, it's eligible people who won't be able to meet the requirements. But I'm more concerned about the fact that if we really want to address abuse, the billions of dollars that is going to insurance companies, to medical device manufacturers or distributors, et cetera, then it's a real problem that this president has fired the inspectors general who go after that fraud and have been very successful in bringing down, you know, major abusers, including some members of the Senate, and that there's now a proposal in the 2016 fiscal year budget process to slash funding for the General Accounting Office, which also works on cutting that kind of fraud and abuse. Ranking Member Pallone, we've been hearing about how this bill is going to increase energy costs. Can you tell us why that's happening? We just saw this new language on Saturday, and we're seeing that, you know, everyone's constituents are going to see higher costs, 5 to 16, 17%.
Well, in general, what we find, you know, I talked before about all of the above, which is my philosophy, right? You want to do fossil fuels, you want to have nuclear, you want to have clean energy, you know, so be it. You can ask Chairman Guthrie, I've never been opposed to any of those, right? But the problem is if you cut off the clean energy, which is, you know, the wind, the solar, whatever, then inevitably, and you put the burden more on fossil fuels, right? Well, right now, those things are more expensive, right? I mean, particularly coal, for example, which everything the Republicans have done in the committee in the last 6 months has been to try to encourage coal. Right now, that's more costly, right? So just in general, by cutting your clean energy arm off, which is essentially what this does, you're raising prices in general, right? In addition to that, as you mentioned, and again, part of this is, my understanding is a lot of these things were in that last, I don't know what you call it, I'll call it the manager's amendment at the end, which, I hope I know what was in it, because frankly, it's been difficult. At 12 o'clock, we got them. So I don't think they call it the manager's amendment in the Senate, but whatever they call it, right? That, from what I understand, just wiped out almost all of the credits, if you will, for any kind of clean energy, right? And they did, I think, have a tax on clean energy, which they got rid of, thank God. So we went from encouraging clean energy to actually taxing clean energy, which now the tax is gone. But I mean, all these things, and we did so many things to try to help people pay their energy bills too, a lot of that, So it's just an across-the-board increased costs, in my opinion, primarily because they've eliminated any help or any movement towards clean energy and moved in the opposite direction.
It certainly doesn't seem like something that looks towards the future. We have heard quite a bit with respect to the Medicaid cuts about senators being so concerned about the impact of those Medicaid cuts on rural hospitals that they added a fund to try to prop up rural hospitals. I don't have rural hospitals, but I have urban hospitals that are frontline hospitals and have been really challenged. We've lost several in recent years. So can you talk about the impact of these Medicaid cuts on urban frontline hospitals?
Well, first of all, this rural hospital fund is not going to be adequate, right? I mean, it's paltry, right, in terms of the actual monies available. So when you make it, there's so many more people who are on Medicaid lose their Medicaid, or people that are on the Affordable Care Act, lose their health insurance. Now you have these hospitals, a lot of them in rural areas, but now you're talking about urban areas, just as maybe even more dependent on Medicaid, ACA. In those cases, by making those people now uninsured, they have to absorb all the costs of the uncompensated care. And some of these hospitals, disproportionate care hospitals, safety net hospitals, are overwhelmingly dependent on, Medicaid, exchange policies, whatever, as opposed to, insurance that you get on the job. And so what do? Right? They don't have the money. Well, this is all third-party payments that they've now lost. Well, they either raise costs, which means the burden goes on people that have insurance on the job with increased premiums, or increased co-pays, but more likely not. More likely, they just don't have the funding, right? Yeah. And so what states have done is many states give them direct payments, like in my state, to help some of those hospitals that could fail, right? Or they also depend on the provider tax. The Senate devastated the provider tax because the provider tax, at least in the House, was made at the current rate. You couldn't increase it because of inflation. That was bad enough. But in the Senate bill, they actually decrease the provider tax even if you already had it. So if you're charging 6% now, and they're going to make it, I don't have the actual number again, it'll go down to 5, it'll go down to 4, it'll go down to 3, to the point where it doesn't even exist anymore. And even though you say, well, okay, you don't have to pay the tax, the bottom line is the way that formula is distributed, as you reduce the provider tax, they get less money in the hospitals back. And that's what's devastating. But any kind of safety net hospital, whether it's rural or urban.
Ranking Member Craig, I had a couple questions for you. Yeah. I'm finishing with the last one. Yes. Understood. I'm really concerned about the impact of this on our schools, especially coming as it did after the administration impounded funding for the local food purchase programs. Can you talk about the impact on both schools, kids who may be hungry, and our farmers who are now not getting the payments they were expecting?
Yeah, it's going to be devastating on top of the administration and DOGE pushing back on some of the appropriated funding for those farm-to-school programs across the country. This is an added layer because the truth is that most people who rely on SNAP as a supplemental way of putting food on the table are folks who are already working and folks with children. And so our children are going to be hungrier, and as we know, the impact on learning when kids are hungry is very substantial. You also asked a few minutes ago about the contours of the agreement that came back from the Senate. We're all still learning that framework, but as it relates to the cost shift to states, my understanding is because the carve-out that was attempted for the state of Alaska could not pass muster with the Senate parliamentarian, they had to go back to the drawing board. And I think about just how ridiculous the policy sounds of now we're going to let D.C., Florida, Georgia, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, and Oregon, including Alaska, because one state didn't pass muster, we're going to let them all get 2 bites at the apple of delaying implementation of the cost shift because they are the states with the highest error rates in our country. If I were on the other side of the aisle and this came back to me from my Republican colleagues in the Senate, I'd be calling every single one of them saying, what the hell are you thinking?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I may have to renew my request with Ranking Member Boyle that we go for the cheesesteak carve-out because clearly the policies just aren't passing muster here. So appreciate all of your testimony, and I will yield back.
Very much. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman and the ranking member, and of course, welcome back to all of the chairs and ranking members, and thank you for your testimony today. I, of course, oppose this bill for all of the reasons that my colleagues, Ranking Member McGovern and Representative Scanlon, articulated. I think it is a terrible bill. I think it's cruel. I think it'll have devastating consequences, certainly for the people of Colorado that I represent, but ultimately for millions of Americans across our country. But I will also just say this before I jump into a few questions that I have for the members that are here today. I think that the process has been abysmal. It's a debasement of the way in which the House is supposed to operate. Most of you, the last time you were here in the Rules Committee was at 2 a.m. 4 weeks ago, when we last considered the House version of this bill, because House Republicans decided, in their infinite wisdom, to schedule that hearing in the dead of night, hoping that the American people would not learn what was in the bill, knowing that it was indefensible. Now, of course, a few mere hours after the United States Senate has passed this bill without any final text on what we're actually going to be voting on, we're here considering this bill. It's laughable and, in my view, deeply disrespectful to the way in which the House of Representatives is supposed to function.
Mr. Neguse.
Of course, I'm happy to yield.
Would you yield for a question?
Sure.
Are you aware that the Democrats did this when the Senate passed a 4,000-page bill and sent it over to the House, and the Rules Committee met very soon after that?
When was this?
Perhaps. I think, I'm not sure if it was the IRA. I will get you the specific date, but I don't know if you were appalled at the way the House operated then. But I figured you probably weren't aware that the precedent was set very badly by the Democrats. So thank you for yielding.
Madam Chair, I'm going to yield to the ranking member in a moment. First, I would hope that you might ask the team, your team, to provide us with that example so that we can have a more fulsome colloquy instead of you sort of citing a random example that I'm not aware of. But I also would just say, if I guess that Madam Chair is making the case that
I now have the facts. Consolidated Appropriations Bill in 2023.
So an appropriations bill that was bipartisan that the vast majority of the United States Congress voted on, that's the example you're offering compared to a reconciliation bill that is purely partisan that not a single Democratic member of the United States Senate or the House of Representatives is voting on? That's the corollary to this particular bill? As Ranking Member Boyle, I think, eloquently put it in questioning, or rather in his answers to Representative Scanlon, the precedents that Republicans are setting in this Congress will certainly be leveraged down the road when political winds shift, and we have seen that on full display over the last month and a half. But in any event, the ranking member wished to jump in. I want to deprive him of that
I
opportunity.
want to withhold my comments because they won't be productive at this moment.
Yeah, and look, I think the ranking member, or I suppose maybe the chair thinks the ranking member. I guess my point here is let's dispense with this notion that, every one of the witnesses who are here today, on either side of the aisle, I think the Democratic members would probably concede to this, that they know what is in this bill. We don't know. It was just approved 4 hours ago. None of the members that are gathered here have gone through in detail the wraparound amendment. And I think it's disrespectful to the voters, to the citizens of the country, to pretend otherwise. Who would I ask? I don't know if it's Chair Guthrie or maybe it's Chair Smith, with respect to changes made to HSAs and FSAs and sort of medical spending accounts. I send that question to you.
Yep.
Okay, so under the prior bill, my understanding is there was a provision that allows individuals to utilize discounted health care services at workplace clinics to maintain an HSA. Is that provision still in the bill? Has it been taken out of the bill? What's the...
There's only a couple provisions of the HSAs that stayed intact. The primary care being qualified in HSAs is one.
What about the workplace clinic provision?
I don't believe so.
Okay, how about there was a provision that allows employees to convert flexible spending arrangements to health reimbursement arrangements. Did that stay in?
I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. What about, there was a provision, actually, you all testified to this. I remember, hard to believe because it was 3 a.m. in the morning during this Rules Committee hearing, but there was a discussion about permitting individuals below a certain income threshold to be able to contribute additional amounts to their HSA every year. Was that included, excluded?
They cut a lot of our HSAs.
Is that one of them?
That's one of them as well.
That was cut? Or?
Yeah, it's not in the bill.
Okay. Part of what I'm getting at here, Chair Smith, because you alluded to this earlier, I hear you with respect to the process that you engaged in prior to the bill's consideration by this committee, the House version. But no one can argue that this is good governance, that we should all gather here and in real time figure out together what provisions of the bill that was passed by the House had survived and which were excised as part of a political gamesmanship to get the necessary votes in the Senate. That's my process point here.
If in regards to the tax portion of the bill, there's 103 different tax provisions that's in the Senate version. Of those 103, 85% of them are either identical or just technical changes because of the parliamentarian of what we passed out of the House.
What are the new ones? Are there new ones?
Yes, there are. Let me read these to you. So the new ones that they added was the dyed fuels, which is Miss Moore's provision that she likes. New markets was included, made permanent, the new markets tax credit program. They eliminated the deduction on sports teams owners that was in there. They eliminated the SALT workaround that was within the House bill. I'm trying to just do tax through here.
Sure.
The increase in excise tax on private foundations was eliminated, which we had in the House bill. They also lowered the rates on the endowment taxes. We had a 21% rate. They kept the same brackets, but their highest is 8%. They did a child care boost to the CDC, TC, and FSAs. The CHIPS and Science Act tax credit was adjusted in this bill, and also the charitable deduction.
I think you're missing one.
Which one is that?
Whalers.
What's that?
A new tax break for whalers, right?
Whalers.
Am I?
Are you talking about allowing someone who uses a harpin to deduct the cost of that harpin?
Correct.
That's included. It's a business expense.
It's a new tax break,
It's
right?
a business expense that was capped at $10,000, and now they can deduct it.
Up to $50,000, right?
Yes.
Yes. Why was that added? think we all know.
You would
right?
have to talk to the senators.
I'd have to talk to the senators. I don't know. It was kind of convenient, Chairman Smith, that was the one addition that you omitted from that list you provided. But I think I would
probably more that I left off
that may
here.
be the case. I think it's emblematic of the broken process that the Senate engaged in. That as we go through this 900-page bill, we will find a variety of different provisions that different senators inserted for their own purposes. And of course, one of them was this whaling tax deduction for the 160 or so people that will be able to claim that in the state of Alaska, so that one of the senators from Alaska would feel comfortable voting for the bill. I don't think that that's, in my view, the way this process should unfold. But in any event, while we're having a colloquy, Chairman Smith,
Is that all it took?
I'm not
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah,
boy, she's a cheap date if that's what
so,
it took, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we talked a bit, or rather, I know you talked a bit with the ranking member previously about the way in which this bill's benefits are distributed, and that's been a topic of conversation throughout this hearing. I want to talk about one particular example that, to me, and it's perhaps an ideological dispute, I suspect, between the two of us here, that crystallizes the way in which this bill benefits the wealthy few. This bill includes an increase in the estate tax cap, correct? It goes up to $30 million?
$15 million per person.
$15 million per person, $30 million for a married couple.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Do you know what state benefits the most from that provision?
I can tell you of the family farmers in my congressional district that benefits from that provision, and that is what it's focused on in
what
regards
state?
to Missouri.
No. I know you represent Missouri. I'm asking you, this provision, right, in which state in the union...
How about you tell me? That would be great.
I'm happy to tell you it's California. California has the most individuals, 742 people to be exact, 742 estates that benefited in the most recent tax year from this particular deduction, right? That is to say, by increasing it, you will... Hold on, I'll give you a chance, of course, Mr. Smith. I'm not... But the state that has the most individuals that will benefit from this provision happens to be California. That's not me saying that. That's empirical data. Now, what is the population of Missouri?
Over 6 million.
Over 6 million. It's not similar size to Colorado. How many estates were subject to this tax in the last year?
It all depends. I don't know how many people died in the last year, but what I will tell you, in your district alone, 3,700 farms, just farms, are affected by this provision family farms.
I can tell you
that's pretty substantial.
That above
37
the limit, above the $30 million limit, right? Or excuse me, under the $28, because right now it's what's the number now? $26 or $28 million for a married couple?
It's 14 million, 28 million.
Correct, 28 million. So I can tell you that in Missouri, the number is 44. 44 estates that ultimately would be subject to that estate tax.
I don't believe that number.
I will provide you the...
Yeah, people can make a lot of numbers,
Well,
but I can tell you in my district alone,
Sure.
there's over 4,000 family farms that are falling underneath this trap of the death tax.
We will follow up.
Yeah.
And happy to engage with you further on it. Chairman Arrington.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
So this is your third time testifying in the last month and a half.
And the third time's the charm. I think I'm going to convince you to support this bill.
Here's where I'm struggling, Chairman Arrington, is that the first time you came on the budget resolution, right? Second time you came on the House version of this bill.
That's correct.
Now you're here on the Senate version of this bill.
Yes.
Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive, right? I mean, you don't contest that. It's gotten more expensive since the first time you were here.
The Senate bill's more expensive than the House. I'll
Sure.
concede that.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
we set the targets the
Of
first
course,
time.
yeah.
Second time, we had the policies.
And this isn't, these aren't...
Gotcha questions.
Yeah, not a gotcha question. This is the Center for, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, right? Headline, this is just 2 days ago. Newest Senate reconciliation bill would explode the debt, right? It says here, if you thought the House bill borrowed too much, and it did, the Senate manages to make things even worse. This $4 trillion borrowing bonanza is fiscally dangerous at a time of already exploding debt. It would borrow $1 trillion more than the House bill, violates the House's reconciliation instructions by hundreds of billions of dollars, littered with special interest giveaways, right? So this bill continues to get more and more expensive. Committee for Responsible Federal Budget agrees. The litany of organizations that Ranking Member Boyle and Ranking Member McGovern agree. The House Freedom Caucus, of course, of which we have a number of members here that serve on the committee, that are members of the committee. They concede that as well, right? Tweeted out, the Senate's version adds $651 billion to the deficit, and that's before interest costs, which nearly double the total. Chairman, I have made this request of you every time you're here, that at some juncture you might say, you know, this is a bridge too far. Because you have championed deficit reduction earlier in your career. But, you know, the Speaker is asking you to defend something that is indefensible with respect to deficit reduction. And it's not me making this case. So I just, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond here, but what do you say to the House Freedom Caucus? What do you say to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget? Why not engage in a conference? Why accept what the Senate has sent you at face value? You're the chairman of the Budget Committee.
Well, I think you would agree that in large legislative initiatives like this one, Democrat-led or Republican, there are things you like about a bill, things you don't like about a bill, things that you, and certainly that exists for this bill with me. I have my policy preferences, and I'm certain that my colleagues do as well. I'm concerned that neither party has been serious in addressing this unsustainable debt trajectory that we're on and a debt crisis that looms large for the country. I'm concerned that neither party has.
But you're the chair. I mean, you have the opportunity to guide that now.
And
you've got a lot of authority.
And as you know, I've championed that concern.
Help me understand why did it get more expensive? So here, maybe that's a sort of
I
too
think
simplistic of a question. What happened in the Senate? Why did this bill get more expensive? What did they add that increased the cost?
Well, the savings in the on the SNAP side or in the ag jurisdiction, I think it's about $100 billion loss in savings on the Senate side versus the House side. There were more savings in the Senate on Medicaid reform versus the House side. You know, all of that, when you go through the details on the policy.
But it's still way more expensive.
No, I'm going to get to exactly. I think it's mostly a wash on mandatory program reforms. Gain some, lose some. The tax policy is where the additional expenses. That's where the preponderance of the difference in cost in the Senate versus the House.
So why not go through this bill and find some opportunities to get some of the pork out of the bill, which I presume would, maybe satiate some of your colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus, certainly would be a lot less harmful to the deficit. I mean, why not? Let me give you an example. Yeah. This bill includes a slush fund for OMB, upwards of $100 million. You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with a lot of the funding.
Right, and that wasn't in the House version. So, you're not going to ask all of your colleagues to just give a $100 million blank check to the Office of Management and Budget. That doesn't seem like good fiscal policy to me. I can't imagine that you think that that's good fiscal policy.
Well, if it was used, for example, to
come on, Chair.
No, this is a fair and true statement, and I think I've said it before. If I haven't, I've believed it. I think there are ways to invest money in the oversight and the infrastructure to actually prevent fraudulent and even unintended overpayments.
So is there no pork in this bill then?
There's an OMB, in fairness to OMB.
No, I'm talking about in the bill. There's no pork in this bill that we can take. It's a pork-free bill in your view? That's it? This is just...
If you'll ask me specifics...
What about the Garden of Heroes? $40 million for President Trump's Garden of Heroes. Can't we, why not just say, you know what? We've got a huge deficit, and that's probably not the most prudent way to spend our taxpayer dollars. Let's just reallocate that $40 million. That's a bridge too far for you?
Well, I think there's not a bill that I have read and reviewed since I've been a member of Congress, certainly since I've been the budget chair, that I felt lived up perfectly to what I thought we ought to do in stewardship of tax dollars, and what I thought was consistent with the constitutional scope and
I hear you.
of this,
I hear you, Chair
of this
Arrington, but I
federal
think
government.
you could understand our struggle because, as I said, last 7 weeks, you've testified a few times here. Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive, and the answer is always, well, down the road, of course, we could address this, and there are ways in which we can try to identify potential places where funding, where potential cuts can be identified, so on and so forth. Here is an example right in front of you. $40 million. You could take care of that today. There's an amendment, I believe, that was submitted. You could rule that in order and say, you know what, we're going to put that $40 million towards deficit reduction. If you're serious about wanting to address the fiscal health of the country. But to me, I think this bill couldn't be a worse representation, respectfully, of fiscal discipline. You have a bill that, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, is more aggregated than the CARES Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Bill combined. Combined. All 4 bills are equivalent. This bill takes the cake. It's bigger than all of them. And I just don't know how one can justify supporting it.
I disagree with that statement.
I know you disagree with that
saying.
assessment on the, and I'm hoping I can get you maybe by the end of this hearing to support the removing the Garden of Heroes funding so that we can at least maybe make a crack at addressing some fiscal sanity in the country. Maybe Mr. Roy might consider supporting that amendment. We'll see. I wonder, obviously we've talked a lot about all the folks who oppose this bill. I'm sure you saw Elon Musk has been very vocal about his opposition to this bill. You're aware of that.
I am aware of that.
And
sincerely held convictions.
You disagree with? You think he's wrong?
No, I think he has sincerely held convictions about the runaway spending.
But then why not follow his? I mean, he has encouraged
everybody
everybody to.
I don't follow any man.
You don't follow any man?
I follow my conscience.
Let me read you a quote.
If
from
I may,
let me just finish this quote. I'll read it to you, then you can respond.
And then you'll let me respond.
This is from your website. This is from your website on May 29th. Quote, this is the headline, Arrington applauds Elon Musk's leadership. And the quote here is, we should not only appreciate Elon's courageous leadership, but follow it by holding Washington accountable, rooting out waste, restoring fiscal sanity before the debt burden crushes the future of this great nation. So I don't,
I
sounds
agree.
like you were telling people about a month ago that
100%.
that folks should follow his lead
100%.
on debt reduction, but it's a different tune. you're
No,
singing
it's
today.
not. We cut twice the amount of spending that has ever been reduced in the people's government in the history of the people's government. So, if you're looking to make the argument this bill isn't perfect when it comes to any principle, including fiscal discipline, you win.
Well, I appreciate
Because it's
that.
not perfect. And so you win. I mean, honestly. But to say that, the old Ronald Reagan 80-20, fill in the blank, in not so perfect processes, in a political process, having significant reforms on the fiscal side, like the spending cuts, like the welfare reforms that are long overdue, much needed, like preventing, which 40 some odd Democrats opposed, preventing taxpayer dollars to flow to people who are here illegally. That, I think, is all consistent with what I understand Elon Musk's
and I hear you,
concerns
Mr.
are.
Chairman, but I would just simply say, I mean, again, it's part of the frustration for me, and I suspect many Americans, is that there's sort of this notion that we don't have the agency to shape the bill. So, if we as a Congress decide that we don't really want to have special interest tax breaks for tanning salons, as was the case in the original bill that the House put forward, or for whaling deductions, right? If we decide that we don't want to spend $40 million on the Garden of Heroes at the White House, we can proceed with shaping policy that does precisely that. And I would just venture to say, Mr. Chairman, that it feels like you have an opportunity here. You have a number of members on this committee on the other side of the aisle who expressed their opposition to the bill and their indication that they're going to vote against the rule. And I would hope that you take that opportunity to perhaps change course. I want to move to the SNAP cuts and also just the agriculture title of the bill, and to Ranking Member Craig and to Chairman Thompson. So, Chairman Thompson, I guess I want to understand more clearly what you all are trying to achieve with this state cost, this sort of new imposition of state costs with respect to SNAP. Because my understanding was that this was designed originally to try to incentivize improvement in SNAP payments, right? State-based, right? Basically to reduce the error rate. Is that right, or am I?
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to have the state, who's a partner within the SNAP nutrition program. Obviously, they've had no skin in the game before, and as I said in my opening remarks, there is a tendency, if you're spending somebody else's money, you're reckless with it. If you have to spend even part of your own money, you pay closer to the attention of the effectiveness. And we have been, the error rates have been...
It's a real problem.
It's been a real problem. My own state of Pennsylvania, under Governor Shapiro, it was at 17%. I'm glad they got it down to 11% as of the data that came out yesterday, but that's still unacceptable. If it's an underpayment, that's a family that's, once their EBT is looking to their EBT card to be loaded appropriately. So when they go to the grocery store, they know that resource there is not, and it's supplemental. It's in addition to everything else in their lives, right? Sure. But still, if it's an underpayment, it hurts those family members. If it's an overpayment, believe it or not, it hurts even more. They're going to spend it because it's there. But then the states will come back, whether it's 2 months or 6 months, and they'll claw all that back. And all of a sudden, these families find that they have no money in a given month. And so these error rates have been absolutely
the bottom line, we got to get the error rates down.
Absolutely. So this is meant to be an incentive.
Exactly.
And
here's the question. Yep. Under the bill as it's drafted now, the higher your error rate, the more likely you are to get a waiver not to have to pay anything as a state.
Well, it's short term. It's for a number of years.
But why give states?
Well, you know what? You'd have to sit down with the senators to figure out why they did that. Alaska's one of them, I think.
But does that make sense to you?
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania named the states that wound up on that.
Correct. The 10 states: Oregon, New Jersey.
It was a Senate amendment delayed implementation of state, and it's a delayed implementation of state cost share. It doesn't.
But why does that? I guess what I'm trying to understand, and you may not.
Why did they do it?
Well,
we're all in politics. We know why they did it in the Senate, in order to get certain votes from certain states.
And if that is the case, does that not violate the very objective that you all were trying to achieve? Let me explain why, and I'll give you a chance.
It doesn't long term, because it does result in a state share.
Let's say it this way.
It gives them more time to be able to get there.
Let me say it this way. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy's here. Texas has an error rate that hovers around 6%. So right now, under the bill, as it is proposed, Texas wouldn't necessarily, if it stays below that 6%, doesn't have to pay a state portion-based cost for SNAP. If it gets above 6%, say it jumps up to 6.5%. For the next several years, Texas, the state of Texas, and Texas taxpayers have to foot the bill of a state pro rata cost.
That's correct.
Hold on. I'm not asking a question. Mr. Thompson,
they've never had a payment.
I'm not asking a question. Texas has
to do
so. I will. Texas has to do so. Oregon right now, which has one of the highest error rates in the country, does not have to pay a single taxpayer dollar towards this program. You have designed a program in which you are incentivizing states to have a higher error rate. If you're a state, Ranking Member Craig, maybe I'm asking Ranking Member Craig a question.
It's a transition plan.
She can answer if she'd like. If you are a state with an error rate of 10% or 11% or 12%, if you can get your error rate higher,
that's right.
Then under this bill, you won't have to pay a dime.
And you get, under this bill that came back today from the Senate, In fact, you get 2 bites at the apple over 2 years to get your error rate up so that you can not have to pay the cost shift for a period of time.
It's insanity.
It's insanity.
A state like Colorado or Missouri or Texas, the states that are trying to keep their error rates down and are doing a good job of it, they get penalized. Meanwhile, New Jersey, Oregon, Alaska, states with a high error rate benefit. Insanity. I don't, and maybe there's another Republican here, Chairman, and I know this is not outside of your respective departments. So, but if Chair Guthrie or Chair Arrington or Chair Smith want to jump in to defend that particular provision, I don't. And by the way, I mean, before I give that opportunity, I don't know. We'll see if this bill passes in the House. But I can assure you that if it doesn't pass, if there are enough Republican members who say, you know what, this is a bridge too far, this provision is not surviving. It's not going to survive the sunlight of the next 48 hours. There's no way. I am calling it now. I cannot imagine that Republicans are going to say, yeah, we're fine with Portland paying not a dime for a state portion of SNAP. We're going to instead just make sure that we impose these costs on the states that are actually doing a good job.
And you do realize that none of the states will
Are
pay
doing
for
it now, correct.
the immediate future.
Of
0
course.
states, because it is an implementation
Yes, but you've
plan.
delayed it even further for the worst offenders. So this, basically, if you're a state, you are incentivized to get that error rate up. Get it up to 18%. That way, you can delay having to comply with this mandate as long as possible. Ranking Member Craig.
Mr. Neguse, excuse me. I just want to say I may never have another chance in my entire career here to say that I agree with Chip Roy. So I'd like to get that on the record here in my testimony today. And secondly, beyond the Republicans in this room agreeing that this is a good policy, try going home to your own constituents in a state with a low error rate and explaining to your county commissioners why they, in 10 states across this country, are actually going to have to increase taxes at the local level so that these 10 states, the other 10 states with high error rates, don't have to pay their fair share of taxes. Again, I've just never seen anything as ridiculous as what we've seen come over from the Senate. And I wish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle could stand up and say, no, we need more time, we need to fix this.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, Ranking Member Craig. I think you articulated it well. As I said, whaling taxes, tanning salons, all the pork and nonsense that has been included in this bill, this provision really is the most nonsensical. And Chair Arrington?
If I may.
Maybe you might go ahead,
yeah,
of
if I
course.
may.
Yeah.
You know what the cost share is today of states that have an error rate of, let's just use Alaska since it's a subject of conversation, 60%. 60%, 60 cents on the dollar error rate. You know what the policy is today and under the last 4 years of the Democrat administration and the leadership of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
Yes,
Zero.
no cost. Yeah,
Zero.
correct.
Zero. So I believe you to be a fair person. I'm sure that the indignation that you have over not phasing this in as quickly as maybe we all would want, I certainly would be one to say we should implement it effective immediately, but it hasn't even existed, and I think you would agree.
But why give that special break to New Jersey?
Over
Texas.
I don't know that I can answer that, but I can tell you that having 4 years when you all had total control over this process, when you jammed a partisan bill, it was a tax and spending bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, this wasn't addressed then. I would say kudos to Republicans. It's not perfect, once again, but we're going to phase in accountability for states who have a 60 cents on the dollar error rate. If we could get that implemented today, I'd take it. If we can get it in 2 years, that's better than what it was.
I indulge you, Chairman. I would just simply say, I think that's going to be a hell of an argument to make to the people in West Texas 2 years from now to say, look, I get it. I know y'all are paying more now for SNAP, by virtue of this new mandate, but just rest assured, the people in Oregon and the people in New Jersey who are, or rather the state governments there, who are doing a far worse job with respect to the error rate, don't worry, they're not paying a dime. That doesn't seem like an argument that I would think Republicans want to make to their constituents, but I'm not a Republican. So, Ranking Member Craig?
Yeah, I just like to, this is certainly want to make sure all my Republican colleagues know this, but high error rates actually are subject to sanctions. And in fact, USDA fined Alaska $12 million last year for failing to ensure SNAP recipients are eligible. Pennsylvania was fined as well over the last couple of years. So there is a penalty for high error rates in this country.
Thank you.
But now there's a reward for them.
Last question I have for Chair Guthrie. Couldn't of course, didn't want you to feel neglected here. I want to talk about the hospital fee, the provider fees. Ranking Member McGovern kind of cited to some of the criticism and the concern that the Senate bill that we're now considering has elicited from rural hospitals. That's certainly true in my district. I think, as you and I maybe talked previously, I represent a really large geographic district in western Colorado, a lot of rural hospitals who are deeply concerned that if this bill is signed into law, it's going to be devastating for rural parts of my district. And I have read similar refrains from folks in Kentucky, right? So the article that Ranking Member McGovern quoted, the title is Kentucky Hospitals Leader warns Senate megabill would devastate health care and the economy. And I'll just quote to you 2 sentences. The advocacy group for Kentucky hospitals is sounding the alarm about a massive bill that's near passage in the U.S. Senate, saying its cuts to Medicaid could cause the closure of hospitals and loss of 20,000 jobs. The Kentucky Hospital Association has changed its tune on the bill since May, when it supported a version that passed the House, making it an outlier among state and national healthcare groups. So the point here, right, Chairman, is that even those organizations that maybe had a different worldview than mine about the House bill are now ringing the alarm very loudly, saying there will be rural hospitals that could potentially close in Kentucky and in Colorado. And I make the same request of you that I made of Chair Arrington. Why not conference with the Senate and say, you know what, this is untenable. I'm not going to allow Owensboro Health Twin Lakes Medical Hospital, right, which is one of the hospitals in your district, right, that just said recently, while we don't know the direct impact any potential changes would have, we are certain the proposed cuts to Medicaid will harm access to health care not only in Western Kentucky but across the country. I mean, clearly, this is going to have an impact. I just don't think that anyone can argue in good faith that it's not going to.
So if we all discuss this, and we discuss it in the House, and if you look at provider taxes, it goes back to President Obama. The Senate version takes it to 3.5% for states that did expand. Kentucky's an expansion state. President Obama had that number for a safe harbor for provider taxes within his 2014 budget. President Biden called it a scam. I've never called it a scam. It's a loophole. The provider tax is a loophole. And I would understand hospitals and others that if they can take their money, come up, match federal money, and bring it back down to the state. So we knew that it needed to be addressed. We chose in the House version to do it with a freeze so that people would have what they had this year for next year. The Senate has chosen, and we're debating, and we're going to be debating, I'm sure, after we get through this rules meeting, about where we go with it. But if you look at Medicaid policy, a lot of the issues has been that particularly now that it's 90-10 for expansion states, that when it was first designed in the 1960s and through most of the time, states run the policy. It's an open-ended checkbook on the federal government, but the discipline has always been that the states have to put their money in as well. But now they're able to tax the healthcare entities that receive the money. Some states are actually taxing the managed care, Medicaid managed care organizations that receive the money. And so it's just become almost an open-ended checkbook on the federal government. So we're going to debate it and see which way we go. But I will tell you that it needs to be addressed, and we intend to address it, and we'll see where we go.
Well, I will stop. Yeah, I see that my time is running long here, so I appreciate the chairwoman's indulgence. I'll simply say there are a lot of rural hospitals that will close if this bill becomes law.
Well, that assumes, because I had some people from Kentucky come to me since you brought Kentucky up and say, y'all need to make this a priority. When we were debating whether it was going to cut back, y'all need to make this a priority. It's people from Kentucky government. And so that says, well, and then my answer back to him, why don't you make it a priority? Because so the 3.5% is where the state takes the money to match. And so they don't have to put any money in their general fund. So they're wanting us to make it a priority, which I do make it a priority. I want my hospitals to be successful, but the state also has to pay their share as well.
And I would just simply say, similar to the point that I articulated in my colloquy with Chair Arrington, I think it's going to be awfully tough. It's going to be awfully tough for your members to make the argument that you just made. I hear what you're saying. I understand you're saying, well, the state needs to step up to the plate and so on and so forth, and state legislatures will have to. That's an argument that you're obviously entitled to make, but there's a reason that the House bill didn't include the cut that the Senate bill has now proposed with respect to the rate, to the hospital rate fee, and so, or excuse me, to the hospital provider rate. And in my view, I think it's a mistake, and I think it's going to have devastating consequences for rural America. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. It is rare indeed that I have too many reasons to agree in this room, but I do have to go ahead and start with the absurdity of that provision that was added by the Senate. In fairness to our chairman, it was not added on the House side. It was, in fact, the Senate side. It was clearly a mistake and shouldn't have been done. Let's just go ahead and state what it is. It's just an absurd policy. Why would you penalize a state for having a lower error rate and encourage them to have a higher error rate, which I can read the provision to do nothing else. So let's just call it balls and strikes here. That was a ball, and it wasn't even close. A couple things here, just to level set for the American people. If I can just go down the line real quick. And none of this is just level setting. We're all here just reacting to what we're reacting to, okay? There's not trying to put anybody on the hot seat or anything else. Can you just tell me whether you've been able to read the Senate bill as it came over from the Senate before testifying here today? Can we just go down the line? Yourself, have you been able to read the Senate bill?
Just within the scope of the agriculture requirement title. So the changes that were made there.
You're able to read the changes to the bill?
The summaries of them, the items that they made.
Ranking member?
No.
Chairman?
I am reading through it as we speak.
You're reading the bill?
I have not read through the entirety of it.
So you have not read it, you're reading through the bill while we're here?
Correct.
Right.
We continue.
Ranking member?
Yeah, actually, my answer is exactly the same as Jody's.
Chairman?
We're reading the wraparound, reading the wraparound amendment that affected our area. Briefly, not word for word, to get familiar with the changes before we came here, and we'll be reading it tonight.
Ranking member?
My reaction is the same as Chairman Guthrie. We tried as quickly as possible to get through it, but we only had like an hour before we had to come here. So no, I've not been able to read the whole thing or
Chairman Smith.
Just read summaries, particularly relating to our jurisdiction on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Smith.
The tax provisions we've been following throughout the whole process. The bill that was, the language was dropped on Saturday. I'm very well aware of everything that's in that. The wraparound amendment that was a couple hours ago, I know the details of it, but I know the tax provisions.
I appreciate that. I don't intend to take a whole lot of time for all of our benefit. It's fairly well documented that I've got strong concerns and reservations about the bill. I do think a couple of questions merit observation. And so I'm going to ask, again, in a non-pointed, as a matter of fact as I possibly can way, to my friend from Texas, if it is our understanding that at least as we accept the CBO analysis, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's assumption of 2.6% growth and therefore 2.5 or 6 trillion of additional revenue created from that growth, that it would still leave us about $651 billion in additional deficit spending, still accounting for the defense and border plus up. Is that roughly accurate?
That's accurate.
And to the best of our understanding, and I think you answered this question earlier, to the extent that we had a framework in place that we thought was important to adhere to, are we within that framework?
We are, the Senate's bill is about 450 plus 450, I think 5 billion outside of that.
Outside of that framework. And that number is different because it does not factor in the defense and the border plus up. Is that correct?
The 455?
Yeah, that variance
differential?
to the 650
It's mostly
billion.
the cost of tax policy being different than what it was in the House on a current law basis, on a current law perspective.
The numbers we're talking about here in the variance with respect to the CBO calculation, that does not factor in interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to factor in interest, the number would be necessarily higher if those deficit numbers are correct, presupposing that they're correct, which these are all models. Is that fair?
For every dollar you borrow, 50 cents on that dollar is going to interest, so it's a significant additional cost.
Would it sound correct that if we're at $651 billion of additional deficit spending, that if you use the CBO's own calculator at the CBO's own assumed 3.5% interest rates, which are far from guaranteed over the coming several years, that would produce over $1 trillion of interest? I'm sorry, let me restate that. Over $1 trillion total when you take the 651 and then add in interest, that we would be in the $1.2 trillion range.
You are in the ballpark.
So that is the concern for those out there trying to observe what we're doing about the extent to which there's deficit implications to the legislation that was moved forward from the Senate and sent to us. I think it's important, and I might ask, might have a question here, just for level setting, because there's differences of opinion here in philosophy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have opined that they're trying to mock trickle down and kind of impacted the implications of tax policy. We can have those differences of opinion about where we want dollars to reside. And we believe we want dollars to reside in the pockets of Americans, whether it's the child tax credit, you can debate the policy, I've got some views on that, whether it's this doubling of the standard deduction, whether it's the marginal rates, which are lower for people in the lower end of the strata and lower on people at the higher end of the strata, right? We can at least agree to the facts. Those are all true. And that some of those impact people hugely in numbers, people at the lower end of the spectrum. So we're talking about tax rates that are and tax policies that are helping working class and poorer Americans. We're also talking about tax rates that are, by definition, going to impact and help those at the upper end of the spectrum. You say help. Well, they don't need the dollars to live. But the question is whether those dollars are going to create more wealth and jobs in their pockets, right? There's a philosophy on the right side of the spectrum that they do that. I adhere to that philosophy, that the money in the hands of the American people produces wealth. You produce wealth, you create jobs, you create opportunity. I think that's a good thing. Where I think I've got a problem is that the Senate wanted to embrace that part in full. They wanted to go whole hog on that. And they want to go, fine, we'll make tax cuts permanent over 10 years. Great, God bless them. I'd love to do that. I'd love to have rates that don't change and they're permanent and they're low. But by doing that, they're exposing the problem. And that problem is just simple arithmetic. And that is, if you do that, then you're going to have an issue with respect to revenue and with respect to spending. And the last point that I'll address, rather than in the form of a question, is the policy baseline. The policy baseline is a dangerous gambit. It is a dangerous gambit for either side of the aisle. Because to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, please come explain to me, when my colleagues on that side of the aisle are talking about what's going to happen with the Affordable Care Act subsidies, what's going to happen in future policymaking when it comes to things we disagree with, when you just assume what is current policy rather than having us vote on said policy. I've seen a lot of messaging and rhetoric coming from very good friends of mine talking about how it's somehow anathema or accepting leftist dogma to say and to ask the question about a policy baseline about whether or not that is foregoing our responsibility to do the math. You can believe that the current tax rates that are X, whether it's for the lowest bracket or the highest, should stay the same. And I take on face value that many of my colleagues, the administration, and myself included, would like them to stay at that level or even lower. That's my preference. But if you do that, you have to do math. What will be the impact then on revenue? And my colleagues, I think, in the Senate in particular, because God bless the House, at least we created a framework by which we were trying to do dollar for dollar. And I realize my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagreed with that. But I want to give credit to the Budget Committee chairman for trying to hold a line of saying that there ought to at least be a connection, that we ought to at least say, if we're going to do the tax policy, at least do the spending policy. Have the courage and the fortitude to do what you campaign on when you're talking about balancing the dang budget. Don't just talk about it. Don't talk about balanced budget amendments and then go home and say, look at me. I got a balanced budget amendment vote. Did it fail? Did it? Yeah. No, it failed, yeah. Is it law? No. Right? But I got you your tax cuts. But ignore that inflation that is a result of $37 trillion of debt. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. They sent us a bill knowingly, using a policy baseline gimmick. They sent it knowingly. And they sent it knowing that it was going to have increased deficits. Last question, I'm sorry, it's for my good friend from Texas, who I don't really want to put on the spot here in a way that's beyond, I think, the core question, but this matters. Regardless of what one thinks about these policies and wanting to be able to have the economic growth, I want the tax cuts to be permanent. I want all this stuff. But is it fair to say that the lion's share of the deficits will be in the first 5 years of the 10-year budget window? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
Is that relatively irrefutably fair to say?
It's irrefutable to my knowledge.
The only way to refute the idea that in the first 4 to 5 years of the budget window that we will have significant deficits to the tune of probably close to $2 trillion, $1.8 trillion, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's numbers, that you have to make up for it in the tail, in the last 5 years of the budget window. The only way to do that, to the best of my knowledge, is to assume more revenue for tariffs and assume higher growth rates. So I think you have to assume, I haven't done the exact math, 3 to 3.5% growth over 10 years, which I hope we have, and we should aspire to get, and tariff revenue at the rate that we currently are bringing it in or more, which CBO has scored to CBO's math, 8 trillion, I just did that from memory, something like that. So it'd be about $280 billion a year. So you have to assume that tariff revenue and assume, call it 3.5% roughly growth. Then you start to kind of wash out what we're doing in Congress by our choice. Everything we just said, we're leaving essentially administration to go carry out. If I'm characterizing anything incorrectly, does anybody want to challenge what I just said mathematically? With that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and hello to all of our panelists. It is nice to be here when I believe the sun is still out, right? And we haven't had to have 10 cups of coffee just to make it here. So thank you for being here. It is sad to be here yet again to review a proposed bill that will do so much harm. And the reality is, across America, we are hearing loud and clear that this bill represents the Republican Party's moral failure. And I use the word moral failure because we have had faith leaders use that word. We have had your own Republican colleagues use that word. And indeed, this bill, it's shameful. It's a betrayal of your voters because the Americans haven't asked for it. In fact, they've told you they don't want it. It's hugely unpopular among Republican and independent voters. And it's cruel. It's the biggest tax cut to Americans' health care ever. And it takes this riding inequality gap and turns it into a Grand Canyon of inequality. It takes from the working poor and gives to the ultra-rich. And it saddles, as Representative Roy is pointing out, all of us in this room, and importantly, our grandchildren and our children with debt. And nobody can refute that. And this is strange when we are indeed agreeing with Representative Roy. It happens, as they say, a broken clock is right 2 times a day, and we are agreeing with him. We think the numbers are higher than what he has pointed out, but it is debt and deficit. And you know, when you think about this weekend, right, it was a little surreal because we had the Senate Republicans taking action to get a bad bill and make it worse, taking away that $6.16 a day that veterans and children and hungry mothers get for food. That was happening this weekend at the same time that we saw one of the wealthiest Americans float in on his $500 million yacht to have a $50 million wedding. And the reason why that is so important is because those are the two ends of what's going to happen in this bill. Is that the wealthiest, as was pointed out by my good friend, Ms. Moore, are going to get richer and more powerful. And then the working families of America, the veterans, those who can't work, are going to get hungrier and sicker. And that's that's what we were seeing. You know, Chairman Guthrie, Jeff Bezos is worth $237 billion, $237 billion. And we have a little discussion earlier about hospitals in your district. And when we think about Jeff Bezos, they got a lot of tax cuts through Amazon and the large corporations, and those tax cuts were supposed to expire, some of them, right? Some of them were made permanent, but others were going to expire, and that's why we're in this exercise right now, correct?
Which tax cuts are you talking about?
Well, but we are in this exercise because there are some of the tax cuts are expiring, and the question is, what are we going to do about it? And there are tax cuts that benefit those who make under $40,000, and there are tax cuts that benefit the largest corporations. Now, we talked a little bit about some of the hospitals in your district, including Owensboro Health, Twin Lakes, Medical Leachfield, and the Kentucky Hospital Association itself has said it would be greatly damaged and essential services would be eliminated from that hospital. And as we know, once you start eliminating hospitals, services, you often then see them close. I visited some of the rural hospitals in my district, and as one of the heads of the hospital pointed out, when a community loses its hospital, the community eventually dies. Because nobody wants to be living in a community where when something goes wrong, they can't get care. If you are a pregnant woman and you have to drive 3 hours to give birth, that's a problem. Especially if you have something that goes wrong, right? So people leave those places. And that hospital I just mentioned, there isn't another one for another 22 miles. That's a little better than my places where they're 3 hours away. So I think when I think about this bill, I think about who needs more help right now. What do you think? Does Owensboro Health, Twin Lakes Medical kind of deserve more of your attention and help, or Jeff Bezos?
Well, I focused on that hospital. That hospital's in Litchfield in Grayson County. Like you said, it's 22 miles from another hospital, about 35 from another hospital, but important to that community. And as I said, that when you limit the provider tax, it changes the way that the state uses its money to match. So when you have an open-ended federal pool of money, and states have figured out how to not use any general fund money, or not use general fund money, use money within the healthcare system to match what a lot of people said, President Obama said, President Biden said, is that if we don't get a handle on this open-ended match, then we're going to continue to have budget issues, and we're trying to figure out the right policy to get there. And the 3.5 that's in the Senate bill was in President Obama's 2014 budget.
So I think the question is there is in this bill a multitude of policies that taken together. So what the hospital associations are telling us is you add together the provider tax, you add together the cuts to who is eligible, you add together all of the different pieces, and that's what leads to the hospital closures. And I think that that's what's really important. And the question that you're asked to do is where do you stand? Where are your priorities? Are you going to sit here and say, I am going to do everything I can to craft a law?
Well, I have worked
that
with
will
the people
keep this
you're
open?
quoting. I've worked quite closely with, and also we know that the General Assembly has as I said, that people came from the Kentucky government, said that don't do anything with the provider tax and so forth. You need to, and said it to me, you need to make this a priority. And when the state budget folks working in the state, I said, well, does that mean you're not making it a priority as well? I mean, and so your argument that you're making is if the federal government doesn't come in and do everything, then the states aren't responsible. And that's the problem. Medicaid has spent $700 billion this year. We're expected in 10 years to spend $1.4 trillion. It's going to double. And we're still, under this scenario, going to spend over $1 trillion on Medicaid. So the idea that we're cutting Medicaid backwards is just not accurate.
But we are cutting Medicaid. There is no question that we are cutting
We're going to spend,
Medicaid,
we're going to go from $700 billion to $1 trillion.
You will be taking a vote that will hurt that hospital. And the Kentucky Hospital Association, we talked to them. They are worried about the vote that you are going to be taking.
I talked to them as well.
Because of what's going to do to the hospitals. Ranking Member Pallone, I mean, when we are talking about these cuts, it's the cumulative effect.
But their assumption is the General Assembly is not going to do
is
anything, and that's what the program is set up for.
Is that, I mean, that is a concern, and it's a concern across the whole United States. Am I right on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really, stressing the point too, which I made before. I think, which is that, when we talk about this $1 trillion in cuts to health care, and these 17 billion Americans who are going to lose their health insurance, it's not just, the paperwork requirements, that we've talked about that makes people lose their health insurance. It's all these other cuts, right? So the provider tax cut, I think, is, like maybe $225 or $250 billion. The paperwork is $330 billion, right? The ACA, the fact that you're not renewing the subsidies, the enhanced subsidies, is a big factor. All these efforts to block people from getting health insurance, either because you can't have automatic re-enrollment, you can't have a special enrollment period, you can't. I mean, the list goes on, and it is a cumulative effect on healthcare that just devastates healthcare. So if you're a hospital, you're sitting there saying, well, wait a minute, now I'm not going to have all these patients who are paying because they don't have insurance or they don't have Medicaid, and now I have all this uncompensated care costs that I can't absorb, and then I have all my provider cuts, the fact that I can't get the money, the reimbursement rate anymore because you're reducing the provider tax. How am I going to stay open? And the states can't do it. I mean, I talked to the governor over the weekend. You're talking about a $3.5 billion cut to health care in New Jersey. Our budget is that they adopted Monday was 57. You're talking about 6 or 7%. How are you going to make that up?
Right.
There's no way to do it.
I think that that's the problem, is that in each of these states and in every Republican sitting in this room, or those who are not sitting here, their states are going to have significant loss of people being able to show up at those hospitals, because in Kentucky it's 184,000 people. In Missouri, 265,000 people will lose health insurance, Medicaid or ACA or Medicare. And this is where this idea of moral clarity and moral decisions come in, as was pointed out earlier. And it seems that, in order to have some of that moral clarity, you might need to decide to not run for re-election because you're going to get attacked. But we're hearing it from everywhere. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, what do I tell 660,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? Because this is a decision. It's a decision you're making. Republican Senator Hawley, he ended up saying this, tweeting it, writing a New York Times article. We can't be cutting health care for working people and for poor people in order to constantly give special tax treatment to corporations. And then further, that argument is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. The moral test of a nation is how it treats those most in need of support. In our view, this legislation will harm the poor and vulnerable in our nation to the detriment of the common good. Its passage would be a moral failure for American society as a whole. The faith leaders, which included Jews, Lutherans, Catholics, Episcopalians, imams, it's seen by everybody. And then the Archbishop of the U.S. Archdiocese for the Military Services, because he sees the military who serve us. There's the responsibility of politicians to promote and protect the common good, including by working to overcome wealth inequality. And that's what we are here to decide to do today. Because in the end, these cuts are in order to pay for the tax breaks for the wealthy. That's the problem. If it was just, we don't have enough money, we're going to figure this out, we're going to work it out with the Commonwealth, that would be different. But that's not what we are dealing with here today, is we're making these cuts in order to have the one-to-one that the Freedom Caucus wanted, but in order to then end up settling, that is the problem. And, and the problem is going to be that it's going to be the people in our districts who are going to suffer. And we know what that will look like, because there are going to be, we all met those people. We've gone out and they've come and testified, or we've gone to their homes, or we've gone to their places. Chair Smith, when we are here in May talking about no tax on tips, you pointed out that you ate at a restaurant and the waiter asked you if we would be able to deliver on the tax break for no tips. Did I remember that correctly? You're the one who said that, right? Yeah.
And this bill delivers no tax on tips.
Yeah. So
for that waitress.
Great. It was a male or female?
It was a female.
Oh, great. How many years will the tax break on tips last?
It'll last for 4 years, but that's very typical of tax policy. In the American Rescue Plan, you guys enhanced the child tax credit, and that's already expired.
The question was, how long will
the premium tax credit is expiring at the end of this year, which you all made temporary.
Hang on. Tips work? I'm sorry, I'm going to reclaim my time.
Gentlelady's time, and
if I'm going to be asked a question, I hope I can answer it, Mr. Chair.
I understand that.
Instead of just cutting me off.
Well, but one of the things we need to try to remember to do is to work through the chair. Instead of getting into a discussion with each other.
I'd like to reclaim my time because I asked a question.
And then if you would, and then you can, a good way to do that is then say, and Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if the gentleman would answer this following question, and then you can respond back to the chair, and we don't get.
Follow-up question.
And I know, I'm just saying that, but instead of doing it directly, it works better if you run through the chair.
So Chair Smith pointed out that the tax break on tips lasts for 4 years. Maybe I'll ask the ranking Representative Moore here. How many years will the tax cut for Americans earning over $600,000 a year last?
Those will be permanent.
So those will be permanent. So Chair Smith, I would suggest that the next time you go to dinner and brag to the waitress how you're delivering a tax cut for them, point out that she's only getting it for 4 years, but somebody earning $600,000 and more is going to get it permanently.
And I would point out that whenever you talk to your constituents, that you would tell them that you voted against tax relief on tips, tax relief for overtime, basically 91% of your districts has the guaranteed deduction, and that's going to be slashed in half. So these are things that when you vote no, you're voting against a child tax credit, have a refundability at $1,700, which this does, down to $1,000. $1,000 is what the refundability on that child tax credit will be if you don't vote for this bill.
So thank you for pointing that out, Chair Smith, because the issue here that Democrats have is not with the child tax credit. We don't have an issue with many of these taxes that need to be extended. In fact, we will be presenting, and I have an amendment that would state that any of the tax provisions that benefit those earning less than $400,000 should stay in the bill. That we take out of the bill all of the provisions where the tax benefits go to the Jeff Bezos and Amazons of the world, and that we only keep that. Would you support that kind of amendment?
Would you vote for the bill if that amendment was adopted?
If that amendment was adopted, that would be a bill that I think you'll get a lot of Democrats supporting, because it wouldn't be a tax cut for the rich. That is our problem. That is our problem. So that is exactly where we're going. And by the way, when you went out to eat, do you remember how much you paid for that meal?
It was actually at a Mexican restaurant in my hometown. I think it was about $32.
$32, yeah. Well, you know, the thing is that when you were talking to that waitress, and I hope you gave her a good tip. I hope you gave a real tip.
I always do, because they work so hard. I hope that you do as well.
They work so hard, and so you gave her a tip. Hopefully it was more than 20%, but it was about $6 a day, which gets us to about what you get. You were able to pay in a tip what a hungry veteran or a hungry mother would be able to get in food stamps a day. But I don't know, you probably didn't have a conversation with your waiter about whether she had health insurance, because the reality, if you had, you might have mentioned that, or you might have noticed, I mean, most of our waiters and waitresses are service members. I think it's 2 in 5 tipped workers are on Medicaid or the marketplace on Obamacare, right? So the thing is that while you're giving a temporary 4-year tax break to your waiter, you can be taking away their Medicaid coverage or maybe their ACA. Maybe the waiter earned too little money to get Medicaid, so he's getting his health care through the Affordable Care Act.
If they're working, they're not going to lose their Medicaid. And that's energy and commerce, but that's the case.
I don't know, Ranking, can we?
Unless they're an illegal.
I'm going to ask Gwen Moore if she would like to join the conversation.
That's not true. Part of the problem is that they'll hit, there's marginal tax rates. So in my state, for example, you qualify for Medicaid or Badger Care if you're at or below 100% of the poverty level. So you could go to work for minimum wages. That would push you over the 100% of the poverty level. You know, if you made $16,000 a year, you would no longer be eligible for Medicaid. You'd be working yourself into poverty.
You're working yourself into poverty. And we have heard over and over again from people who are working not 1 job or 2 jobs, we don't pay enough money, especially for states who have a federal minimum wage and don't have a living wage. But, you know, if that worker wasn't getting Medicaid and they were on the ACA, they're getting perhaps tax credits, the premium tax credits, right? Ranking Member Pallone. And if a waiter is earning around $39,000, right, and is getting Affordable Care Act premium tax credits, they would see their bronze plan premiums rise by over 500% in 16 states. In Nebraska, that waitress's premium would go up from about $190 to $2,200. So that's why when we look at this bill, you can't talk about this bill. Thank you for smiling. Isn't it awful the way that happens, Mr. Chair? You can't talk about this bill as just the tax provisions sit in isolation of everything else. And that's why when we talk about this bill, who is losing out? And it's people below that 40% who are earning 40% or less because they're going to be paying more for their ACA payments. They're going to lose their Medicaid. They might lose their SNAP. It's when you put it all together, and this is what we're talking about, values, right? Because the reality is Republicans are tossing some short-term tax benefits to raiders, and they're giving away diamonds that last forever to the wealthy. So, Chairman Thompson, I don't know if you've been out I don't know if you got to go to a wonderful Mexican restaurant, but you might not have. I just wanted to talk about what it would take, like when you went shopping this weekend, or if your wife does the shopping, were you able to have, what did you have? Were you able to go and buy some eggs, buy some steak, maybe some chicken, some avocados? You wanted to make your own tacos? Avocado toast, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm the secondary team when it comes to cooking. I'm the taster.
But I can tell you those avocados, if we sent somebody who was on SNAP benefits into a store to buy groceries for 3 meals a day, she would not be able to buy an avocado, and she would not be able to eat.
And I'm sure you're aware why. In Mexico, where most of the avocados come from, we have a problem right now. A lot of the avocados are grown in the area that are heavily in presence of the cartels. And so USDA is trying to work on that to make sure that, there's adequate proper inspections within the grove. So that's really impacting the supply of avocados right now.
Right, but they're expensive. Basically, the point is...
They're more expensive than ever right now because of that.
So much is
Just
more
give me the
expensive than
reasons
ever.
for it.
So much is more expensive than ever. In fact, we now have a tracker that tracks how things are more expensive than ever. People might want to check it out. But that's the problem, is that it's not just avocados. I went in Clayton, New Mexico, another one of my beautiful rural towns. Great grocery store. We have a problem with grocery stores in rural America because there aren't enough of them. This guy has a beautiful store. And then, Ranking Member Craig, you know what this would be like. If you go and try to buy food for 3 meals on $6.16, you're not going to be able to do it. And in fact, that's why these archbishops and these faith leaders have said that we cannot support this bill. And I know Representative Chairman Thompson.
I wish those faith leaders, and you named a few denominations, but I wish they were better informed. I wish they would be more discerning where they get their information. The fact is, everything we're proposing maintains inflationary adjustments, which would respond to what you're talking about, the inflated costs, whatever the reason that those inflated costs would be taken into consideration for determining SNAP benefits going forward in the future.
Well, I think they're fairly informed. And I want to give a shout out to my own Archbishop Rester. And I think where he's basing it on, and I know you, a man of great faith, and believe, and you know Matthew, right? You know Matthew. What does it say? When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. Right. You know it really well. Ranking Member.
And I also know that Matthew is talking to the church and to the people, not to the Roman government. So I think it's important that if we're going to quote Scripture, to make sure that it's kept in context. Matthew 7:16, which was quoted earlier, was talking about false prophets, and quite frankly, so I think we have to be very careful with what we say in this room and other rooms, that we don't play the part of a false prophet.
Well, in that instance, there's actually an exchange that's going on where then the apostles say, but when have we ever seen that you haven't been hungry and you haven't been thirsty? And he says, but it's in the least of us. It's how we treat each other. And that's what it's asking. Am I understanding that? It's how we treat each other. And I think that we have an obligation, because we are elected by the people we represent, to bring those kinds of values and work on them.
Absolutely agree with that. If you're still addressing the question to me, absolutely agree with that. But keeping people, not providing a pathway to greater opportunity is violating that. Keeping people comfortable, stuck in poverty, making poverty a spider web where there's no chance for the American dream is just absolutely wrong. And, and a lot of what we're working on in this bill actually is focused, the things I've worked on in this bill is, so I just speak for myself, is really focused at providing those ladders of opportunity, providing those encouragements, recognizing that there are different challenges and barriers sometimes that people run into. But we also, if you do a deep enough dive of some of these programs, like the SNAP program, you'll see that there's the states have 8% waivers that they can offer because you can't anticipate everybody's life circumstances. If you're
The gentlelady yield.
Yes, excuse me, if you were done, I will yield
Yeah,
to.
no, just so there's no misunderstanding here. The majority of people on SNAP are not expected to work because they're children or they're senior citizens or they're disabled. Of those who are able-bodied, the majority of them work. The problem with SNAP, I would tell you, is not that we're providing people too much. $2 per person per meal is really too little. And we want to talk about making America healthy again. They ought to be able to go to the store and they ought to be able to buy avocados. They ought to be able to buy healthier food. So I don't want there to be this misimpression out there that somehow, the majority of people on the program are either expected to work or those who are able-bodied are working or not working. They are. And you know what? And you're working and you're still earning so little that you qualify for SNAP. There's something wrong with that. So it's not about lack of opportunity. People are out there doing their best, working as hard as they can, and they get this measly benefit that, quite frankly, is inadequate, and we're nickel and diming it. So I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Yeah, and
I
we
may
do want to
just-
hear what you're saying, so can you get closer to the microphone?
Sure,
Thank you.
and just to qualify, the most recent data shows that basically 30% of able-bodied adults without dependent children are working. 30%, 70% of just, and we're just talking about the demographics of an able-bodied adult without a so they don't have a disability, they do not have dependent children. 70% are not working currently that are on the SNAP program.
Ranking Member Craig, you wanted to join the
Well,
conversation.
I'd just like to also offer some fiscal year 24 data. More than, almost 70% of SNAP participants are in families with children, and more than 37% are in families with members who are older adults or disabled. So, look, the ranking member said most able-bodied folks in America who can work, who are on SNAP, are already working, number of children. But I keep coming back to this concept that somehow the Senate sent us a bill, and we can't ignore it. Maybe it wasn't there when it went over to the Senate, but as a body, we have to now codify what they've sent back to us. And I just, this idea that our veterans, that former foster youth, and homeless are going to lose their access to nutrition benefits. Folks, every month in this country, 1.2 million veterans depend on SNAP to put food on their table. And no, it's not all of the food that's on their table. It's supplemental. That's the name of the damn program for a reason. That's because they aren't making enough to be able to afford a day or week's worth of groceries for themselves and their families. And this idea we keep saying that able-bodied adults, you cannot tell me, and look, I mean, don't even try to say that you can look a veteran who served this nation in war or served our country, signed up to serve our country, that somehow they're not willing to go to work. There are all kinds of circumstances in which we know our veterans face when they come home. They risk a much higher degree of food security. They have a much higher risk of food security than non-veterans. 33% of disabled veterans and 20% of unemployed veterans are working age and are food insecure. So, look, it may not have been a deal you like to cut, but this was the right deal for our nation's veterans, for former foster youth to help them get their feet under them, for homeless individuals in this country. Every year, 20,000 young adults age out of the foster care system, and they face higher rates of food insecurity. And so it's not enough to me to say that we're okay with just voting yes on what the Senate sent us back. This is immoral to tell our nation's veterans that we're going to take your food supplemental away from you.
And the House gets to vote. The Republicans control the vote, so it's going to be up to the Republicans to say this is not acceptable. And whether you're saying this is not acceptable because we don't like the budget numbers and the deficit numbers, and whether they're going to hold and not be Congress people who are caving again, or whether it's because it's wrong. But, I want to go to the issue of rural communities and actually go back to the things about rural hospitals, because that is my community. And I've had Ranking Member Pallone actually meet with the rural hospitals, who, as you pointed out, Ranking Member Pallone, those are, for the most part, in the Republican areas of my district. $1 trillion. It went over, it was bad, and it came back, and it's even worse, right? That $50 billion rural health fund as a solution, but that isn't a solution because it goes away after a while, and it's just not enough. Is that right, Ranking Member Pallone?
Yeah, I mean, the rural members in the Senate, went back and forth on this, but from what I saw in the numbers that were ultimately adopted, it's woefully inadequate.
Right. And part of the theme that we see in Medicaid is the same theme about, people aren't working, right? And the reality is that when I've gone to my schools, Trump was trying to close Jobs Corps, where people are trying to get, better trained so they could have better jobs, so they don't have to be on Medicaid, on SNAP, but they need it so they're not starving while they're in school. But we hear this again and again, that they're only kicking off people who don't deserve to be there, right?
Well, you talk about the job, that was June 30th, and they're done.
Yeah.
And in my district, I've been there many times. It's the best program there is to get people to work, and now it's gone.
Right. But what we have is this sort of trying to say that people who are on Medicaid, people who get SNAP are somehow fraudsters and lazy.
It's just
and don't want to work. And in fact, Senator Roger Marshall said, and I quote, "When they talk about people not being on Medicaid anymore, half of those people are on it because of fraud. Repeat it, half of those people are on it because of fraud or some type of abuse of the system. The other half is because they're unwilling to work 20 hours a week." Chairman Arrington, do you agree with that statement that half the people on Medicaid are basically committing fraud?
I'm just looking at the CBO report. It's a letter in response to my requesting and Chairman Guthrie's about who those 7.8 million people that my Democrat colleagues have suggested are being ripped off the safety net. That's an honest, straightforward question to the rhetoric that I think has been quite predatory, really, because I think you're preying on the fears of people that have no reason to be afraid. And in that letter, and by all means, we can have this discussion. But in this letter, CBO says 4.8 million are able-bodied adults between the age of 19 and 64 who have between 19 and 64 who have no dependents and who do not meet the 20 hours of community service, of school, or of a job, which is, by the way, only 10 to 15 hours lower than the bill that Bill Clinton signed in 1996 along with Joe Biden and other Democrats. But this is just Medicaid alone, 4.8 million. This is the nonpartisan, independent CBO that I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are fond of sourcing. I'm sourcing it right back to you, and I think it is so disappointing. I think there are some honest disagreements. I think there are really good questions about the debt and spending, and man, it's tough. It's tough for me. But this kind of BS about telling the world, and it's no wonder that people in your district are saying, I'll stop. You asked a question. I told you these are the data points from a letter from the Congressional Budget Office, and this is just for Medicaid.
So one of the things-
and AEI says 70%. I think that's what the chairman has quoted of saying able-bodied adults, 70% aren't working. California and 5 other states have nobody working. Literally, nobody is working. Effectively, they don't enforce the work requirement. Not the able-bodied adults.
Now it's not like half of them. Now nobody's working.
The able-bodied adults in California on SNAP are not required to work. They're not required. There's no enforcement. There are 4 or 5 other states similarly situated. And I think
I think that the reason when we go to jurisdictions like mine, and the reason why we're seeing these numbers, and if you go out into the community, they are not people who are fraud or just aren't working. But I'm going to.
And if I could just remind folks that you've used about 37 minutes of time, and the chairwoman would be upset with me if I didn't point that out.
Well, thank you for pointing it out.
The gentlelady has yielded to the gentleman.
I just want to point out, you throw around the word able-bodied adults as if every able-bodied adult is equal, in terms of what's going on in their life. But an able-bodied adult who might not be working might be taking care of a child at home, or might be taking care of an elderly mother, or might be in between jobs, or might not be able to get into a work training program. I might live in an area where they don't have access to transportation. And so that's the deal here. So we're not trying to be, this is the reality. The claim that only 30% of non-disabled adults without dependent children work while receiving SNAP. I mean, we know that 70% of SNAP participants are children, seniors, or people with a disability, all of whom are exempt from work reporting requirements for what I hope are for obvious reasons. Many of the working age adults that participate in SNAP do so temporarily, often while between jobs or when their work hours are cut. It is exactly because they don't have work that they need to turn to the program oftentimes. And as a reminder, we give them only 3 months to find work again before they get kicked off the program for 3 years. For 3 years, thanks to SNAP's time limit. So that is, I mean, you may all find that to be humane and just. We don't. And so there's a difference in terms of values and in terms of what we believe is right. I thank the gentlelady.
Thank you. And I just also want to point out that, as was discussed earlier, that a lot of the reason why people will fall off of Medicaid is because it becomes very complicated, right? And we've had hearings where we've heard people talk in New Mexico. I mean, the SNAP application is like, the average SNAP application is 17 pages long, and in some places 21 pages. It's like Republicans who always talk about wanting to cut regulations, they don't mind putting more regulation and more paperwork and a mountain of paperwork on working people. But I would also point out that this is a crazy one, that the moratorium on simplified eligibility, so to try to make things easier, there was actually a rule that said, let's make the application sort of more streamlined, simplified, eligible, so it works. And that actually, they're barring that in the Senate bill. So not only are they trying to sort of make it harder for you to eligible, but they actually are getting rid of the rule to make it easier to apply for these things. Because I'm running out of time, I just wanted to touch quickly on tax credits, and I'll try to be quick. So I wanted to just touch quickly on the issue of the energy tax credits and the fact that we are seeing energy costs rise. And while we discussed earlier that they did get rid of the tax, the new tax on renewable energy, we are still going to see rising energy costs, electricity costs from this bill. And I think that is just a really important thing to point out. Mr. Chair, I would a meta-analysis, and I know you're going to ask me for the date, and it is March 2025.
Thank you. Without objection, so ordered.
And what this goes through, because we've seen lots of documentation, the tax on renewable energy would have been really bad, right? But the fact that they are pulling out of renewable energy projects early that are benefiting Republican states primarily, right? Because they're wind projects. Once again, I represent an area with huge Republican area. We've got lots of wind power. We have lots of oil and gas too. But the idea that we heard earlier, oh, we shouldn't be subsidizing, we need to remember we subsidize oil and gas and fossil fuels and coal to the tune of about $3 billion was 2022, right? And now they're decreasing the royalty rate on oil and gas. They're going to make another, I think, another $6 billion. So we are constantly subsidizing fossil fuel. And it's sort of like the Republicans, it's like renewable energy is where it's at, right? That's the next frontier. And we need to do a lot. It needs to be a little bit of everything. But what they want to do is say, oh, no, we don't really want to use electric lamps. We prefer the gas ones. We shouldn't really put any of our correspondence in email. We should send it all by paper post. I mean, let's keep the horse and buggy. Who wants a gas-fired car? But that's what they're doing, right? That's what they're doing. They're taking us backwards. And so I wanted to be able to give an opportunity. As you know, I'm the last Democrat. So I wanted to give an opportunity. Is there anything else that you wanted to raise, Representative Moore, with regards to this? The bill before.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have heard the scheme of requiring work requirements, and it's a major economic solution to raising the $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. And again, I have been very aggrieved, the committee is aggrieved, that we are characterizing our constituents as lazy and bums in order to do it. Let me just mention some other people who will be losing health care that we haven't talked about. We've also claimed that illegal immigrants have been receiving health care. And that's been a feature of these testimonies and these discussions. I just want to say that legal immigrants who were brought to this country because of asylum, people who have U visas or V visas because they're facing violence, were people who were going to be able to get Medicaid. These are people that will no longer be eligible for Medicaid. There are legal immigrants who have lived in this country for decades. People, scientists, doctors, engineers, people have worked and paid into Medicare for 30, 40 years who will no longer be eligible for Medicare, even though they have paid into the system.
Thank you, Representative Moore, and I'm going to try to move along. But I did want to make sure that Ranking Member Boyle, was there anything else you wanted to raise? I take it the Medicare issues, the regressive manner in which this is a transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealth. Did you want to add anything else? Because he's signaling me to stop. Yeah. To you, if there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, I will just say briefly, is I know we've been here all afternoon, but given the importance of this piece of legislation, it is certainly warranted, and this might be our last bite at the apple. Let's not lose the forest through the trees. I come back to how I began this some 5 hours ago. The reality is that if this becomes law, 17 million Americans will lose their health care, millions more will lose their nutrition assistance, millions more will be impacted by these devastating cuts, all to help pay for tax cuts that are skewed toward the top 1%. That is the bottom line or the headline about what this bill is really about. There's a lot there, 1,000 pages. We're still figuring out some things that were added. minute by minute on the Senate floor as horse trading was going on, nothing can obscure that overriding reality. Millions of lives will be adversely affected by this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. And the last thing is, it's not just the skewing up to the wealthy, because there are some trees that are really problematic. And I think that it was discussed earlier, the elimination of a tax on firearm silencers and short barrel rifles and shotguns that would cost $1.7 billion. And that would be a lot of families that we could feed with the SNAP programs. 396,000 families could be fed with just what they're giving away for the silencers, right? The mafia tax, I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Ranking Member?
I would just like to bring us back up to a high level on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This is the most effective anti-hunger program that this country has ever seen. Every dollar we invest in this program returns $1.50 to our overall economy and about $1.80 in rural communities across our country. And when you cut $200 billion in SNAP benefits to this nation, you are literally taking around $25 billion directly out of the pocket of this nation's family farmers. But that's not all, because it affects the entire food supply chain. It's the truckers who drive the food to the grocery stores. It's the clerks that puts that food on the shelves. And of course, it's the hungry children and seniors and veterans that we are trying to support as a nation. So I want to say to all of my Republican colleagues, I hope that you will seriously reconsider, especially because at the end of the day, you are doing this for no other reason to give tax breaks to the already rich in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hear often from the farmers, the small farmers. In my district, I have small farms, not the kind that need a $38 million estate tax benefit, but they are hurting because they sell the Double Up Bucks programs. I love the Double Up Buck program. They do too. It's how they make their living. Thank you for the indulgence. And Mr. Chairman, the last Democrat yields back.
Yeah, gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Langworthy for any questions. Sorry. Apparently the list is.
I am not going to ask any questions. I want to salute each of our committee chairs for the diligent work that has gone into the hundreds of hours of putting this together over the last 14 months into this reconciliation process. I really want to salute Chairman Guthrie for the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee. My colleague brought up the Clinton-era work reforms, and these are bringing accountability and fundamental fairness. And as I travel around to businesses and talk to workers on factory floors, they are saluting the fact that the people, that can work and choose not to work will now have to work for benefits that they work hard to provide for their families every day. So I think that it's to take a lesson from a Democratic president and bring it into the future is something that is going to help us bring fundamental fairness and equity across the program. So thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Scott for his time for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of long-winded discussion here today. I thought I might read for the general public just from the bill. Modifications to SNAP work requirements for able-bodied adults. Now, regardless of what you've heard from other people, this is what the bill says. Exception 6(0) of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 is amended by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following. Exceptions. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is under 18 or over the age of 65. So if you're under 18 or over the age of 65, none of the SNAP changes impact you. That's what's written in the bill. Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment. So all of the discussions that you've heard from the Dems about us kicking disabled people off SNAP benefits, they're just not true. This is what's actually written in the legislation. A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, otherwise exempt under Section D2, a pregnant woman, and it goes on from there. So anybody under 18, anybody over 65, anybody who is medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment is exempt from any of the changes. So all of this talk that we're kicking disabled veterans and all off of SNAP, it's just a flat-out lie. Now, with regard to the matching funds, what we have said here is that if you have an error rate of less than 6%, the federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 100%, and the state shall be 0%. If you're a business owner and you've got a 6% error rate, you know what you are? You're bankrupt. The federal government owes it to the American citizens to have better than a 6% error rate on people's SNAP benefits. So I want the American citizens to know you're not being told the truth by the dramatic statements on the other side. If you're disabled, you're exempt from the changes. Under 18, exempt from the changes. Over 65, exempt from the changes. That's what's written in the language. I don't have any questions for any of the members. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott, for clarifying the record. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of discussion about the bill, and folks earlier in the afternoon were saying that nobody had had time to read the bill, and I'll just say we got it in my office around 11 o'clock. I had it printed out. I had 245 pages read before I got here, and I finished up the rest of it while Ms. Scanlon was talking. So a lot of folks have had an opportunity, and when we get to the floor, everybody will have had an opportunity to read it. It does help that I read the first bill as well, so there were sections where I got to it, and looking at the cheat sheet, it was identical to what was there before. So I don't make myself read the same chapter twice, but I did read it. Now, that said, I do want to ask my chairman, Chairman Guthrie, a question. Chairman, I think we can pretty well rest assured this is not the last bill that will ever pass the United States Congress. Do you agree with that? I agree with that. And as a part of that, we're always trying to improve things on Energy and Commerce Committee. So as we move forward, will you commit to work with me and others on the Energy and Commerce Committee and in the House as a whole to analyze the ongoing status of the health of our rural hospitals and rural health care in general and rural health care providers so that we can improve access to health care in rural communities?
I will.
And I suspected those would be the answers to the questions, but I just want to underline for everybody that even when we disagree, we're all trying to move things forward. And sometimes when we disagree, things don't work out exactly the way people intend. And I know that in my district, as a result of some of the policies in the Affordable Care Act, we had 2 hospitals that closed down. One of them has since reopened. And but we're all working towards this goal, and I appreciate you, Chairman Guthrie, agreeing that at least in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I think all the others as well, that we're going to continue to move the United States forward. And as we see opportunities to improve, whether it be telehealth, which you and I have talked about a number of times, or other ways that we can improve health care in rural communities, we're going to do it. Isn't that correct? That's correct. All right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief in closing. You know, to really wrap up all the testimony we've heard today, and I think we're all grateful for everyone's testimony. This bill is a codification of President Trump's agenda, and in large part, many of us and many of our colleagues were elected on an identical platform when we ran for Congress, and that platform was embraced by 77 million Americans. It earned an 86 electoral vote margin in the 2024 presidential election. So I'd love to start with my good friend Chairman Smith. If you'd just like to, again, wrap everything up in your testimony today, how is this codifying President Trump's agenda?
So I would totally agree, Representative, that This is following the priorities that the president laid out when he was running for office and 77 million Americans supported. We're delivering on no tax on tips. No tax on tips, 70% of Americans support that. We're delivering on tax relief for seniors. 83% of Americans support that. We're delivering on no tax on overtime. 71% of Americans support that. And we're also making permanent the expiring provisions of the 2017 successful Trump tax cuts. And 62% of Americans support that. This is the largest tax cut in U.S. history. It is also the largest cut of mandatory spending in U.S. history. That's phenomenal. And it is also the largest investment in securing our borders in U.S. history, creating the Golden Dome. All these things that the president campaigned on, it is in this bill. It is absolutely in this bill. And I know people were talking about suppressors earlier, and I think it's really important. The reason why that's became an issue is because of pistol braces. The Biden administration put pistol braces under the short barrel shotguns, which they shouldn't be. And it did. And for the first time in a century, we eliminated a tax on the Second Amendment. I think that's a huge win. For the first time in history, parents are going to be able to have school choice. And I think that's super important. So this is a bill that is delivering on what members of the House campaigned on, members of the Senate campaigned on, and clearly what the president campaigned on.
Very well said. Chairman Guthrie, same question to you. How is this bill in closing a codification of President Trump's campaign?
Well, that gets to all the above in energy dominance. There's a provision in here for making sure that we invest in critical minerals, we invest in delivery of energy. And President Trump was very strong. This said that America was going to be energy dominant, and it's important that we are, given what's going on in the Middle East, and this bill delivers.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Arrington, same question to you, my friend.
I think that I think a reprieve from failed economic policies to unleash the spirit of our entrepreneurs and risk takers is in order, and our economy is the foundation of everything great about this country, including our way of life, our quality of life, certainly our global leadership. So, you know, there's always going to be more cuts for a budget chairman. There will always, cuts that I'd like to see materialize. But you've got to work on both ends of the equation. You've got to grow the economy while you're bending the curve on spending. And so I think it's substantial, the impact that these policies that President Trump implemented and executed on in the first Trump administration, and now we're doubling down on them. And I suspect, just like the first round, all boats will rise on the tide of prosperity. I think that's the key feature, quite frankly, of this. But the fiscal reforms are no small things. And again, I think they are there to serve as a sort of a win-win-win. Win for the program sustainability, win for those who are trapped in dependence, and a win for taxpayers who should not subsidize people who refuse to work, like the 4.8 million people that on Medicaid per CBO, or people who are here illegally. And so a lot of good things in here, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Chairman Arrington. And lastly, Chairman Thompson, to you, how does this, your section of the bill, codify President Trump's campaign priorities and agenda?
Well, thank you so much for the question. You know, President Trump knows that food security is national security, and that all relies on really the success of those hardworking families all across our country that are producers. Those folks that are farmers or ranchers or foresters, and this bill, and those families have, I mean, they're at probably a 50-year low in terms of economic challenges, from inflation to all the different things that have happened over the past number of years. And it's really put them in a challenging situation. We saw that in December when many of them, for the first time in a family's history, were not going to be eligible for taking out a loan to be able to produce a crop or produce a herd or produce a flock. This, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the agriculture title, really, I call it Farm Bill 1.0. It makes historic investments in reference prices. It adds base acres for farmers who have not been eligible for. It modernizes the dairy margin program. We make it. There's investments in the conservation programs, in crop insurance, in the trade programs of market access program and foreign market development program. We double those. It has investments in research, investments in animal health, including our large animal veterinarians. And the three-legged stool when it comes to animal health. That's our laboratories. That's vaccination polls that we have started in previous farm bills, and our large animal veterinarians, and so much more. Specialty crops. This is most significant specialty crop. Now, this is 1.0. It's just the things that we were eligible to put into budget reconciliation. But what it leaves is a very small portion at a very small price tag, and at the same time, President Trump cares about those who are most at risk, and within the nutrition title, this is really about making sure that we have sustainability of programs like SNAP and all the other programs under the nutrition title, not just sustainability, but that we're in a position to make sure the people that really need the help get it. But it's more than providing supplemental nutrition support. It's providing a hand up towards the American dream, with the investments that we make, which is about $1.1 trillion over 10 years. That's the nutrition portion of the Farm Bill. This really is about making sure that folks have that opportunity to through SNAP employment and career and technical education, and have a shot at reaching a rung a little higher in the ladder of opportunity. And I will say, I've seen that work in my travels around the country, and I've done 115 listening sessions, 42 states, 1 territory. I've seen it work, and when it works, everybody, our farmers, our grocers, our truckers, all do better because families are able to actually find they have more income. And at the end of the day, they're able to buy, they're not limited by what they're able to afford because we've given them a shot at the American dream, which comes through the dignity of work.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I appreciate it. To our ranking members, thank you for your testimony. And Madam Chair, I yield back to you.
Madam Chair, I just have a technical question.
Yes, sir.
Before you came in, Mr. Scott was reading about a provision on who's exempt from the work requirements under SNAP, and I was wondering where he was reading from because, the House version of the bill that you voted for took it from 18 to 7, and my understanding is that the Senate bill moved it to 14. So you said 18, and so I'm wondering, did something change?
I'm on page 17.
Yeah, well,
that's the 18 is under the age of 18. At the age, or 14 is the age of dependence.
Right. That's which is right. He said 18, so it's actually 14.
He might have missed.
Well, 18 to 64 is when the requirements kick in.
Yeah. So. Right. If you're 30, if you have a 14-year-old at home, you have to work. Right.
14 or under, you're exempt.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway,
a parent or other member of a household with the responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age.
Yeah, right. I thought you said 18. I'm sorry.
No. So it's 14.
Okay, 14. Yeah. So you have a 14-year-old child who has health issues, whatever.
Not true.
You still have to work.
If they're disabled, it's different.
Right. Well, or somebody who's is troubled in school or whatever, who's not classified as disabled. Again, life is complicated. Thank you.
medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment is exempt, and this is just the exemption from the work requirement.
So the 14-year-old is alone all summer. Okay, thanks. Well, you're working, yeah.
Make a clarification. Well, and as I pointed out, there are many people who work full-time because they have to, and they choose not to be dependent on other people. They have 14-year-olds sometimes at home all summer long, too.
And there were people who work full-time who still are eligible for SNAP. And that's a reality.
And there are some who choose not to be eligible for SNAP or other taxpayer-funded programs. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to commend our chairs for their hard work and leadership, Chairman Smith, Guthrie, Chairman Arrington, Chairman Thompson. Two of my chairmen are at the panel today, Budget and E&C, so thank you. What? Pick your favorite? I can't. I like you. I like all my children. No, I'm just kidding. But I do want to note that this is a bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a bill for hard-working Americans. It's a bill that will still protect our most vulnerable. There's been a lot of rhetoric from the other side about this bill that I want to just allow a couple of our panelists to respond to. One is on coverage loss. The Democrats keep throwing around numbers, exaggerating coverage loss numbers. In fact, the number of people that Democrats have said are going to lose access to health care, even when this bill was still in the House, went from anywhere from 13 million to 17 or 18 million. It was just a number that kept getting thrown around. But when I read the CBO analysis, that's not what I see. Chairman Arrington also pointed this out earlier. Chairman Guthrie, can you and Chairman Smith, can you explain where those exaggerated numbers are coming from? And doesn't that include policies that the Democrats themselves have chosen to let expire that aren't even in this bill?
There's a couple answers to that. One is some of those numbers are, you have to look, there are CBO scored numbers, but you have to look at who they are. So if you look at the 4.6 million, and now that the dates changed on work requirements, and there's some, that's a little higher, but it's people that that are able-bodied that choose not to work, and it has the same exemptions that were just read. We also, in Medicaid, include people that have substance use disorder. They're going through treatment such as that. So they're truly able-bodied, and there are studies that say there are people that fit that category. The other one that's frustrating is like when you're sitting here listening to the back and forth, especially when they're going against my good friend Ways and Means chair about putting limits on how long tax on tips or 4 years or whatever. Well, one of the over 5 million of the coverage loss is from premium tax credits, which was in the IRA, when people who voted for the IRA chose to fund programs like green energy funds, where there was a nonprofit that was politically connected, created itself 1 month, put $100 in its checking account, got a $2 billion grant, paid $847 million. So I think my friend from New Mexico has left. But when she goes and visits her hospital and she sees people lost coverage because that tax credit expires, she made that a priority over insuring people. That was a decision. I mean, if the shoe fits on both sides of the feet, and if she's going to say that's your priority there, it's her priority as well, and she has to own it.
Chairman Smith.
Yeah, I would follow up with Chairman Guthrie. According to CBO, the numbers that they provided, they said 4.8 million would lose their health insurance who are able-bodied adults who just choose not to work. And so that is what CBO showed in regards to that. But it also provided, CBO said that 1.4 million will lose it because they're illegal immigrants. And then 1.6 million will have access to other forms of subsidized health insurance, including the option to stay on Medicaid. And then 1.3 million are already ineligible for the program period, but they're on the system. And these are numbers from CBO, which I think is quite important. And if you look at people losing Obamacare in this bill, according to CBO, 1.8 million are illegal immigrants. Not legal immigrants, but illegal immigrants. And then 1.1 million are just simply fraudsters who don't submit common sense verification requirements. And that's according to CBO. Not according to us, but according to CBO.
Ms. Houchin, would you yield for 1 second?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, I'd like to ask you to repeat those numbers because I think it is important that the American people hear the facts from CBO. I've had people writing me alleging what we've been hearing from the other side today. They allege it. And I say to them, please ask your sources to state the facts, not what they're being fed. So would you please read those numbers again?
Absolutely. According to CBO estimates of those on Medicaid losing health insurance, 4.8 million are able-bodied adults without dependents who choose to not meet modest work or community engagement requirements. And then 1.4 million are illegal immigrants. And then 1.6 million will have access to other forms of subsidized health insurance, including the option to stay on Medicaid. And then 1.3 million are already ineligible for the Medicaid program, period. They shouldn't be on the program, but they're doing it. And when you look about the ones that CBO estimates of those on Obamacare losing health insurance, 1.8 million are illegal immigrants, and 1.1 million are fraudsters who don't submit common sense verification requirements. And this is from CBO.
And Chairman Smith, those are the only people that CBO, in their report, claims will be losing their health coverage under the bills.
Yes, and the number you hear of 17 million, that's the 5 million that's going to lose from the premium tax credits, which the Democrats in the IRA decided to make it temporary. Instead, they did all the green energy credits permanent, and guess what? 90% of those green credits that you passed in the IRA goes to companies valued at more than $1 billion. Not working families, but 90% of those credits that you focused on is valued over $1 billion.
So when given the option to prioritize health care for working families or energy subsidies, they chose the energy subsidies.
They absolutely did. Environmentalist, wealthy billionaires succeeded, and they were the winners of the IRA.
And just to be clear, Chairman Smith, if we're paying for health care for all of those people you just mentioned, able-bodied adults choosing not to work, people who are ineligible, people who are fraudulently accessing the program, and illegal immigrants, if we are funding health care for those people, does it not reduce the amount of money we have available to take care of vulnerable families?
Absolutely.
So why would we want to continue funding health care for those groups of people that you've just mentioned when it creates less resources for vulnerable families?
Republicans' priorities are for U.S. citizens, not illegals.
Despite the rhetoric from the Democrats, they could have raised the top tax bracket when they had full control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. There's been a lot of talk about how the Republican bill favors the wealthy and that we should increase taxes on the wealthy. The truth is that this bill creates permanent tax relief for everyone across the board. But the Democrats had full control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. They passed not one, but two reconciliation bills during the Biden administration, but did nothing to raise the top bracket. So don't Democrats have a credibility problem on this issue?
Absolutely. If you look at when the Democrats controlled the White House, the House, and the Senate, they passed two reconciliation bills, the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, and both of those had tax chapters. And in both of those, the Democrats refused to increase the top tax rate that we currently are arguing about, and you're saying that we're giving a tax cut to Bezos.
You are.
You refused to do it when you controlled everything. And guess what? The hypocrisy last night in the United States Senate, the vast majority of the Senate Democrats voted against an amendment on the floor that would raise the top tax bracket for anyone over $25 million. It's hypocrisy.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith. Thank you to our panelists for your long testimony. I will reiterate, this is a bill for working families. It's a bill that will help the hardest working families have tax relief. We are unleashing American energy. We are securing the border. We are providing for our defense. No bill is perfect, but this one big, beautiful bill is a good bill. I thank the panelists, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, that's a misinterpretation of the CBO report that we just heard here today.
Well,
it's not. It doesn't say what it does. And yeah, and this bill does give a tax break to Jeff Bezos, and I don't think he deserves one, quite frankly. $50 million for a wedding.
Mr. McGovern, thank you very much. Hearing no other questions or seeing no other member who has not spoken, our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much for being here and for your patience. I need to call out some names. Mr. Moylan, Mr. Carter, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Olszewski, Mr. Cisneros, Ms. Randall, Ms. Elfreth, Mr. Dexter. If you all could take seats. Excuse me, Ms. Dexter, pardon me. If you all could take seats up here, sort of in the order I've called you. Moylan, Carter, Dingle, you're there, Debbie, number 3. Olszewski, Mr. Carter, you're over that way. Mr. Cisneros right there. Miss Randall. Miss Elfreth. Miss Dexter. Thank you all very much. While we wait for Ms. Dingle to have a seat, I want to point out that I asked for 2 random pages of the bill that came from the Senate, and there are approximately 125 words per page. Just so you know, in case people are concerned about how many pages you can read, there are approximately 125 words per page. I just counted 2 pages at random.
Madam Chair?
And it doesn't take too long.
Well,
the margins are pretty narrow, as you can see. Like I said, 125 words, and I think even most members can read that pretty quickly.
Madam Chair, with respect, though, you can read legislative language. That's one thing. We all can read. But actually understanding what that legislative language means and getting independent analysis, that takes a little bit while longer.
Well,
I hope we can all agree that that's the challenge here.
Well, for those of, I think most of us have been around a little while, and and have some sense about how to handle that legislative language.
Section A.
I'm going, you all can put your written testimony into the record. I think all of you have been here before. Put your written testimony into the record. We hope you will keep your comments to 5 minutes. And I thank you very much, Mr. Moylan. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on an issue that weighs heavily on my district, the need for our island to be fully included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, also known as RECA, provisions in the Senate's amendment to H.R. 1. For far too long, the people of Guam have dealt with the consequence of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific without recognition and without justice. Between 1946 and 1962, 67 nuclear weapons were detonated in the Marshall Islands, just 1,200 miles from our shores. The fallout from those tests did not stop at international borders. It did not discriminate based on island or person. It carried through the wind, into our environment, and into the very lives of our people. The fallout wasn't just physical. It left in its trail lasting emotional and generational scars that are still carried to this day. I speak today not just as a member of Congress, but as a son of Guam. I speak for the survivors, the widows, the caregivers, and the families who have waited decades for Congress to act. I speak for those who are no longer here to share their stories because they died waiting for someone thousands of miles away to acknowledge what happened. Guam has become a forgotten casualty of the nuclear era. Federal agencies have confirmed that our island received measurable radiation exposure as a result of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific. And yet, despite this clear evidence, Guam remains excluded from RECA, a program that was designed specifically to address the harm caused by our nation's own policies. Guam is not asking for a special treatment. We are asking to be treated with dignity equal for the same recognition afforded to other downwind communities across our nation. My constituents are dying from cancers linked to radiation exposure. Families are left with questions that were never answered. Veterans and civilians alike suffer the consequences of decisions made without their consent and far beyond their control. Including Guam and RECA is not just a matter of eligibility, it's a matter of moral responsibility. It is about recognizing the hidden cost of national security and ensuring that those who shoulder that burden are not left behind. Today, we have an opportunity to right this wrong. If Guam is not included now, we risk losing a critical chance to provide long overdue justice to the people of Guam. I urge this committee and this Congress to act with urgency and include Guam and RECA. Don't let Guam be forgotten once again. Let our people know that their government sees them, hears them, and stands with them. It's time to deliver the justice that has been long denied to radiation survivors. Sijuis Maasi, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moylan. Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. My amendment is simple. It states that 100% of any reduction in state expenditures resulting from reduced enrollment must be reinvested back into Medicaid. That means that this money will go directly into helping children, mothers, people with disabilities, and seniors instead of going toward tax cuts for the richest of the rich, billionaires, and corporations. My Republican colleagues say that they want to help the most vulnerable populations and get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Everyone here, Republicans and Democrats, are in favor of curbing waste, fraud, and abuse. We all know that that's not what this is about. Republicans are ripping health care away from the very people they say Medicaid was, quote, intended for, just to pay the biggest dividends for billionaires, tax scams in the history of our country. No matter how they try to spin it, the reality is this. This big, ugly bill will shutter nursing homes, will close hundreds of hospitals, including rural hospitals in red districts, and blow up state budgets. This is unacceptable. Medicaid is a safety net for millions of Americans and a pillar in our healthcare system. These cuts will disproportionately affect states, especially red states like mine in Louisiana, that rely on Medicaid funding. That's why I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter these two documents. Two resolutions.
Without objection.
Thank you, ma'am. These two resolutions were passed in Louisiana legislature that is a majority Republican-run House and Senate with the Republican governor, who all recognize via these resolutions, these cuts will be devastating. They will hurt Louisiana. They will hurt Louisianians. They will make this an unlivable proposition. House Resolution 369, a bipartisan resolution passed by the Louisiana Senate representatives last month, urging Congress to prevent any cuts to Medicaid that would adversely affect Louisiana's hospitals and communities they serve. Senate Resolution number 32, a Republican-led concurrent resolution that passed in Louisiana State Senate last month, urging Congress to avoid cuts to Medicaid. State legislators in Louisiana, Republicans and Democrats alike, agree that this big, ugly bill is a disaster. These cuts won't just hurt Medicaid patients. No one is safe. If you have private insurance or Medicare, these cuts will also affect you. Less federal Medicaid funding means states will raise taxes for everyone or be forced to cut public services to offset loss in revenues. It means longer wait times in the emergency rooms, especially in rural areas, as uninsured people turn to hospital emergency rooms for health care. It means higher premiums and less coverage for everyone. It means hiring freezes and layoffs at a time when we're already experiencing health force shortages. It is indeed a crisis. It is essential that we continue to support and strengthen this program, not make it harder for people to access and keep their health care. Republicans know that cuts to Medicaid are shameful and will put the most vulnerable at risk. That's why they're pushing false narratives about waste, fraud, and abuse, so they can cover up their billionaire tax scam. If Republicans really care about making a better Medicaid program and improving healthcare systems by getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, then I see no reason why they wouldn't support my amendment, which simply says these funds must be reinvested into the program to build a stronger Medicaid for all those who deserve it. In fact, during the almost 27-hour-long markup in Energy and Commerce in May, I asked my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter, what percentage of funds will go back into Medicaid? He said, and I quote, all of it. Well, ma'am, where I'm from, all of it means all of it. So there really should be no issue with supporting my amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and even co-sponsor this amendment that makes good sense for the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Ms. Dingell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and all the members of the committee. For months, I've raised serious concerns about this Republican reconciliation bill that will enact the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history. CBO's most recent estimate is it'll strip health care from 17 million Americans. I have almost 15,000 letters here from the governor's office sent me of people in Michigan who are scared to death they're going to lose their Medicaid and what it'll mean to their families. I would love to enter it into the record, but...
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Medicaid is the... But people care. I mean, this is something that just makes it, I can't go anywhere in Michigan right now. Mothers are coming up to me crying in elevators. Medicaid is the largest payer of health care for so many people. This bill is going to hurt them. It's also the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their own homes, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and age with dignity. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care, and this bill will only exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve. And the fact of the matter is, home care is cheaper than nursing homes. It saves the government money. Let's be honest, our long-term health care system is broken, and if someone you love is using it, you don't realize how bad it is. We cannot talk about reforming our long-term health care system without addressing the need to increase support for the home care workforce, who often work long hours for low pay, no benefits to provide care to people we love. And that's why I'm strongly opposed to a provision that would prohibit independent provider home care workers providing HCBS services from being able to make deductions from their pay for health insurance, skills training, and other employment benefits, despite the fact that this does not impact Medicaid spending and has consistently been deemed legitimate by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I have filed an amendment to strike the provision, which will ensure that the care workforce is protected and maintains stability for those who rely on care. I've also filed an amendment in support of President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing executive order that was issued in May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment supporting President Trump during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last month. The president, by the way, thinks this is in the bill. I've heard him say it on television. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing drug companies from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other nations, which is why I was shocked when every Republican in Energy and Commerce voted against this amendment that supports the president's own prescription plan. And even more shocked when I did way too early the next morning and they played that clip. And they thought that this provision was in the bill. It's not. I'm ready to support President Trump on this. It simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and absurd, and we need to lower prescription drugs for Americans. And before I end, I want to express my serious concerns about this bill clawing back critical funding that protects our environment, our public lands, and our wildlife, especially endangered species. I have filed an additional amendment to strike the rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. As a co-chair of the Endangered Species Act Caucus, protecting our nation's wildlife is one of my top priorities. I'm deeply concerned that provisions included in this bill will cause our nation to backtrack on the progress we've made in species conservation. I want to remind my colleagues that for 50 years, the Endangered Species Act has protected and brought back many of our beloved species from the brink of extinction and has a 99% success rate. You got to do this and work in a bipartisan manner to start addressing conservation early. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingell. Mr. Olszewski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. You know, despite promises from the administration and from this congressional majority to lower prices for struggling Americans, this terrible bill will do the opposite, making things indefinitely and infinitely harder for families that are struggling just to make ends meet. Just one awful and cruel example. $300 billion in SNAP cuts for 42 million households who rely on the program to put food on the table each and every day. 20,000 of those families live in my district. 80% of these households include a child, a senior, a disabled person, or a veteran. Let that sink in. As we've been discussing, the Senate just passed their version of the bill, one that expands work requirements for SNAP and shifts $64 billion of administrative costs to the states. It also granted, as you all discussed earlier, at least temporarily, an exemption to both these impossible burdens to just 2 states, Hawaii and Alaska. We have to start by asking ourselves if this bill is so awful that it requires outright exemptions to certain states in exchange for votes, as has been reported by multiple media outlets and discussed in this room. Why are we passing it in the first place? But if you insist on passing this big, ugly, cruel bill, I'm offering 2 amendments to H.R. 1 that would extend these waivers to every state in the country. Because what's good enough for Hawaii and Alaska should be good enough for your home state of North Carolina, Chairwoman Fox, to Mr. McGovern's beloved state of Massachusetts. To be clear, I do not support this bill. I do not support gutting SNAP benefits and other lifelines like Medicaid and utility assistance for Americans who are struggling with higher costs. I do not support ballooning the deficit. I do not support lining the pockets of billionaires. But fair is fair. And if House Republicans insist on these misguided SNAP cost shifts, which states, by the way, will not be able to cover, and redundant work requirements, we must allow states to obtain an exemption. Not just 2, not a few, all of them. Madam Chair, I came to Congress as a county executive and as a public school teacher. I saw the devastating effects of hunger firsthand, especially for our kids. I worked hard to address food security, and we leveraged SNAP dollars and braided it with both state and local funding to ensure that every kid could receive a free breakfast and lunch. No stigma, no judgment. We just fed hungry kids. In fact, I was at an event this morning at a library where we were offering summer meals to our young people because it's the right thing to do. And so with our community partners, we're making a huge difference. We're feeding our kids. But this heartless bill threatens to undo the progress we've made. It literally will take food from the mouths of our kids. So I ask my amendments be made in order and be adopted. And before I wrap, just one other point I wanted to make. There are absolutely provisions of this bill that I and fellow Democrats would overwhelmingly support. No tax on tips, no taxes on Social Security. I can assure you, Madam Chair, if these pieces of legislation were put forward, we wouldn't need reconciliation to pass them. I mean, no tax on tips passed the Senate by unanimous consent. So let's not put things that we can agree on a bipartisan basis as the reason to do all these other terrible, cruel things. I really thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olszewski. Mr. Cisneros, my neighbor down the hall.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. Well, here we are once again to discuss the same deeply flawed piece of legislation. No matter how hard Republicans try to cover up the truth, we know this bill is bad, and we know why. Millions of people kicked off their health insurance, millions of people losing nutrition assistance, funding for clean energy stripped out, adding $4 trillion to the national debt, and much, much more. I'm here with my Democratic colleagues to amend this big, ugly, harmful, and wasteful bill, and I urge this committee to make these amendments in order. My first amendment seeks to provide funding for urban hospitals to offset revenue losses this reconciliation bill will cause due to the proposed Medicaid and marketplace actions. It's estimated that urban hospitals would see a total loss of $337 billion. This will lead to issues of overcrowding, infrastructure strain, worsening health inequity, and increasing healthcare costs and wait times. This amendment seeks to support health centers like the community safety net hospitals in my district. We cannot jeopardize the financial viability of these hospitals and risk their ability to provide quality care, especially for low-income, uninsured, and vulnerable populations. There has been a lot of conversation around supporting rural hospitals in this bill, which is important. but this bill hurts everyone, regardless of geography, urban hospitals included. My next amendment seeks to help more small businesses receive the support they need to provide child care that attracts and retains employees. For the purpose of the employee-provided child care tax credit, this amendment would use the definition of small business concerns that small business and the SBA already use and understand. This definition is a smarter and more tailored way to ensure working-class families benefit from better child care options from small business employers. My third amendment would ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to hire and retain skilled workers at DoD child development centers and provide much-needed upgrades to modernize the infrastructure of these centers. My proposal would take funding from an unnecessary weapons program and use it to increase child care fee assistance for service members to $200 million. It would also add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance and include $1 billion for child care worker compensation. Our service members should not worry that the facilities where their children go to are understaffed or in desperate need of repair. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight at the Department of Defense as it relates to DOGE. Elon Musk and his chaotic reign over the U.S. government may not be in control of DOGE anymore, but that does not mean that we as members of Congress should neglect our duty to conduct oversight. I support increased efficiency in management at the Department of Defense, and I know many of my colleagues do, but that is not what this is. Simply put, my amendment would allow the department to access the first $100 billion of this bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it would require DoD to answer some basic oversight questions about how DOGE and the Department of Defense are working together. Up to this point, our questions to the department have yielded unsubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOGE in the Department of Defense. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to the Department of Defense, which has the largest portion of federal budget in the U.S. government. Finally, my last amendment points out what we all know, that nobody wants this bill. My amendment would revise the short title of the bill to the Nobody Wants This Act. On June 30th, ABC News reported on a poll of the big ugly bill that found the majority of voters opposing this legislation. Fox News conducted a poll of registered voters in mid-June, where a majority of voters, 59% to be exact, said they oppose this bill. Specifically, Fox News reported by a 21-point margin, voters oppose the federal budget legislation passed by the House of Representatives that the president calls the One Big Beautiful Bill. About half think this bill would hurt their families. Multiple other polls from a range of outlets, Pew, The Washington Post, and many more, show the majority of Americans don't want this bill. Republicans in Congress don't want this bill. Nobody wants this bill. I would hope that my amendment would help my Republican colleagues see that fact. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to once again testify on this big budget scam. I'm here today on behalf of the hardworking constituents of Washington's 6th Congressional District, including more than 27,000 federal employees. I'm here on behalf of the 1.8 million low-income children and adults who rely on Medicaid in my home state. But I'm also here today on behalf of the 72 million Americans across the country who rely on Medicaid. Because what has been made abundantly clear in the last few months is that those Americans who live in states with Republican leadership are not being listened to by their members of Congress when they are sentenced to losing their health care. A senator from Iowa, in response to concerns from her constituents at a town hall over Medicaid cuts, said, well, we're all gonna die. Apparently, she doesn't care that 700,000 Iowans rely on Medicaid or that 36% of Iowa's children rely on Medicaid. The senator from Kentucky said, they'll get over it. But does he know that 1.4 million Kentuckians rely on Medicaid? and that 44% of the births in Kentucky are covered by Medicaid. Medicaid covers also 68% of the nursing homes in Kentucky. I guess the senator isn't worried about selling out those constituents because dead people can't make phone calls and turn up at town halls. The senator from South Carolina, as recently as this week, said we aren't cutting Medicaid, which is an outright lie. In South Carolina, 1.3 million children and families rely on Medicaid. And yet, after passage of the bill this morning, he said, I feel great. The gentleman from Louisiana's 4th District said, if you're going to be on the public wagon and you're able, you should try to help pull it. He also claims that Medicaid cuts are teaching a moral lesson to young men. 1.8 million people rely on Medicaid in Louisiana. Rural hospitals in his district, who also rely on Medicaid to keep their doors open, have been begging him to change his mind. I'm here because I actually listen to my constituents. I'm listening to Larry from Aberdeen, who wrote to me saying, I urge you to reject the Republican reconciliation bill, which would inflict severe harm on rural communities. Many families in these areas already struggle with lower incomes and higher levels of hardship. These cuts would exacerbate poverty and threaten local economies by risking hospital closures and declining businesses for local retailers. Protecting rural communities should be a priority. Do not support a bill that prioritizes tax cuts for the wealthy over the basic needs of our family. And I'm listening to Jessica from Tacoma, who said, I'm reaching out today to urge you to protect Medicaid. My daughter is one of the 80 million Americans who depend on Medicaid for health coverage. She's developmentally delayed, autistic, and profoundly deaf since birth. Without Medicaid, not only will she not have health care, but she will also not be able to work. She's a janitor who cleans public restrooms, but she needs a job coach to enable her to remember what to do. With the job coach, she does her job very well and has even won an award for efficiency. But Medicaid pays for the job coach. Congress says they want people to work. Please don't let them take away that ability from my daughter and people like her. I've filed 8 amendments with this committee, including one that would strike the entirety of the Medicaid provisions from this bill. The Vice President said that the minutia of the Medicaid policy is immaterial compared to the ICE money and immigration enforcement provisions. If that's the case, then there should be no problem removing these Medicaid provisions that will result in people literally dying. I also feel compelled to add that in this discussion about who is able-bodied and who is not, I think we haven't heard anyone comment on how frequently you have to recertify that you are disabled in order to continue receiving federal benefits. I have experienced that in my family's life. My sister was born with extreme developmental disabilities so that she was like an infant her whole life. And yet, over and over, for the course of the 19 years that she lived, we had to continue to prove that she was disabled enough to qualify for the benefits that kept her alive. We cannot ignore what we are doing to people in this country, and I urge the committee to make my amendment in order and to adopt it to save millions of lives. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Ms. Elfreth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and the members of this committee for sitting here this afternoon and trying to make sense of this devastating bill. I'm here to request the committee to include the following provision in the reconciliation bill: Amendment 55, increasing the deduction for educator expenses. Because instead of tackling the very real affordability crisis facing tens of millions of Americans, our neighbors included, this bill instead gives the ultra-wealthy annual tax breaks that are triple what the typical American household would earn in any given year. And even worse, as been discussed in this committee so far, these tax breaks are being paid for by cuts to health care and food assistance. Up to 17 million Americans who will lose their health insurance, 5 million SNAP recipients who are at risk of losing their benefits, again, already when so many of our neighbors are facing very real affordability crises. I'd also want to add that I represent 44,000 federal employees in my district and 2 to 3 times that in contractors, thousands of which have lost their livelihoods after decades of service to this nation. They don't know what health insurance looks like next. They don't know how to put food on their tables. They rely on Medicaid expansion and food banks simply to feed their families and keep their families healthy. And I ask us to just think about those folks as well today. So not only is this bill the biggest cut to health care in American history, it's also the largest transfer of wealth in history from those who have the least to those who have the least to those who have the most. And I sincerely plead with my Republican colleagues to reconsider these measures. But if we're giving away tax breaks, I'd ask you to consider one more. If you want to invest in American competitiveness and our national security, start with the children and their ability to thrive. Start with our teachers who reach into their own pockets to pay for school supplies for those very children. My amendment is simple. It would increase the amount educators can deduct from their taxes on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses from the current $300 to $1,000 and to continue to index it to inflation, which we know is impacting so many families. Over the years, the amount of money teachers are spending out of pocket on items for their classrooms continues to rise, and well over 90% of teachers spend their own money on school supplies and other items that their students need to succeed. On average, teachers can spend $820 out of pocket on school supplies. If you reject all of the common sense amendments we bring to you today, I would encourage my Republican colleagues again to reject this harmful bill. I urge support of my amendment, and I thank the committee for your willingness to hear me out. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Elfreth. Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to offer several amendments grounded in a simple and powerful truth. Government should care for its people, not abandon or terrorize them. The big, ugly betrayal bill will devastate our communities by ripping away health care, cutting food assistance, increasing energy costs, increasing government-sanctioned ICE terrorism of our communities, decreasing government oversight, and jacking up prices for the middle class, while leaving our states holding the bag. And all for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. As a physician, I spent nearly 2 decades caring for some of the sickest patients in Oregon. I've seen the consequences of what happens when people don't have health insurance. This bill will strip coverage from nearly 17 million Americans. These cuts to care will remove health insurance for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. If eliminating care from 1 in 20 Americans wasn't enough, these cuts also target hospitals and nursing homes. Make no mistake, passage of this bill as it stands will negatively impact every person in this country. Hospitals and nursing facilities will close, ER times will increase, clinicians will be overstretched and demoralized, Planned Parenthood will be defunded, eliminating life-saving care for women across this country. We must pass my amendment that will ensure that coverage losses will not result in increased deaths among U.S. children, seniors, and neighbors with disabilities. Now, food assistance. This bill also slashes SNAP benefits for 42 million Americans, directly harming families, farmers, truckers, and grocers across this nation. Deanne, a 78-year-old in Estacada, Oregon, now spends 90% of her income on rent after her roommate died. SNAP is how she eats. The next amendment I offer today is for all the people in this country like Deanne. It would stop this bill from proceeding until we are certain that no child, no senior, and no veteran will go hungry because of it. I am floored that I have to offer an amendment like this, but I hope my colleagues will show courage and join me in accepting this incredibly common sense measure. My third amendment, offered alongside my colleague Congresswoman Crockett, requires ICE agents to clearly identify themselves and not wear face coverings while conducting their official duties. ICE agents, if legally and responsibly conducting their duties, should have nothing to hide. People in this country should not have to wonder whether the person handcuffing them is a government agent or an imposter. Our constituents, especially our immigrant neighbors, deserve to know who is stopping them and why. Anything less continues our descent into authoritarianism. If these horrific provisions weren't enough, this massive misguided handout to billionaires will also hike electricity costs for households, increase power outages, and devastate America's clean energy economy. At a time when electricity rates are already rising faster than inflation, This bill doubles down on expensive, outdated energy sources and slashes the very investments that make power cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable. And it's working families that will pay the price. A constituent from Clackamas County wrote to me in distress because Oregonians cannot afford another hit. And I couldn't agree more. In the richest country in the world, it's unacceptable that working Americans can't keep the lights on. This bill could raise energy costs for households by hundreds of dollars annually. And according to experts, we'd lose more than half of all new grid capacity planned over the next 10 years, an extinction-level event for the clean energy jobs of tomorrow. My amendment puts a stop to these disastrous rollbacks. We cannot allow this all-out assault on America's middle class to go forward. Before coming to here today, I answered calls from constituents imploring me to fight this bill, some in tears about what this bill will do to their family. Our constituents are living paycheck to paycheck and are working tirelessly just to survive. Our job is to fight for them, not billionaires. I urge my colleagues to support these common sense amendments. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm going to defer asking any questions for the time being. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions? You have none. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I think this is important. I think it's important for people to see that their representatives are demanding better from this institution. Mr. Mullen, I think you have a good idea, and I don't think it's going to make it in this package, but I'd like to work with you on that. And to everybody else, thanks for coming here to defend people's health care and people's food benefits and their basic rights. I think you mentioned the nobody likes this bill, but I like that. Let me read you a quote. I wonder if you could guess where this came from. Quote, "I don't like cuts, and we're going to have to see the final version." Any guesses who that was? That was Donald Trump today about his big, beautiful bill. That was him being questioned by press before he went to Florida for his press conference. He has no clue what the hell is in this bill, right? And he certainly doesn't. He says he's against the Medicaid cuts. I mean, this is like the biggest hit to Medicaid in history. I mean, but I just want to say one thing. I don't know if you were here for the previous panel, but toward the end, I found it offensive to hear the rationale for the cuts in food benefits and the cuts in Medicaid. The chairman of the Budget Committee, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and one of our members here, of course, they talk about fraud, waste, and abuse, but don't get specific about it. But then they went into this line about, this is all about going after illegal immigrants. And we were told that, that all these illegal immigrants were somehow on Medicaid and on SNAP. The bottom line is undocumented immigrants are not eligible to enroll in federally funded coverage, including Medicaid, CHIP, or Medicare, or to purchase coverage through the ACA marketplaces. They're forbidden. The federal government saves $0 from kicking undocumented people off of Medicaid because zero federal funds go to cover them. Only some states that are being penalized by this bill cover them with their own state funds. Nearly 16 million, or 92% of people losing coverage due to Republicans' health care cuts are American citizens. These are people who are here lawfully. And so, when fraud, waste, and abuse doesn't work, they throw out illegal immigrants. Also told that, that of the 7.8 million people without insurance in 2034 on this bill, 4.8 million are people who are able to work but who refuse to work. Again, that's not, they come out and talk about the CBO report. That's not what the CBO report says. CBO's report states that these are able-bodied adults between the ages of 19 and 64 who have no dependents and who do not meet the Republicans' red tape requirement. Ms. Randall talked about all the red tape. All these new requirements, they don't just take your word for it. You got to go through all this red tape and satisfy the federal government that, in fact, you're doing what they claim they want you to do. Research shows that the able-bodied population Republicans are targeting are typically women at the older end of their working years. They are not young men on a couch playing video games, as has been falsely claimed. Furthermore, evidence shows that as much as 4.8 million Americans losing coverage would occur among people who work or should qualify for exemption, but nevertheless lose coverage due to red tape. More than 92% of the people relying on Medicaid are already working. They're in school or caregiving or unable to work due to illness or disability. The populations that you're all up here advocating for live complicated lives, and throwing more hurdles, for them to have to jump over, will just mean they go without health care or they go without nutrition assistance. And that's not the kind of America that, I want us to be. I mean, I want us to be able to be there for everybody, and to lift up people who are vulnerable and who are struggling. And I'm getting calls as well, like all of you, from not only elected officials but regular citizens who are like, they don't. These Republicans, they don't understand my life. They have no idea what I'm going through, and I don't fit any of their categories. I could be an able-bodied adult, with who's taking care of an elderly person in my house, and somehow I lose my SNAP benefits if I'm not at work, but I can't afford long-term care to someone to check in on my mother or father or grandmother or grandfather. I mean, that's why some of us objected to the process that got us here. I mean, this is like rushed. There's no, 4th of July, nothing happens on the 4th of July other than the fact that Trump wants to throw another party for himself. He didn't even know what the hell's in the bill. And yet we're rushing this through. Nobody knows the implications of what's in this, what the Senate sent over to us. But we do know that a lot of people are going to get hurt. And again, the Republicans spent so much time demonizing struggling families, and yet they say nothing about the fact that Jeff Bezos is getting a tax cut, even though he could spend, notwithstanding the fact that he could afford to spend $50 million on his wedding. We talk about fraud, waste, and abuse. Because someone in the SNAP program might, instead of getting $2 per meal, might get $2.50 per meal. But there's no accountability at the Pentagon. I said this morning. When the last time the Pentagon, the Department of Defense, passed an audit? Never. I mean, not a peep. But if it comes to food or health care, that's fair game. And again, I mean, I want you to know how important it is that you are here. I think people are watching this debate, and they are seeing who's on their side and who's not on their side. And I said this morning, and I'll repeat it again. I do believe that this is probably one of the most dangerous, disastrous bills in modern history, because it impacts the stuff that people care most about. Their health and well-being. And we'll see what happens. But again, I appreciate you being here, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. And I, too, want to thank all of the witnesses. The conversations you're talking about with your constituents sound like the conversations I've been having, whether, it's someone I run into on the street or someone in the grocery store. We had a town hall on Sunday. And, people are really concerned. And I really appreciate the thoughtful amendments that you're offering, because they really highlight the vision that Democrats are putting forward for the country. You're talking about fairness for everyone. You're talking about what our families need to thrive, what our kids need to thrive. You're talking about a government that levels the playing field or invests in Americans rather than putting the thumb on the scale for the wealthy and the well-connected. Talking about a government that's looking to meet the challenges of the future rather than propping up failed theories like trickle-down economics of the past. So really appreciate the thoughtful amendments, the words about, the families with kids with disabilities. I heard a lot about that over this weekend. The concerns about veterans and others who are going to go hungry. It all resonates. It's all true. And I just really appreciate your coming forward with these amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses, and I certainly agree with Ranking Member and Representative Scanlon regarding the eloquence that all of you have demonstrated with respect to the amendments that you've suggested, and I think expose the cruelty of this bill that I think will have disastrous consequences, certainly for all of our constituents and ultimately, I believe, all Americans. I had, I guess, just one question that are perhaps maybe might be a few questions for the gentleman from Maryland, because while you are new to Congress, you may be surprised to learn that you and the chairwoman here have something in common, which is that both of you come from states, you have the privilege of representing states that have very similar error rates with respect to SNAP. And I don't know if you were here previously, and you hopefully heard some of the discussion that we had about this absurd provision that Americans are now learning about, that apparently Senate Republicans put into this bill regarding SNAP, ostensibly to get the bill across the finish line, to get Senator Murkowski's vote. And I just kind of want to walk through this because my sense is that your amendment attempts to equalize everything. It would essentially remove this deal that was made in the Senate from the bill. And if your amendment were not ruled in order, I want to kind of get a sense as to how this bill will work in practice. So, in Maryland, the SNAP error rate right now is 8.85%. In North Carolina, it's 8.11%. So under this bill, right, assuming it's enacted into law, the state of Maryland and the state of North Carolina have really only three choices. One, raise taxes to essentially pay for what is a cost share that's never been imposed on states before. Two, cut SNAP funding and force countless vulnerable citizens to no longer have access to food assistance. Or three, this new option, which is increase your error rate above 13%. So basically overpay SNAP or underpay, you choose. But make sure that your program is not working appropriately. And if you can get to 13%, you can join the 10 states that have such poor error rates that they're exempted from any kind of cost share for 4 years, including the state of Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Actually, only a Democrat state would actually intentionally increase their error rates. A Republican state would work to reduce them. And
well, that's fascinating. If that's the case, well, if that's the case, and I didn't yield to the gentleman, but in any event.
But you did forget that one.
I hear you.
I
will simply say this. If that's the case, then you could just remove them entirely. Why include these 10 states as part of this deal if apparently Republican states are so committed to reducing the error rate on their own volition? Why don't you have that cost share start tomorrow? Clearly, that's not the case. Clearly, Republicans in the U.S. Senate. What was that?
I'd be fine with the.
Then you should vote against the bill. You have an opportunity tomorrow to make that clear. Well, that's unfortunately, I assume that that'll be fine for the people of Georgia because, as I said, they're exempted from this, so they don't have to worry about that. But the people of North Carolina do, as do the people of Maryland. So I don't know if the gentleman wants to opine on that.
I thank you for the question, Mr. Neguse, and that's why we are offering this amendment. We are offering the chair and her colleagues the opportunity to not penalize the great citizens of North Carolina, to not penalize the residents of Maryland. We can create an even playing field where all states are in the same space as it relates to SNAP, where all states have the opportunity to work towards improving our error rates and not being penalized and, in fact, incentivized to go in the opposite direction. I think that is a terrible thing to be incentivizing. I thought your conversation with Mr. Roy earlier was very instructive when he agreed. And again, I'll enter in the record as well from earlier. I want to enter in the record that there's one time that I'm agreeing with Mr. Roy as well, that this is not sound policy. This will hurt our states. And so I would encourage this committee to both vote for the amendments. I don't know how you rule it in order if you're advancing a bill that already has these requirements in it. So I would encourage this committee to rule the amendments in order, adopt the amendments, and then tank this bill because it will take away those benefits for hungry kids.
Hear, hear. Couldn't have said it better myself. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
I too want to thank each of you because what we are engaged in right now is an effort to make sure that the American public knows that this time around, House Republicans are stealing Americans' health care in the light of day. They are brazen about it and unashamed about it. Now, they are fighting among themselves about it, but there are only a few that are willing to have the courage of their convictions to vote no. Result a no vote and then a retirement in the Senate, right? The question is, what will they do in the House? Because we know that all of you have been approached by Republican colleagues who don't like some aspect of this bill. Some have told us today, Representative Norman does not like the increased deficit. And he said, I'm going to vote no on the rule. I'm going to vote no on the bill. We'll see if he's one of those congressmen who are not caving again.